Just schedule-wise, today will be our last day, and I just finished telling them that. So they'll do. It's unusual because there's a lot of packing, a little bit more than normal when you're moving into another facility. So when we're back here, we'll be into the new building. Any questions?
I wondered what the reasoning was for that being the last day of camp. If you guys remember, the Broncos started later than most, maybe all other teams. I can't tell if that is Sean Payton because it seems to be one of two things. Sean Payton coming off a long year, decided to give the guys a little bit extra time, or his hand was kind of forced because the practice facility that they're at is still under construction and they're trying to do it in the middle of it. I'm not quite sure. Either way, they're going to get stuff moved over the next day. And one thing that I noticed perusing around, reading articles last night, Leggy had one, and it's very interesting. The overall theme of the article is about how the Broncos navigated the dead cap of Russell Wilson, which was previously seen from a lot of different people, even people in the league where they're all about cap magic. Oh, we'll convert this guy's contract to a signing bonus, add some void years, do this, do that. That opened up $10 million in space. These teams are really good at manipulating the rules surrounding a hard salary capped sport. Now, Russell Wilson's $85 million in dead space was the most in NFL history, and everybody said, well, there's no getting around that one. Sure, you can spread it over 2 years, but that's $50 million in year one, $35 million in year two. There's just no way you can do it. And then the Broncos made the playoffs in back-to-back years for the first time since 2015. So the question is, how? And is it replicable? And are the Broncos kind of trendsetters? Everyone, when they signed a quarterback to a big deal, and they had a lot of time left on that contract, you just kind of thought you were stuck. Not much we can do here. Sorry. We're just going to have to live the next couple of years with this quarterback. And look, the Broncos did it for one. So that's going to be a comparison to another team that we'll get to in a second. But they decided we will be better off entirely cutting bait and stopping this. And I was somebody initially, when they first decided to make that decision, that thought this isn't the right move. The year that they came off of with Russell Wilson, his final year here, remember, they started the year 1-5. It was terrible. Week 3, they lost 70-20 to Miami. They then got their first win of the year against Chicago, but lost to the Jets 31-21. And then that god-awful loss to Kansas City, where it was 19-8, and Russell Wilson had, 95 passing yards and a couple of picks, something like that. You had no offense to speak of, 197 total yards. And you thought, wow. for Sean Payton taking over in year one, the result that we get is as bad or, dare I say, worse than what it was with Nathaniel Hackett. You kind of had this doomed feeling of, well, now what? We were doing mock draft shows in October. And then they beat the Packers 19-17. And then they beat Kansas City for the first time in forever, 24-9. Then they beat Buffalo in Buffalo 24-22. Beat Minnesota 21-20. And beat Cleveland 29-12. And after a 5-game win streak, you then found yourself a game over 500. You felt the opportunity of a playoff spot right there. Split the next couple of weeks. You're 7-6. You're going to Detroit to take on the Lions. That was the beginning of the end. It was a number of different factors that contributed to it. But most of all, Detroit came out and spanked you. Russell Wilson gets yelled at by Sean Payton on the sideline. You give up 42 points in that game. Everything went terrible. Dropped to 7-7, and now your backs are really against the wall against New England. Remember the opening to that game. I'm saying all this for a reason, so hang with me. Opening to that game, turnover, Broncos get it inside, I think, the 5-yard line, maybe. Like, first play of the game was a fumble. They're right there on the doorstep. They can't get in the first 3 plays, go for it on 4th down, do not get any points to show for it, and you lose to Bailey Zappi. They then make the decision to go to Jarrett Stidham and cut Russell Wilson. But when they did it, they were looked at as nuts. Can't do that. You're going to put yourself in cap hell. You won't be able to field a team. I was one of the guys who was saying it. But they got around it through a number of different factors, but the 2 main ones. A defense that was good. You had the building blocks of a good defense in that you had Pat Surtain, an all-world cornerback on that roster. You had a number of different players like Zach Allen, who they brought in that year to be sort of the main interior defensive lineman. You had, I know perspectives change now, but Jonathan Cooper was a gigantic draft pick. That was a hit that was late in the draft in the 7th round. And you had Nick Bonito. You had all these building blocks of things that were necessary to winning. So you had the defense. You invested in the offensive line. That's how you were able to escape that with winning. You go out, draft the right quarterback, and then everything changes. Well, guess who's taking a page out of the Broncos' book? The Miami Dolphins just signed Tua to a contract extension not that long ago. Said, damn the dead cap, we're going to roll the dice. The Arizona Cardinals just signed Kyler Murray to a contract extension not that long ago. They said, damn the dead cap, we're going to roll the dice. What the Broncos have done is open up, I guess, the possibility for teams to consider eating that much money and trying to build anyway. And in that sense, they're kind of trendsetters. And I think that look, when you're the first in the league to have the balls to do something and it works, I think that's pretty cool. And you might ask yourself, well, what about the Browns and Deshaun Watson? At some point, it's too much. I mean, Sean Payton came in here, I think, with the pretty clear idea that Russell Wilson was not going to be his quarterback long term. And instead of moving on in the first year, he said, all right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do this for one. That'll get us to $85 million in dead cap. That will be doable, but the number previous to that will not. And the Browns are still in a place where Deshaun Watson's in the we aren't quite there yet phase. And who knows? Maybe they still like him for whatever reason, despite the fact that he stunk ever since he's gotten there. But when you go out and do something that no team's really done before and build your team in a unique way, it's so impressive to look back at all the steps that were taken the second that George Payton and Sean Payton got together and decided it's time to start building this roster. Because what they did was very intentional. And forgetting the Russell Wilson part of this to start with, it began with a how do we win in this division? A division that is filled with really good quarterbacks in Patrick Mahomes and Justin Herbert. Teams that are continually vying not just for playoff spots, not just for division championships, but for AFC championships. Because the answer is not going to be, I'm going to out-duel offensively Patrick Mahomes and that Chiefs offense. It's now gotten to a point where teams can do that. But remember, at that time, that was 5,000-yard seasons, 40 touchdown seasons from Patrick Mahomes. Travis Kelce was going for 1,300 yards and 12 touchdowns. Tyreek Hill was, you know what I mean? Like, at that time, if you wanted to out-duel one of the better offenses that the NFL has seen in years, it was a futile effort. You were going to lose. So they said, well, let's do our best to slow that down and hope we can put up enough points to get a W. And it took a minute, but you eventually got there. You got to the point to where defense was good enough, make a couple of plays, and you get the W. But I think that the article written by Jeff Legwold, if you haven't read it, it's on ESPN.com. It is a really fun read because it shows that your team thought outside the box and executed a perfect plan. But the execution afterwards is what matters most. And that's why you might have opened the door for other teams to feel like they can do what you just did. But can they execute in a similar manner? Probably not. Because the Broncos did, first of all, everything right. Second of all, they got a little bit lucky. You know, they happened to be picking in one spot when the right quarterback for their team was there. You know, it was just a reminder yesterday, Nelly, that watching and listening to Bo Nix's press conference, it's like, gosh, you are just a mini Sean Payton, aren't you? Everything that he answers, the little bit of I know more than you do tone that's in there, the sort of short, terse answers when he gets a question he doesn't like. I mean, I broke my ankle for crying out loud, guys. Like, those sort of comments are so Sean Payton. So, yeah, you got lucky that he fell to the right spot with the right guy.
And also, let's be real. If Bo Nix is a bust, if that dude can't hit the broadside of a barn, now the Broncos are doubly screwed because you're completely smothered by dead cap money from Russell Wilson, and your quarterback can't play, and all the draft pundits going into that draft said he wasn't a first round talent, and then your head coach specifically fell in love with him and took him in the first round. Like, this is a whole Broncos Bo Nix gate if he isn't as good as he is right now.
No, let's be honest. If Bo Nix sucked, if he did, we're talking about a new coaching regime this year. Hang on. Just for all my peeps.
Double bang.
Double bang. If Bo Nix sucked, we're talking about a new coaching staff. He would not still be here. Because if your quarterback stunk and we're talking about Jarrett Stidham still playing or whatever, you aren't making the playoffs. and you got saddled with the dead cap, and all the things that we're talking about in a positive manner all disappear. But they made all the right moves. So we'll get back to this in a bit. Broadcasting from the back in Schenker Studios, Serious Lawyers for the Seriously Injured. Back after this. All right, so I believe is today the Knicks parade, Nelly? I think so.
It is, yes.
So New York is going to be absolutely on fire. They're deploying, I think, 10,000 cops is what they said over the stretch of this parade. The Knicks are the winners of the NBA championship for the first time in 53 years. They are the 8th different team in 8 years to do it. They have an owner that people, their own fan base, I should say, despises. And he said something yesterday on WFAN as they were talking about, winning the championship and what the team does from here and how to run it back again and all this different stuff. During the interview, Dolan was asked if he wanted to bring back the entire team, which you just won a championship, feels like you'd want to. He says, I don't know if we'll be able to. We're willing to stretch, but there's certain things in the NBA that you'd have to be suicidal to do. One of them is going into the second apron. He said, I'll write as big of check as possible, but I can't write a check that gets into the second apron. And I think people and teams have realized, because every team seemingly has done this or at least been close to doing it when they've won the title. They said, this team's good. Let's run it back, whatever it takes. And then the following year, another team wins. And then another year passes and you don't win again. And another year passes and you don't win again. And this is why, I always need to emphasize this. I would have loved had the Nuggets kept KCP. I would have loved if the Nuggets kept Bruce Brown. That one quite literally was impossible, though. They were not allowed by the rules to offer the same amount of money that other teams offered him due to some sort of, what was that one? Was that an apron or was that a tax something? Or it was some stupid rule. But you couldn't offer the same as what the Pacers offered Bruce Brown. You could have done that for KCP, and you didn't. But these are the reasons why. You need to have roster flexibility. It's a must. And in the case of what we're talking about with the Nuggets, whenever, and this drives me nuts, whenever somebody says, well, you can pay Peyton Watson and keep Cam Johnson and keep Aaron Gordon. Yes, you can. You can do that. But I don't think people take into account the punitive nature in which the NBA goes to these lengths to make sure if you do that, you're stuck. There is no help out of rookie contracts and vet minimums that you're going to be able to have to help your team. None. And so here's the options that you have. You can do that and roll the dice if you believe your team is championship level. If you believe that this team is primed and poised to be a champion, then I would say go for it. If you have any hesitation, be very careful and probably don't. James Dolan's team just won a championship. And he's nervous that if they go to that second apron and they are immobile as far as roster moves, then you waste the entire year. If you got somebody who goes down with an injury, there's no replacing that. You have no depth. This is why I think when the Nuggets are talking about, hey, we really need to keep Peyton Watson, but we can't do it while keeping a Cam Johnson or while keeping an Aaron Gordon or whatever big contract we're talking about, Christian Brown, whoever. We can't. Because then we can't add to the roster. And I don't think the team's good enough. And you aren't going to bring back Tim Hardaway Jr. So there's a big missing depth piece already. But the guy who owns the team who just won the NBA championship said, I cannot and will not go into the second apron. According to Bobby Marks, the Knicks are projected to be $13 million below the second apron this summer. But rotational players like Mitchell Robinson and Landry Shamet are free agents. Jose Alvarado could be too. He could either opt in for a $4.5 million player option or test free agency. But if you go back to last year with those contracts, those all put together had them $200,000 under the second apron. Those guys are going to want more money, just not going to happen. So this is about how do you build the best team possible while keeping flexibility. Like you look at the Nuggets, and they won a championship back in 2023. Have had good teams since then, but not necessarily gotten close to winning again. Money doesn't fix your issue. And I think it's a pretty simple data point to look at. The NBA implemented these rules to sort of take dynasties out of the game. I mean, the final straw was the Golden State Warriors had a 73-win season, less than double-digit losses the entire year, and then signed Kevin Durant. And to the NBA's credit, it's what you should do. The way that these teams are going about building, whether it's LeBron, Bosh, Wade, whether it was the Boston Celtics of like the mid to late 2000s with Paul Pierce and KG and Rondo and Ray Allen, whether it was what Golden State did with Steph and Durant and Clay and Draymond and Iguodala and everybody else. Eight different champions in 8 years is unheard of really in any sport. And I got to give the NBA their flowers. You don't see that in football. You get sort of the same old teams at the top. Now, I think the NFL has the best way of going about allowing teams who are bad to get better in teams that if they're good and they're smart, they'll stay good. But we've seen teams every year in the NFL that go from worst to first in their division, teams that are picking second overall that make championship games. I mean, the Commanders just did that, what was it, 2 or 3 years ago? Picked second overall, drafted Jaden Daniels, made the NFC Championship game. The Seahawks, who missed the playoffs the year previous, win the Super Bowl with Sam Darnold. So look, if their intention was to shake up the NBA and truly give every team a shot, they've done so. At least to the best of their ability as of now.
And Brett, can I ask you a question about that? What do you like better? Do you like the current form of the NBA where you're never going to get a repeat champion as long as you have these crippling aprons and repeater taxes? Or do you like the way the NBA was 10 years ago where the NBA finals were going to be Steph Curry against whoever the hell LeBron was playing for? Because there was a time, like 10 years ago, you could skip the entire regular season. You could skip the first 3 rounds of the playoffs. The championship was just going to be the Warriors versus LeBron. That was it.
Yeah, we knew that every year.
So which version do you like better? Because I know some people like those dynastic teams, those rivalries. Like you want to see Lakers, Celtics, Bird, and Magic in the finals every year. I know some people like those repeat matchups. Where do you fall?
I fall more into the category of now. But I know the way that the average basketball mind works, and they're less concerned with team and more concerned with individual and storyline. The thing that was great for the NBA in those Warriors and Cavs years was every year you were allowed to have everybody's favorite discussion. What does this mean for the Jordan LeBron debate? Whether he won or lost, he loses the finals. Wow. Well, you know what? Michael Jordan never lost one. And then he wins the most improbable finals win that you've ever seen, being down 3-1, coming back and winning against that team, a 73-win team. And then you're like, well, gosh, I don't even know if Michael could do that. Like, you have all of those, and I'm sure the NBA loved it because that's how they've built their entire sport. It is not, it wasn't the Nuggets versus the Sixers a few years ago. It was Jokic versus Embiid. That's how they build the game. So from how they market the sport, as long as you have a couple of all-timers that are in the finals, that was good for them. I think it's better for your sport overall to have everybody feeling as if they got a shot. I always feel that way. To a certain extent, the NFL does have that. People convince them this time in the calendar every year, even if your team stunk. Well, gosh, man, we got an easy schedule this year, and I got to tell you, I love the free agency moves that we made, and that quarterback that we drafted is going to make a big difference. Like, you can talk yourself into it. What are you going to talk yourself into if you're the Utah Jazz right now? Think about it. What are you going to talk yourself into if you're Sacramento? But the majority of teams can now look at the last 8 years and say, why can't that be one of us? The Knicks won the title this year. Nobody, for the most part, at the beginning of the season, had the New York Knicks winning the NBA Finals. And so now that gives some hope to a team like, I don't know, the Pistons. Another team that wasn't taken really seriously despite the fact that they won 60 games. But it's like, well, why can't we do it next year? It gives hope. And the more hope that you give across the wide breadth of your fan bases in your league, I think the better for the league it is. It's part of the reason why I know some people hate it, but I love the idea of expanding the college football playoff. Every year when we got down to like the 11th game of the regular season, you knew like out of 100, I always forget how many teams are at the FBS level. Let's just call it 134. Out of 134 teams, 128 were eliminated by then. And you're like, well, that stinks. Like, am I really going to get my dander up for winning the Pinstripe Bowl this year? Probably not. But now that you expand the playoff, you got probably 20 teams, maybe more than that, 25, that are thinking at the end of the year with 3 weeks left, dude, if we win out, we got a shot. And I think the longer you can keep a fan base's interest, the better it is for your sport. And I think this is a good thing for the NBA. There's still a lot of problems with this. I'm not a super huge fan of some of these rules. I think it's almost too punitive at times, but if their goal is to get some parity within the league, well, 2 thumbs up, because that's accomplished. Great job. But teams are catching on now. And James Dolan saying that, I mean, a few short hours after winning an NBA championship, are you bringing your championship team back altogether? Well, I will to the best of my ability, but I can't go into the second apron. It's like people understand how punishing those rules are now. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Hey, guess what? Nate and Andy this afternoon going to be live from El Patillo for a great pregame watch party before Mexico takes on South Korea. Enjoy VMC Paloma and Mangonada bucket specials. Plus, enter to win some great prizes from VMC and Altitude Sports Radio. The doors open at 4, and we'll see you at El Patillo later today. Back after this. So I got a text here. Says, Brett, you're a home run derby fan, right? I thought we all agreed that the derby was perfect, and then they go and change it. I'm a big home run derby fan. I think it's the best event that we have left in any sport in the All-Star game. The format that they had previously with there's a running clock and you get a timeout and all that, I actually preferred the previous model, and here's why. And it looks like they're going back to it. So they're abandoning the timer for the home run derby, according to Evan Drellich and Johnny Flores Jr. of The Athletic. They'll move back to a swings format for the first time in more than a decade, although the MLB has not officially announced the news. So you go back to, if you guys remember, like the Mark McGwire era of home run derby or Josh Hamilton or whoever, they're going to have 20 swings in the first round, 15 swings for the semifinal and final rounds. However, the round cannot end on a home run. So if you homer on the 20th swing, you get to continue adding until there's a non-home run. So it's sort of different from beforehand where they had outs, if you remember. The thing that I loved about the home run derby prior to this was that, or let me say it another way. The thing I hated about the timer is that you never actually watched the ball leave the park because they had to cut back when the ball's in midair to the next swing because they're trying to get as many in as they could. And I thought to myself, part of the fun is to see how far the ball lands. But you couldn't watch that because there was too many things happening at once. So the one thing I do appreciate to this is you're going to see the ball's entire flight path, which I think is what you want. But yeah, certainly a change. Going from the timer to now 20 swings and then 15 in the subsequent rounds. Speaking of baseball, the Rockies lose yesterday because the starter, Sullivan, was bad. I mean, pretty simple. When you look at the Rocks in their game last night, Sullivan comes in, he pitches 4 innings, he gives up 8 runs in that time. He didn't give up any for the rest of the game. Now, the Rockies tried to make a comeback. They were down at 1 point, 8-1 in the 4th inning. And cool thing, rookie Sterling Thompson gets his first 2 home runs of his career as he knocked 2 out last night. Hunter Goodman had his 21st of the season. Kyle Karros added a homer to the tally too, but you still end up losing 8-6 in that game. If there's a highlight to remember, once again, every night that this guy goes out there, Cole Carrig now guns a guy out. He was in deep center, and with an absolute rocket, 100 miles an hour from the outfield, guns a guy down at third place. He's making a highlight reel type of play every single night that he's on the field. So another example of Rockies fun, but Rockies not fun. Texter says, the entire part of the home run derby that made it fascinating, I don't give a damn how many you can hit. I want to see Sammy Sosa try to put one through the windows at Miller Park. Exactly right. That's how I always felt about it. Like, the cool thing was watching the ball in flight and being like, oh my God, where is that going to land? Are you going to hit it out of the stadium? You know, they had it at Fenway Park one year, and it was like, how many times can guys put it in the parking lot? Or you have it in San Francisco. How many guys can put it in McCovey Cove? That's the fun. It's not about the rapidity of it or the repetitive nature of it. It's about, is rapidity a word? Like rapidness? Like how rapid something goes? That's what I was trying to get at. Rapidity. Look that up for me, Nelly. It sounded right when it exited my mouth, but now it sounds wrong. I'll go with repetitive nature. But it wasn't about, oh, he hit 28 homers in 2 minutes. I want to see the ball launch. Why are you laughing at me? Is it not even close?
Sorry, I am having a total squirrel moment. So the Chargers, you know how the Chargers always do great with their social media?
Yeah.
They had a video where they're filming all their preseason stuff with the players in front of a green screen. And at the end of every player's social media session, they would ask them to say, "Can I get a go?" and then the rival of the school where they played in college, just to get a reaction out of them. So, for example, if I was doing it, at the end you'd say, "Hey, can I get a go Rams?" And or a player played at Florida State, they're going to say, "Hey, can we get a go Gators?"
Yeah.
And all these guys seeing it hit their face of like, "No, I'm not going to say that." And it's just funny watching them sandbag all their receivers. So I'm going to be perfectly honest, Brett. I don't know what you were talking about, but I agree with everything you said.
It's okay. Hang on. I looked it up myself. Rapidity is a word.
Rapidity, yes.
It is a word. It sounded wrong when it exited my mouth, but it is a word.
I completely torpedoed this show with great rapidity.
There you go. But all I'm saying is home run derby. God, that's a bad sign. I can't get my own producer whose job it is to listen to me. I'm just kidding.
Hey, Vic made $1 million never listening to his own show,
is so true.
I'm just following his lead. No, I am with you on the home run derby. That is weird when they got the clock going, and especially towards the end when guys are just trying to get it to go. They go, "Okay, I got 5 seconds. I got to go." And so the ball leaves their bat, and then they cut back to the next pitch, and then the ball leaves the bat to cut back to the next pitch. And
Chris Berman's not doing it anymore, but he couldn't even do his backs because by the time he got to his third back, you'd hear another crack, and then it's like, well, I have to watch this one now.
And let's be real, another fun part, I don't know if I should, this is maybe an inside thought that should stay inside, but when there are those kids in the outfield trying to catch a fly ball,
you want to see one get
you want to
dome
see
pieced?
No, you want to see what Biff, like they're running for the ball, and then they completely trip or something, or two of them run into each other. Just like a circus out there. You want to see all that.
I thought you were saying that you wanted one of those kids to get hammered in the noggin with one of those. Because it's happened before, and it will continue to happen.
No, you get hammered in the noggin. You end up losing a few brain cells. You're going to end up sitting in this exact chair where I'm sitting right now. Well, I wouldn't wish that on anyone.
You can see it, the unathletic kid that's out there. There's always one of them that gets the ball that's 110 velo off the bat. And you're like, don't get in front of it, dude. Don't do it. By the way, the World Cup, biggest story of the day yesterday. The Democratic Republic of Congo ties Portugal, who possesses Cristiano Ronaldo. What's amazing to me is when it comes to events like this, especially in the early stages, you know, whether it's the NCAA tournament, whatever. It's not about who wins necessarily or what the favorites are doing. It's about moments like that. Like, can this team that I believe has never received a point in the World Cup? I think I have that right, or was it somebody else? I think it was Congo. It's never registered a point, ties a team that is one of the favorites, ties a team that has one of the best players to ever live on their team. It's a massive story. And if you look some of the more advanced stuff, the expected goals in that game were in Congo's favor. They beat them on that one. They played a great game against one of the better teams in the world. And after 6 minutes, when Portugal went up 1-0, you probably thought to yourself, well, this is going to be a snooze fest. Nope. Congo right before the half. I mean, at the very end of extra time, throws one in 1-1, stays tied second half, and they come away with the draw. The other thing about the World Cup, you know, England escaped a scare from Croatia, who did a very similar thing in the first half, but then they pulled away in the second. England did. FIFA having to throw, because these games are in Gillette Stadium, and I forget which game it was. Which games it was in Gillette? Nelly, do you remember?
Well, I know all the Scots are in Boston. Is Scotland playing there?
Yeah. I forget which game this was that somebody pointed this out, but there's little pieces of tape on every single seat within Gillette Stadium.
Oh, Iraq versus Norway was there, and also Haiti versus Scotland was there.
Okay, so one of those two games, somebody took a picture. There's a little piece of tape that's over every seat in Gillette Stadium because it says Gillette on there, and because the FIFA, I should say, will not allow other sponsors at this event. Somebody had to go through over 60,000 seats in that stadium and put a little piece of tape on there. How about you just leave the tiny logo that nobody can see anywhere alone? How about you do that? You can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. You can also watch on YouTube and subscribe to the channel today. And you can watch and be subscribed to the #1 sports station in all of Denver. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. 4 times a year, Moj. 4 times a year I do this. 4 times.
Oh,
When I-
play suspended. That's why.
Oh, okay. That makes a lot more
Duh.
sense. Okay, gotcha. I was going to say, if I tune in to another major tournament, go to their website to watch the major, and they don't show me the major, I'm upset, but play is suspended. Gotcha. That makes way more sense. Got it. So the U.S. Open, it does look terrible there, by the way. Windy, rainy, overcast, terrible. Yeah.
Apparently, there's so much fog that people can't see the ball. So,
well, you can barely see things on through the camera lens
yeah.
right
So
now.
that's the idea, is that it's so bad, and you can hit it down the middle of the fairway, but nobody can see where it goes or anything like that. So they decided to suspend play.
Okay, we got guys on the tee box, though. Looks like they're resuming play here shortly.
All right,
That's
good.
what it looks like. So we'll keep you guys up to date on all of the happenings from the U.S. Open. That is, I don't know, somebody's going to finish it +1 and win this thing, I suppose, with all the I watched one shot earlier today. Somebody hits a ball pin high, rolls off the green. You're like, oh, okay, that seems really fun. Moser, I was reading an article yesterday. Good haircut, by the way. Like that.
It's a couple days ago.
Thanks for noticing. Reading an article written by our boy Jeff Legwald yesterday on ESPN.com.
Read that article.
You know what's really cool? And I mean this with all sincerity. When your team messes up and finds a different way to get out of it. Because I don't think we mention this enough, and it should be mentioned more, as Sean Payton gets the 5-year contract extension for being a success. Think about where it started. And I spent a good portion of the appetizer in the first segment going through 2023. Sean Payton's first year. He inherits Russell Wilson. If you remember, Moj, they start that year 1-5, including a 70-20 loss to Miami. Remember that?
I do. How could I forget?
Then what happened? 5 straight wins later, you're 6-5 and battling for a playoff spot with huge wins over Kansas City. And do you remember the game-winning field goal in Buffalo against Buffalo? And you're like, dude, maybe they found something. Trade a win and a loss. Then you go to Detroit. You get absolutely walloped. 42-17. Sean Payton's yelling at Russell Wilson on the sideline. The next week is the game. It's the one you got to have. You're a 500 football team. If you win this game, you got a really good shot to make the postseason. And the first play of the game against the Patriots, you force a fumble and recover it at the 6-yard line. 4 plays later, the Patriots have the ball back, and it's 0-0. And from there on out, you lose that game. Russell Wilson's benched. The experiment's over. And everybody thinks to themselves, you can't do it. I thought it. I was like, Moj, you can't just cut this dude and eat $85 million over 2 years. You won't be able to field a competitive roster. And then they made the playoffs for 2 straight years, including an AFC Championship appearance. And so what does that do? Other teams watched what the Broncos did and said, I just signed Tua to a big contract, but the Broncos were fine. I'll cut him or trade him, whatever. The Cardinals look at it and they go, the Broncos just did that. Tyler, I'm going to eat the money. Leave. Now, just because the Broncos did it does not mean that these two teams will. And I doubt that they will.
Yeah, I doubt it too. And the circumstances, I think, have to be right. I mean, the Broncos were able to draft Bo Nix and get into the postseason 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
And they had a defense, let's be honest about it, that saved their bacon.
Yep.
That the previous season, not this past year, although they did, but the previous year, that defense saved their bacon a lot. Allowed them to get into the postseason, get a taste of playoff football, get smashed, but you get the idea.
Mm-hmm.
It's, to me, a rare circumstance. Typically, if you're going to cut a guy, you have a poor football team anyway.
And
right?
you're just like, we're going to stink, so let's just really stink.
That's correct. Typically, if you're going to eat that money, you eat it because, well, we're having down times anyway, and we might as well eat the bread and rebuild some stuff. And the Broncos, I'm not saying they got fortunate, but they were in a more advantageous position to take advantage of it because of what the defense was.
It was a combination of things.
Luck, and it still is, by the way, in many respects.
Yes, luck was certainly a part of that. It certainly was, and I'll get to it in a second. But they had an added magic elixir, I'll call it. Something that will cancel out all of the negatives. And it's this. When Sean Payton first got there, he made 3 gigantic acquisitions from the very jump. They signed Zach Allen, who totally revamped the interior of their defensive line. They signed Ben Powers and Mike McGlinchey to fortify their offensive line. And then they find these diamonds like Nick Bonito and Jonathan Cooper. The Cooper stuff's squirrely now, but that's a 7th-round pick who was a guy who was getting 7-8 sacks a year.
Correct.
You had a defense that was suffocating, and you had an offensive line that was one of the best in the league. That's not luck. That's good roster building. If you have a great defense, even with a terrible offense, you are going to be somewhat competitive. You're going to be. And to their credit, they looked around the division because at that time, the Chiefs were still a team that was throwing for 5,000 yards and 40 touchdowns a year and said, I can't outscore you. I need to be able to stop you. And so they built their team that way. And then when they cut Russell Wilson, here's where the luck comes in. It's not lucky to evaluate a quarterback properly and to see something that maybe other teams don't see. What is lucky is to be in the position in a very odd draft where 6 guys went in the first, was it 6 quarterbacks in the first 11 picks?
12.
12 picks.
Bo Nix was 12.
You're fortunate that it just happened to be that draft that year. That's where you're fortunate. But
a quarterback-rich, quarterback-laden draft.
Where all of these guys go, and at 12, you're like, are we even going to have a piece to pick by that time? But now you look back, Moj, the winningest quarterback through 2 years in that entire draft class, where the last guy drafted in the first round was Bo Nix, is Bo Nix.
Okay, if Bo Nix goes to Washington and Jaden Daniels comes here, is it different? Is he leading Washington to the NFC title game in year 1?
No.
Okay.
But oddly enough, I don't know if the Broncos are as good if they have Jaden Daniels. I think Jaden Daniels has every argument that he's a better quarterback. Well, I think he has every argument that he's a better quarterback than Bo Nix right now, considering if he didn't get hurt, what does that look like? But making the AFC Championship game and winning 14 games in a season, Moshe, is really hard.
Yeah, I completely agree.
I don't know if Jaden Daniels walks in and does the same thing Bo Nix did in year 2. I don't know.
Agreed.
Maybe he does. I have no idea.
I completely agree. I wonder where would guys be if you flip the script? If Drake May was a Denver Bronco. I think the Penix thing with his bad knees from the get-go was kind of weird. That was my opinion.
Yeah.
You'd probably be in the same position as, well, I don't know where you'd be, but with J.J. McCarthy, he wouldn't have done what Bo Nix did. I can promise you that. The guy's already wearing out his welcome in Minnesota.
He wore out his welcome in like 3 weeks.
I know. It's really kind of crazy, to be honest.
You don't want to see 9 when he's on the field, though, Moshe.
So can you repeat to the listening audience and to me what I've always said about these 6 quarterbacks?
That 2 would be great, 2 would be okay, and 2 would stink. Is that it?
Something like that,
Yeah.
Well, it looks to me like the 2 that are going to stink are McCarthy and Penix.
Yeah.
For different reasons. Penix
Correct.
can't stay healthy, and McCarthy, I just don't know if he can play. Plus, his team's like, you're a goof.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Drake May, it looks like he has a chance to be a terrific, terrific quarterback. Does he not?
Mm-hmm.
And Jaden Daniels and Caleb Williams, I think that they're probably still on the fence. I mean, they're going into year 3, but
I mean,
maybe one of those could be one of those better than the other.
you might have 4 really good ones, to be honest.
You might. Yeah, you might. But usually there's one that settles down to the middle of the pack,
Sure.
the middle of the mix.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see.
But it is a really fascinating read in the sense that you might have become a trendsetter in the league. You might have thought up a possibility that previously was unthought of, which is, I can't eat all this money. Now, I think we all kind of know, Moj, that when he first got here, Sean Payton, he didn't want to have Russell Wilson. But even for them, they're like, I cannot eat 3 years of this dead money. And that's where you look at a team like Cleveland, I'm like, you're still a ways off from even thinking about this, aren't you? Deshaun Watson, I think, is still owed $150 million. That's undoable.
Completely undoable.
Yeah. So they're still in the I'm going to have to wait that one out thing. And I don't know. Maybe Cleveland still thinks he's good for whatever reason. I have no idea.
I want to look at something right now. It just sparked my brain. Cleveland. Look at their depth chart.
How many quarterbacks they have?
I'm going to look at their official depth chart.
Okay, can I try and name all their quarterbacks?
Okay, but yes. Do you want to try to do it in order? This is according to ESPN. And I'm only 4 deep here.
What their depth chart is? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
I'm assuming Deshaun's one.
He is one.
Yeah.
Yes. Is that by default though? I mean, just because he's getting all the money and he can't be traded, can't be cut, can't be anything.
Part of it.
Okay.
2 is Shador.
That is also correct.
3 is Gabriel.
That is correct.
And 4 is
I don't know who the heck.
Did they just draft somebody this year? I think they drafted
somebody in the 6th round.
Tall guy who's fast.
The big tall kid out of Arkansas. That's right.
Yes. Look at the big brain on me, huh?
I like it. So you already have all these guys. You used 2 picks on quarterbacks in the previous
What's his
draft.
name?
Taylor Green.
Taylor Green, that's right.
You in the previous draft, you used 2 picks on quarterbacks.
Why not another?
Why not? You know what? They're going down the Moser route.
Well,
That's what they're doing.
You guys advocated for this for years. You're like, take a quarterback every year.
Every damn year until you find him. That sounds great to me.
But yeah, they're not in the let's try the Broncos thing because they would be broke. They couldn't have a team.
They couldn't field a team.
Yeah. So it's a cool read when your team messes up, and that's what you did. You messed up. The Russell Wilson thing didn't work, but to climb yourself out of it as quickly and as successfully as they did, like coming back and making the playoffs. I think that first year with Bo Nix, weren't they 9-8 making the playoffs, or were they 10-7 in 2020?
10-7, right?
Yeah, I think they were 10-7.
Yeah.
Doing that, but then getting sort of, beaten up in that playoff game by Buffalo. None of us were surprised, but we're like, hey, it's cool. They made the playoffs.
Well, I think we all thought they were going to get beat up pretty well. Did we not?
Yes. But then the following year, to do what they did, make the AFC Championship game, be the number 1 team in the NFL or in the AFC, wild. So we'll get back to this in a little bit. Got some audio from Sean Payton yesterday that I do want to get to. Yeah.
Vic is out today, by the way.
He is out, yes.
I mean, football, just all the time, football. I don't know what we're learning right now. The time to learn is late July, August. That's when you learn. What are we learning?
I got something for it. I don't know if it's learning, but it's a reinforcement of something that we knew. So we'll get to that in just a little bit. But speaking of money, there is a certain narrative surrounding the Nuggets and the Avs that I think people have taken as a negative. And I'll present to you an opposite argument. And look no further than the team that won the NBA championship just a few days ago. We'll get to it next. this is Brett Kane. You ever wonder why Fanatic Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Well, here's why. The other books, their rewards are the same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency. And Fanatics lets you stack that Fan Cash up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. So if you want value for bets, Fanatics will always have your back. And don't forget about Fan Cash draws. It's simple. Choose your draw and enter with Fan Cash for a shot at no-sweat bets, casino credit, premium sports experiences, tickets, and more. Extraordinary prizes await. Did I also mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? You can tap in every Friday and see what all of it's about. Switch to the sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 older. Gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. You wanna-
Nothing better to do.
You want to talk money with me, Moj? You want to talk cash?
Yeah, I like this, though. Hang on a second, Nelly. Let this breathe. They decide to cut loose. Give me some. Ready? Yeah, good job. Okay, that's good
Sorry,
enough.
here, I'll play the Vic roll. Moser, this is a
This
sports
stupid.
show.
This
We
dumb.
didn't talk about sports. I didn't get out of bed this morning to talk about your music from the 50s, Moj.
I can do this.
You want to talk about Louis Armstrong?
I'll go, Vic. Who is Billy Mack? I don't care who Billy Mack is.
I would have said the same thing.
Oh, okay. Well, do you know who he is?
No.
Well, he's a detective down in Texas.
Billy Mack is a detective down in Texas.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
What does he know?
He knows just exactly what the facts
You're
is.
damn right, Steve. God, I love that guy.
Do you want to talk money with me?
Yes, let's do it.
$2.
$2.
Fork it over. Yeah.
Fork it over. $2.
The
I haven't
Knicks.
done, by the way, I've not done that in years.
You have not.
Pay him.
The Knicks are having
Pay that man his money.
their championship parade today. The NYPD has released 10,000 police officers to make sure that this thing doesn't get too rowdy. So they're going to have some fun.
It's good. It's going to get rowdy.
It's the first parade.
It doesn't matter if they had 1 million police officers. It's going to get rowdy.
It's the first parade they've had in 53 years. James Dolan is the owner of the Knicks, who is, for long time, been a bane of existence in Knicks fans' eyes. But now they're champions. So James Dolan feels like he can crawl out of his hermit shell and go make some appearances. So he jumps on WFAN yesterday. And they start asking, man, how great is this? And how did you put this team together? And can you believe it? And all the same questions you would ask somebody who just won a title. And then they asked this. You're going to keep the team together. Team just won a title. You're going to run it back. James Dolan's answer was this. I don't know if we'll be able to. We're willing to stretch, but there's certain things in the NBA that you'd have to be suicidal to do. One of them is the second apron. I'll write as big a check as possible, but I can't write a check into that second apron. This is a guy who, for the first time in 53 years, has brought a title to New York with the Knicks, the mecca of basketball, who has said, even with our championship parade happening tomorrow, this was yesterday, tomorrow, I will under no circumstances go into that second apron. Because this is now finally, I think, the entire NBA realizing you have virtually no shot outside of insane injury luck and many other things of winning a title if you do it or having an extended run. And so it takes me back to, and I've seen this pretty much once a day for the last 2 weeks in regards to Peyton Watson. Bill Simmons said this, if you remember, last week. Just pay him. You can pay him. You don't need to offload a salary to pay Peyton Watson. Well, you do if you want to have roster flexibility. You do if you don't feel like your team's good enough. And I think most people in the league are catching on now that this is a fool's errand. The NBA set it up this way. And to the NBA's credit, because I criticize them on a lot of things that I think they're stupid on. The NBA, if they wanted parity in their sport, guess what? This did it.
It certainly did.
8 different champions in the last 8 years.
Which is why when we get Jake Coyne on to talk about the CBA and the NBA, I mean, we need him. The world needs Jake Coynes.
They do.
We got where's our little book? Where would I hang it? Right back here?
Right
got
there.
a little booklet that he made for you.
A world full of Brett Kanes would be a very stupid world.
It's just that it's so confusing and it's so restrictive.
It'd be a fun world, though. We'd party.
Yeah. It's so confusing and so restrictive that you have to keep your toes tapping at all times in all these different areas, like flexibility and apron spending and bird rights and repeater tax. I mean, you've got to think, 2, 3, 5 years down the road. All the players are like, hey man, do I have a job? Am I getting paid? How much am I getting paid? Are we any good? Simple things. Running these teams, man, you've got so many things to consider and lay it out down the road 5, 6 years even. It's hard. It's crazy. And so I don't blame him. I mean, you're talking about a billionaire who just won a title. He's like, I ain't going to a second apron. I ain't going back.
But he's I want people to understand something. James Dolan is not doing this to be cheap. And God, I never thought I'd be saying things to defend James Dolan on this radio show. But you know what so here's what they face. I'll just give you sort of the breakdown. And so imagine if this was in the Nuggets for a second. They have their rotational players that are upcoming free agents are Mitchell Robinson, who was a big piece of that rotation.
Big piece.
Landry Shamet, who was a big piece of the playoff rotation.
Him and his forehead were big.
Jose Alvarado's got a player option of $4.5 million.
He's plenty in that rotation.
He could opt in or opt out and try and get more cash. But all of those guys under their salaries last year, do you know how far underneath the second apron that team was? $200,000.
Jeez Louise.
They went in, gave it a kiss, that cap limit. There's no way you bring all of those guys back and stay underneath it.
Unless
you
you move out another big piece.
But that's all I'm saying is you aren't running the same roster back unless you're going second apron.
That is correct.
But there is almost no benefit to doing so unless you just think that God is on your side and that everybody's going to be healthy and that everybody's going to have the exact same numbers as last year.
As a 3 seed, you're going to be able to walk through the Eastern Conference again.
Yeah.
I mean, again, sometimes teams just catch this lightning in a bottle. Sometimes they just have the universal fuzz that comes through, and that's kind of the Knicks are a very good basketball team, but they sort of had a universal fuzz to them.
They did. Moj, they were down 2-1 in the first series and then went 16-1 the rest of the way. There's no doubt.
And let me explain. When the Patriots are winning Super Bowls,
15-1.
Let's say the Patriots are winning Super Bowls, right? They don't have universal fuzz.
They're just good.
They're just friggin' good with the best
Yeah.
quarterback in the league.
Yep.
Okay? But sometimes these teams capture these. It's just this. Like when the Avs won in 2022, they were essentially the best team in the league, dude.
Yeah.
There's no universal fuzz other than, okay, you finally got over that second round hump and you were, you blasted Edmonton in the conference final in 4, and you get what I'm saying.
Maybe the universal fuzz was that you're I know guys were
you
playing
had
through
great
injury,
chemistry and all this. Yeah.
but you didn't have big-time guys missing due to injury stuff. And,
Correct.
Yeah.
So it just happens sometimes. But the second apron, I don't blame him. It's not, and by the way, what he's saying is it's not because he doesn't want to spend the money.
Well, that's why I pointed out.
Because when you get there, dude, it's so restrictive to your basketball team. If one thing goes wrong, the whole season's wiped out.
That's why I pointed out he's not being cheap. He spent up to $200,000 beneath it. That's not being cheap. But you won't be able to do it this year if you want to bring the same team back. And if there's anybody to blame for this, and there's two things I want to ask on this one, but just to point this out first. I think you can make a direct one-to-one correlation. Why this rule exists, why they changed the cap rules, was because a 73-win Warriors team signed Kevin Durant in the offseason.
Correct.
And the NBA said, look, I know we're a superstar-driven league. And I bet they'd even admit that the 4 straight years of Cavs and Warriors finals probably worked pretty well for them. Think about it, Moj. Every year, whether LeBron won or lost, whether it was the one championship that he won during that stretch or the 3 that he lost, the NBA gets an entire offseason of Jordan-LeBron discussions. I'm sure they loved it. But they said, that's too much. You can't go out and sign a top 3 player in the world when your team just won 73 games.
That is correct. I've been saying that a lot today. You've been making a lot of sense. You've been doing a lot of talking, but you've also been making a lot of sense. So I think they're going hand in hand today.
But you can point to, I think, that moment as the starting point for all of these changes within the cap restrictions. But when you look at where we're at now in the league, do you think if the NBA had their choice, would they rather have the 4 straight years of LeBron, Steph Curry finals? Or would they rather have 8 straight years of 8 different champions?
I think they'd rather have the 4 straight years of LeBron and Curry finals, to be honest with you. I think it's such a star-driven league. The attention and the money flows in when the stars are marketed the biggest. You know what I mean?
No, for sure.
So I think that they probably prefer that, but the rest of the league is like, hey, I mean, picture yourself as Sacramento or Charlotte.
I know.
Because you can't just have a league, though, of Cleveland and, okay, LeBron's in Cleveland. I think you could have a league without Cleveland now. No. But you can't just have
Boston,
2 LA
and the Lakers,
teams,
and
Golden State, Boston, the Knicks, and Miami. I mean, you've got to have, these teams need teams to play. And that's what we're getting at in baseball, too. You got to have teams to play. You can't just all be Yankees and Dodgers and Red Sox. And, that's another whole nother thing. But as far as the Nuggets are concerned, why don't you read the little text that Nelly just gave you?
Let me see here. Hang on
Why don't you see something and then read the text that Nelly just gave you?
This from Evan Sidery?
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
He says the Nuggets are planning to pursue Bogdan Bogdanović in free agency, providing Nikola Jokic one of his favorite Olympic teammates. The Clippers will decline Bogdanovic's team option, which makes him an unrestricted free agent.
What was
Bogdan,
he?
Big Don, Big Don, Bogdan.
Bogdan, Big Don, Bagdon.
To which Nelly said, Moser, you manifested this. Now, we read this. I'm going to say, I don't know who this guy is.
Well, and he also sorted, excuse me, the site, I can't speak right now. The source that he cited, my goodness gracious, is EuroHoopsNet. And wasn't EuroHoopsNet the same website
Panathinaikos,
that was quoting
yeah.
us and saying, like, according to a Denver radio host,
No,
Jonas Valanciunas, blah, blah, blah. Wasn't that them that misinterpreted us?
I think it was.
And so that's who we're using as our source?
Eurohoops is, from what I know, one of the bigger sites.
Again. Insult them.
No, what I was going to say was they're one of the bigger sites over in Europe when it comes to the NBA.
I thought you were going to say Eurohoops, from what I know, is run by a bunch of dill holes.
No.
Panathinaikos.
Well, they did misquote Vic, though, didn't they? Or it was a half quote. It was a half. What was it? Help me, Nelly. It was like a half quote, or
Yeah, they said Vic was breaking some news that Jonas Valanciunas was or wasn't going to go to Greece. It was just us trying to read the tea leaves, and they took it for fact. It was something like that.
And then he insulted Greece, and then it became a whole thing.
I got a piece of grease too. I had no problem with that.
So maybe this is true. Now, I'll tell you. Bogdan is not the Bogdan of old.
Bagdon.
Bogdan was really good for a while. But if you look at sort of what his career's been over the last few years,
no,
not a lot to speak of, Moj.
Correct. I'm also he's been sort of declining.
I mean, he's 33 years old.
My question would be,
his best years are behind him.
What's his role then? Let's say it did happen. What's his role?
His role, I think, is to be the sharpshooter that you will miss when Tim Hardaway does not sign here. That would be my guess. And you can do that probably for a vet minimum at this point in his career, which is why you need to find some guys. That's my best guess, if this is all true, which is certainly possible.
Well,
and I do know that, him and Joker are boys.
Of course. I really don't have a good temperature of guys around the league who would say, I want to come play with Joker. Be good all the way around.
I know the guys from Serbia would.
But that's what I'm saying. This guy would, he wants to come play with his boy.
He would do it.
And Joker, maybe for the first time ever, was like, hey, go get one of my boys. He wants to be here. They don't want him there. He wants to be here. Let's get it done.
So, okay. Look, I'm not against it. I'm not blown away by it. And again, this is all just a rumor right now from Eurohoops.net. So who knows if this is actually true? It certainly checks a lot of boxes of that makes sense. Guy Jokic knows, probably trusts, played with him on the Olympic teams, can shoot, still probably a 36, 37% three-point shooter, which you're going to need when Tim Hardaway leaves. I don't think he can play 26 minutes a night or whatever it was like Tim Hardaway could. Couldn't be in that type of role. But something coming off the bench, sure. Still my main concern for things that you're missing. This might sound stupid to say, and maybe I shouldn't do it with 1 minute left in the segment, but I was skeptical from the jump when the Nuggets kept saying over and over and over again, we need to shoot more threes. We need to shoot more threes. And everybody who was a Nuggets fan was like, they got to shoot more threes. And I said, why? They score already. They're good. Why do you, not to go like full Billy Bean on you, but I want to get on base. Do I care if it's a hit or a walk? You know what I mean?
I want to
If you get to 120
That's
points,
what I was going to say. I want to get to
then
120,
points.
Is that whether it's more twos or threes? Does it
Yeah.
really matter?
And
Because, by the way, you're going to get there. If you're the Denver Nuggets, you're going to get there.
they've done that forever. And look, one thing I do know, shooting in the playoffs can disappear. Do you know what doesn't? A layup. Layups don't. Shooting threes comes and goes. Do you know what the Nuggets shot on wide open threes in the Minnesota series? Wide open threes.
Yeah, it was not good.
31%.
Yeah. I don't know the exact number.
They were
but
the best in the league in the regular season. That stuff disappears in a hurry. Get me somebody. Look, here's what I want in the offseason. I want players that can score at the rim and play good defense. I really don't care about the three-point shooting. Yes, you need it. I understand that you need it. The Nuggets won a championship shooting the least threes in the NBA.
As we roll on here, real quick, I'm seeing this out of the U.S. Open this morning. First of all, the greens there and around the greens.
They're concrete.
Why don't you just go on out to the Home Depot parking lot and try to make a putt from
Seriously.
40 feet? But these guys are doing this right here. I don't know what. I mean, the ball landed right next to the hole, and then it just rolled for 50 yards off the green into Mrs. Smith's barbecue.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell am I supposed to do?
Right. You can't get a ball to stop.
How hard would it be when these guys are used to being under par, right? You know, going for pins and all this. How hard would it be for them to just play defensive golf for 4 days in a row?
Well, this is why this is my second favorite major. I mean, Masters is always going to be one. This
Yeah.
one's my favorite, though, because I like to see guys struggle.
And number two,
I like to see you get pissed.
when we come back, I want to play you something from a GM
A GM.
who just, to defend their own position, allegedly, just throw other teams catching strays off this guy big time.
All right, we'll get to it next. Okay, so yeah, yeah. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about what you wanted. No. It's okay. It's okay. Just put your headphones on and tell me what you wanted to talk about.
Oh, Grant. Yeah. Okay. All right. So Vegas is going through their season-ending thing, and their GM is Kelly McCrimmon.
McCrimmon,
Kelly McCrimmon.
gonna crack it?
And it was basically, he sort of went Calvin Booth. He was asked about, why.
And the last thing is, I think I just made it look too easy.
Yeah. They were voted the most hated team in the league.
Yeah.
And he was asked, why? Why are you the most hated team in the league? Nelly, if you would, please.
It's jealousy, and it's people don't want to, are uncomfortable admitting that we've done a hell of a job. That's what I honestly think, Chris. Players love playing here. You talked to our players yesterday. Our players love playing here. Jack made the point there wouldn't be a player in the NHL that had Vegas on their no-trade list. So the organization treats their players fantastic. The organization gives our players every resource to be the best that they can be.
Hang on.
As a person and as a player. And it's a great city to live in, as you all know. It's easy out here with with traffic, lifestyle, all of those things that go into it. But all those players would tell you the number one thing is they have a chance to win.
Okay, none of that was why everybody hates you. Jealousy that we're just so damn good and all this kind of thing. And it started from the get-go, Brett. I remember before they even had a team, leading up to the expansion draft.
Mm-hmm.
And whoever was running their social media was an absolute abhorrent bore and terrible person.
Okay.
Because they're going, well, can't wait to see who we get to, take away from this team. And they're tweeting this out. I'm like, okay, the rules have changed for the expansion draft. Keep in mind, you're going to be taking somebody's favorite player. There's nothing the team can do about it.
Yeah.
And nothing the fans could do, nothing. And you're like punking them before you're even a team. I just thought it was so gauche. Hated it.
Okay.
That's where it started for me. By the way, that person got the Ziggy because they were just way too over the top and obnoxious.
Now, I want you to yell at me for this.
You're the only one in front of me.
The fact that they have been successful is certainly a part of it. If they did that and then stunk, nobody would care. That's true.
Right.
That is true.
Yeah.
But it's not the only reason is because you're good. There's plenty of teams that are good that I don't absolutely detest.
Steve, do you have the one where he bags on the Kraken?
Kraken?
Do you have that one? You can find it? Because in a roundabout way, he basically... Okay, go ahead, Nelly.
You've heard it all the way through those 9 years. Oh, the expansion rules were so favorable.
Well, stop. They were. The league had not expanded in forever. This is it's not a linchpin market, but this is we're the first pro sports team in Vegas, right?
Yeah.
The league, when they saw other teams struggle for so long, they did not want Vegas. They wanted to give them at least a chance to be decent. So they structured the rules way different than they had previous expansion drafts, right?
Correct.
And I give Vegas credit. George McPhee running the show then and so on and so forth. They were smart with the rules, and other teams saw this as, oh my God. Well, now we get an opportunity to unload some bad contracts of our own. And Vegas took advantage of that big time. They really did a good job in that regard. But let's not pretend the rules weren't incredibly favorable for them to be able to do that.
So what does he say
because
about
they were.
Seattle? Go ahead.
Here we go.
You've heard it all the way through those 9 years. Oh, the expansion rules were so favorable. Well, Seattle Kraken had the same expansion rules, right? And everybody says, oh, well, everybody wised up because of how well Vegas did. Well, I would argue that Seattle had almost 3 years to get ready for expansion. We had 11 months. When Seattle did expansion, the cap pressure across the NHL was completely different than it was when we did expansion.
Okay.
Okay. He's right about this. The rest of the league, when Seattle's come in and goes, hey, we ain't doing that again. We ain't doing that again.
Somebody get this dude a sling because he's like straining a shoulder, patting himself on the back. Good Lord. First and foremost. Secondly,
You know what? Okay. Go ahead. Please finish up.
so he's speaking yesterday because they hired Ryan Craig? That's why he was out there? There is one thing that is not a good sign in Vegas. How long have they been in the league, Moj? 10 years?
9.
9 years.
Yep.
Which coach is this for them?
1, 2, is this coach 5?
Their fifth coach.
Yeah, coach 5. Yeah.
That's not exactly what you aspire to have as a franchise.
Bruce Boudreaux.
Churning through that many coaches in that short amount of time.
Right.
I would argue that it seems wildly impatient. You know, it's one of those things again. I remember discussing this before everything happened. This is where I'll break my arm patting myself on the back. When the Minnesota Vikings made the decision after a 14-3 season to move on from Sam Darnold, and I remember they lost that playoff game, Kevin O'Connell stepped to the podium, and they asked him about Sam, and he kept talking past tense. Sam was great for us. We really appreciated what Sam did for us, like that sort of stuff. And I go, oh, he's gone.
Gone.
They know nothing about J.J. McCarthy because he's been hurt ever since he stepped foot there. He played like 2 weeks of minicamp, and then he was out for the year. And they're already dismissing Sam Darnold as somebody who is like, don't need him. We'll move on. He goes to Seattle. And my first thought was, you just had a 14-3 season. They played Detroit the final week of that year with both teams at 14 wins. The winner is number 1 in the NFC, and the loser's a wild card team. Barely lost to Detroit. End up in the wild card, lose that wild card round. And my first thought was, that's going to be tough to improve on. What happens? And in my head, I go, what happens if you drop to 9-8, 10-7, and J.J. McCarthy isn't nearly as good as Sam Darnold? And what you got instead was they were 3 weeks into the season saying, I can't play this guy. Hey, you have a hamstring injury that's going to keep you out for 6 weeks because Justin Jefferson's about to punch me in the face.
And if you don't, you're going to. And if you don't really, you're going to by the end of the day.
And so Vegas, they make the decision to change coaches before the playoffs start. John Tortorella comes in, is this close to winning them a Stanley Cup, and they go, let's hire this guy. I'm not saying it's not going to work, but it's going to be hard to improve upon what the previous guy just did.
It's very unique. It doesn't happen that often. When Mark Crawford got resigned, and they went and Pierre Lacroix hired Bob Hartley out of the Hershey Bears. That was the Avs affiliate. That was their AHL affiliate at the time. It was like, wow, this guy doesn't have NHL experience, and you're hiring him to take over a team that's now essentially a year and a half removed from a Stanley Cup championship, 2 years removed from it, right?
Yep.
Wow, bro. I mean, a year and a half, essentially. Wow, bro, wow. Well, eventually it paid off because they lost, and then finally won in 0-1 with Bob as head coach.
Vegas wouldn't do that, though. They would have changed
I know,
coaches
but
by then.
I'm saying, but it was a veteran team, a winning team.
Yeah.
But it eventually worked. And it was different then, too. And, of course, that team's full of Hall of Famers. I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know the torch would have worked. But I don't know that this is going to work. We'll see. This guy, he's 44 years old. He was an assistant coach there. Then took over with the Henderson Silver Knights for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
They have sort of been grooming him the entire time to be this guy. And so maybe there was an understanding before it even began that, look, Torch, that's what you are. You're a closer, right?
But again, Moj,
and then that's all we need.
Would they have done this if he won the cup? If he won,
I don't know.
would you still say bye? Thanks for the memories.
How could you take over the job if the guy just won a cup? And
Yeah.
I don't know. But
So this is what I'm saying. Like this feels very Sam Darnold to JJ McCarthy-y. Like maybe McCarthy is better or as good or whatever as the guy who was there previous. It's going to be hard to top what the previous guy did, though, whether you think he's good or not.
There's no doubt in my mind that the Golden Knights probably treat their players very well. A lot of teams treat their players well.
Sure.
But Nevada doesn't have income tax. Nevada doesn't have inheritance tax. Nevada doesn't have estate tax.
Nevada's got casinos to take care of all that stuff.
Yeah, they've got none of that. So do you think it makes it a little bit more appealing? Look, these Canadian teams. You can play in Calgary, you can play in Vegas. Vegas!
Yeah.
I don't care if they treat me like dirt. I'm going to keep more of my bread. That's, when you have a finite amount of earning potential as a hockey player, that a lot of guys think that way.
Yep.
Well, do you remember was it Gary Bettman was on with the Spit? No, I don't think it was Spit and Chicklets. Maybe they were just doing an interview with TNT, and Biz asked him that. He said, the Florida teams have gone back-to-back, and they're always in the finals. Is that because there's no state tax and everybody wants to play there? And Bettman basically said, you're an idiot. What about all the other years that the Florida teams were bad? How do you explain that with the tax?
I do remember he said that, and my counter would be, but good players go there.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It's just like baseball. Spending $1 bazillion doesn't guarantee you the opportunity to be a great team and win the World Series, but it certainly helps.
I remember.
Just because you don't have any state tax doesn't mean that you're going to be a good team because you can have a dumb front office and dumb drafting and dumb whatever. But if you get the right people in place and it becomes very attractive to the right guys, it makes it easier. It just does.
In another lifetime, when I was a wee lad, and I was doing radio shows in the middle of college football country, long before transfer portals and NIL came into the picture. Recruiting day was a big day. Signing day was a big day. And for years, I had people telling me, you'd have these stories. Tom Brady wasn't a 5-star. Yeah, you're right, he wasn't. And then I get another example. This guy had no stars coming out of high school. And look at him now. He's a Hall of Famer. Okay. Do me a favor. Look 3 years ago at the top 10 recruiting teams in the country. Tell me what their names are. Alabama, Georgia, Florida, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State. And I go, seems like there's a lot of titles in there.
Notre Dame.
Yeah.
USC.
So, yeah.
Texas.
You can tell me and point to examples of the exceptions. I'll show you the rule, and here's what you got. Altitude Sports Radio is inviting you to watch the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for USA and Australia tomorrow. The action starts at Monkey Barrel, 12:30. Michelob Ultra will be on site with a lot of fun and Ultra giveaways. Mike Sanford is your host for all the awesome giveaways, and you know he will bring the energy, so come ready to cheer on the U.S. men's national team. We'll see you at Monkey Barrel tomorrow, back after this. All right, an update from the U.S. Open. What we have. Oh, come on. Where's my leaderboard? Where did it go? Where did it go? Help me out, Moj. You got it in front of you? Here we go.
Yeah. I do.
So the leader is McDowell. He's at 2 under so far. Now, a lot of the big names are just about to tee off. I think Scotty Scheffler is teeing off here in just a couple of minutes. But as far as big names, Ricky Fowler is 1 over. Tyrrell Hatton is 1 over. Keegan Bradley even. Koepka, who, if you remember, he won this thing back-to-back in, was it 17, 18?
Mm-hmm. He won at Shinnecock, so he won on this course.
Yeah, he's even. But most of these guys are just a hole or two into it, so we'll keep you up to date as this goes on.
I'll tell you what's interesting is that the course is obviously hard.
Rory's about to tee off right now, actually.
Koepka's made a couple of sand saves so far. Like couple of like one great sand shot, one great bunker shot that he knocked in, and then a really good one from they had about 10 feet, knocked that into save par. I mean, it's chewing these guys up a little bit so far.
So we'll keep you updated on that as we go along. Now, I was reading an article yesterday from CBS Sports, and it's one of those, they're going through every single team in the league, best and worst case scenarios for each NFL team. So you go to the Broncos, and they say the best case scenario is Bo Nix stays healthy, Jalen Waddle adds an offensive boost, and R.J. Harvey takes a year 2 jump. That's the gist of it. Worst case scenario is Bo Nix does not look the same after the ankle injury, and the Chiefs rise back to prominence and take over the AFC West again. I think both of those are pretty accurate. I would have some amendments to it, though. Both of these best and worst case scenario does have to do with Bo Nix staying healthy, although I think that's a given. It goes unmentioned. Every best and worst case scenario for an NFL team is your quarterback healthy or not healthy?
Mm-hmm.
I agree with the offensive boost that Waddle provides, a little bit more explosiveness to the offense. Here is one that I would put in the category of worst case scenario. I don't think that people are talking about this enough.
You talk about the defensive line?
The best thing that you did, you went almost a record pace for sacks in a season as a team. You were right there on the cusp. They were second all-time in sacks last year. And now with this Jonathan Cooper arrest, trial, whatever we're talking about here with him, if he can't play, and it looks increasingly likely that that is probably the case because, Moj, they did drop charges in this case. The charges that were filed against the girlfriend, not against Jonathan Cooper.
Right.
Usually not a good sign when the charges are kept on you and dropped for the other party involved. Not having Jonathan Cooper and losing John Franklin Myers in the offseason is a gigantic blow to what you do best as a team.
So I've been talking about JFM.
Sorry, just last thing.
Yeah.
Without replacing it, by the way, you did spend your first pick of the draft. It was a 3rd rounder on an interior defensive lineman, but you're talking about a whole bunch of pass rush that could potentially be leaving with nobody to fill the void.
I was already concerned about how it would look. I've said this repeatedly. Without JFM in the middle, again, this is one of those machines, the Broncos defensive machine, that seemingly works with anybody. I mean, they rotated. One of the big things the Broncos could do the last 2 years defensively, up front and even the line, they could sort of rotate guys in. Everybody got a taste, and everybody did something good. Now, some guys more than others, don't get me wrong.
Sure.
But everybody got a taste at least. But when you subtract what I think is a key piece, and you replace it with an unproven piece. Well, I mean, whether we're talking about the rookie or a Wazari, whomever you think that you're going to fill those snaps with.
Yeah.
How much are you missing? What percentage is going away from effective play at the JFM spot? Now, you throw into that mix, what the hell is going to happen with Cooper? I don't even know what's the league going to do. And even if he stays as a Denver Bronco football player, is there a suspension coming? How long? I mean, it has to play out, right? But these are things that if you're the Denver Broncos, you have to be considering right this second. You cannot not plan for this. Say, well, we'll see how it works out. No, you've got to have plan A, plan B, plan C, you have contingency plans all along the way because you don't know how this is going to work out.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. This is a very, I won't say scary moment for the defensive line and the pass rush, but it's certainly a concerning one for me going in. That was before the Cooper stuff.
I think getting past just JFM is doable. Both him and Cooper is a gigantic blow. Gigantic. And when your team was centered around that defense and that pass rush, that front seven specifically, being as dominant as they were, it puts so much more pressure on your offense, which is also unproven in the sense that we don't know what Davis Webb looks like calling plays. Maybe he's great. Maybe he's not as good as Sean Payton. I don't know. But it puts more pressure on Jalen Waddle being that extra sort of boost to the offense. Not to mention, if I had to make my list of best case scenario, best case is, again, obviously that Bo stays healthy and is healthy.
But with what he said the other day, I believe him.
I do too. I'm not concerned.
I think he thinks that he's fine and he's going to be fine. I feel the same way. It's just one of those things now. It's something to keep an eye on.
I haven't been concerned at all. Really, since the beginning of this, it's okay. So he has an ankle injury. It's broken. He'll get it fixed, and then he'll be back.
True, but it did break on its own.
Understood.
Okay. I'm
just, for a guy who's never really missed games in his career, I'll be concerned when he starts missing games consistently, and that hasn't happened yet.
I agree with that.
Best case scenario is that J.K. Dobbins stays healthy. And that is a complete unknown and probably doubted factor in this. Now, those are two individual players, quarterback being most important, obviously. Another thing in the worst case scenario is, let's be honest here. When we talk about the Avs and the Nuggets and championship runs and all that stuff, we go through the list of things that you need. We need to be tough. You need to be this, that. And you need to be lucky. And a big part of that lucky is what?
Health.
The Broncos have been remarkably healthy.
That is correct.
Over the last couple of years.
That is correct.
I mean, insanely, oh my God type of healthy. How many guys have truly missed games to the point, and I'm talking about big-time players that would have a gigantic impact on winning and losing?
Okay, I'm not talking about the specific players, but I want your opinion on this. Let's swap the injury situation between not the individual players, but the positions.
Okay.
Swap them between the Chargers and the Broncos.
Oh, I think that.
Then what does it look like?
I think that's responsible. If winning 14 games last year, that might be a 4-win swing, 3 or 4. Honestly, I believe that.
Give me the scenario. Do they have the scenario there for the Chiefs? The good, the bad, and the ugly, or whatever what do you call it?
Best and worst case scenario.
Best and worst. Okay. I thought you were still on it. I apologize.
No, I had it back on the US Open. Hang on, give me a second.
Okay.
HIJK. Best case. Mahomes is ready to go for week 1 after tearing his ACL. He returns to being the top quarterback in the league. Brings Kansas City back atop the AFC West after a brief 1-year hiatus. Thanks in part to adding some explosiveness in the running game with Kenneth Walker Jr. Rookie cornerback Mansour Delane is
third.
Whatever.
Isn't he the third?
He's the third.
Okay.
Mansour Delane is a force in the secondary from day one, allowing the defense to easily absorb the departure of Trent McDuffie. And Kansas City not only gets back to the top of the division, but in the Super Bowl conversation.
Okay.
Here's worst case.
Oh, worst case.
Mahomes gets on the field.
Worst case, drone strike on Mahomes. Okay.
He gets on the field, but it takes him longer than expected to return to form.
Okay.
It doesn't help that the receiver room isn't developing as the team has hoped, and Travis Kelce looks more like a player on the doorstep of retirement. The defense also struggles without McDuffie and Jalen Watson in the secondary. With Denver and Los Angeles on the upswing, Kansas City is outside looking in on the playoffs yet again.
Sometimes,
I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
Thank you, Daryl. Sometimes I don't have any rooting interest one way or the other, but sometimes It's good for a team to miss. They played so much football, right?
Yeah. Allows you to reset a little bit.
So, okay, then those two scenarios, what are the odds of the first scenario happening for Kansas City?
Good.
And the odds of the second scenario?
It's
Because
there.
you're not just going to go from in the Super Bowl and previously winning Super Bowls to dropping off the face of the earth forever. Not with that witch. Not with that witch at quarterback.
Yeah.
A healthy witch. So, I mean, I would think the scenario would be that maybe they're not a 13-win team, 13-4, and back at the top of the division, but they're going to be better. I think they're going to be better because I just think so much.
Well, yeah, certainly from the record last year, sure. What happened?
Oh, what's his face?
Oh, you saw Ben Stiller walking with the boys in the
Ben
parade?
Stiller's in the Knicks parade. The hell are we doing?
There's Mike Breen. That
Breen
makes sense.
should
He's
be.
a play-by-play guy.
Breen's fine.
Oh, there's Fat Joe. He's in the parade with them. I'm assuming Spike Lee's in there somewhere.
Oh, God. What the hell is Ben Stiller in the parade for?
This isn't cool, man. This brings me back to
It's
when
ridiculous.
we had
I know,
the
but
Nuggets
it's
and Avs
ridiculous.
parades.
Okay.
So much fun.
So the fact of the matter is that I think that they're going to be an improved team, a pain in the butt team. However you want to categorize them, they ain't going to stink.
Right.
Not with Andy Reid, not with healthy Patrick Mahomes. They're not going to stink. Why is the quarterback room and the wide receiver room? Yeah, it's really not developing the way you want. I talk about Rashee Rice, who can't stay out of trouble.
Yeah.
Worthy, who's fast, but okay, fine. That being said, when Chris Oladokun is throwing footballs to you, it's hard to develop a little bit maybe on the pace that you would have. That's all. That's
Not
all I'm
ideal.
saying. Okay, so this is going to be a tough slug it out fight in the AFC West again this coming season.
Win Dad the perfect Father's Day steak. Listen today at 5:20 as Nate and Andy have your chance at the last $50 Southern Steer Butcher gift card. Also, a $300 grand prize will be announced today. You can visit southernsteer.com or stop by the shop at the northwest corner of Arapahoe in Dayton.
I just yawned.
I heard that.
Yeah, sorry.
Knock it off.
I know.
All right, back after this. This is Brett Kane from my friends over at Surfside, multiple friends, and multiple drinks you can have with them because they have the lemonade vodkas, the iced tea vodkas, the half and halves, the green teas, all of them. Try and do your own little World Cup tour like I'm doing right now, trying all the different flavors. I'm hooked on the blueberry right now, but I gotta try these green tea ones. Those ones are next on the list. My favorites, though, when I'm on the golf course, the half and halves. Have yourself an Arnold Palmer. Do that. But there's so many different flavors and so many different options. Surfsides are just the best, especially in the summer. Easy to drink, no carbonation. They go down like water. But 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. It is delightful. Sunshine in a can. It's Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. All right, a few things here. The World Cup yesterday, the thing that I love most, the thing that I love about these big tournaments, whether it's this, whether it's the NCAA tournament in basketball, I love when the Democratic Republic of Congo ties a Portugal team with Cristiano Ronaldo on it. It's the biggest joy you get out of this,
Sure.
at least in the early stages. It's watching, I think I have this right. I don't know if it was them or another team, but I'm pretty sure it was Congo. It was their first ever World Cup point, I believe.
First ever World Cup goal.
First ever goal, yes. To do that against that team is a blast. And look, man, they did it in a way that was kind of similar to how England and Croatia was going, where they scored in like the final seconds of extra time in the first half to tie the game up 1-1, ended up being a draw for Congo. Croatia did the same thing.
It was a great header.
Yes, it was.
Great header.
Croatia did the same thing. Extra time at the end of the first half, tied it up with England, and then you're like, man, what's going to happen today?
Well, Harry Kane's going to go crazy is what's going to happen.
Exactly. But God, do I love that. Do I love a team that nobody is giving any sort of a shot beating a team that is one of the favorites to win the entire thing. And that's what you got yesterday. Now, more games today, obviously, as the World Cup continues to roll along. The U.S. will play tomorrow, but today, or no, wait. Yes. When is Mexico playing? They're 7 o'clock against Korea tonight. Canada is playing 4 o'clock against Qatar or Qatar. Are both of it? Can you say it both ways?
Sure, whatever you want to say. But it's not like, I swear to God, when somebody says Arvada,
yeah,
instead of Arvada or Arvada,
mm-hmm.
the Veda. Now, if you want to go, it's Arvada, fine. I go, oh, he lives in Arvada. That's what I say. But when people pull out the Veda, there's you got to draw a line someplace. There's got to be a line.
Just say all of them. Say, yeah, the last World Cup was in Qatar, quitter. Like, just say them all. Yeah. That's why I always say, I like that song by Morgan Wallen Whalen. I don't know how you say it. I just say them all.
Arvada, 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 Arvoda. Bang
Sounds
on.
like, what's Peter Griffin's wife and Family Guy?
Lois.
That's how she would say Darth Vader.
Vader.
Darth Vader?
Peter Darth Vader. Listen, man, I don't want to sit here. I guess we'd be boring people talking about the World Cup. I'm watching a lot of World Cup, dude.
I don't think it's boring people, no.
Okay, well, good. I mean, we're still in group play here. I mean, we're still in first matches, right?
To bounce around different things, by the way, there's I was watching the Rockies last night, so they ended up losing 8-6. Sullivan had a terrible start, gave up 8 in 4 innings. All that the Cubs scored.
Oh, these are second games for these teams.
Yes.
Yeah.
But in two pieces of I guess, cool news, Sterling Thompson, who's a rookie, got his first bomb of his career last night and followed that up with the second bomb of his career. So he had a 2-home run night. Hunter Goodman hit his 21st. Kyle Karros got another home run. I think that's his 4th of the year.
Dude, Hunter Goodman is pounding the ball.
From last year, sit here, just continuing.
Yeah, I know, but as we sit here, though, dude, think about it.
He's got 21 bombs as a catcher.
June 18th and 21 bombs is pretty good.
But another night, another game where Cole Carrig makes another highlight reel type of play. He guns one 100 miles an hour deep in center field to throw a guy out at third base. Now, the game, I think, was like 8-1 at that time, but still, this dude is doing something every single night on the field that I saw. I think it was Christian Says of DNVR, that he can't remember a Rocky having a debut like this since Trevor Story got called up, because he was doing sort of the same stuff.
Sure.
But it's been a while. But he's a 5-tool player. He's done everything. He's thrown guys out. He's made great plays with his glove. He's stolen bases. He's hit for power. He's hit for average. He's done kind of everything.
The young pitcher got belted.
Yeah, that wasn't great.
The young pitcher, second career game, got blasted.
Yeah.
The old Caballeros.
You know what's funny?
The old Caballeros go, blam, 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 blam. I mean, dude,
It has been so long since I watched a Rockies pitcher, a Rockies left-handed starting pitcher, I should say. I just assumed it was Kyle Freeland because my brain was like half watching.
Kevin Freeland?
I go, ooh, Kyle's getting lit up tonight. And I go, wait a minute, that's not Kyle. Who is that? Oh, Sullivan. Okay, got it.
Just some kid who's 23-year-old kid who they gave a spot start to, and he gave up 8 earned in 4 innings. Yikes.
Like this text, by the way.
What's up?
Texture says, it's pronounced, and then he just spells Qatar, Qatar, that's how it's spelled. But it's pronounced Qatar, you idiots. That doesn't help with pronunciation by spelling the word.
How about phonetically?
Right?
Yeah,
spell it phonetically for me.
Like I would say it'd be like this, Texter. This is where you learn, I think. Let's say we want to call it Cutter.
Yeah.
You'd say
Cutter.
Correct, Cutter. That's exactly right. You spell it phonetically. Qatar would be, little K-A dash capital T-A-R. Qatar.
Yes.
You see what I mean? That's phonetically, not just you don't just
spell the word.
Spell the
that doesn't help
country
you
and
at
then
all.
say that's how it's pronounced.
How dare you? How about this, Moj? I don't know. Is this a big deal or no deal? Bardakov going to the KHL?
I'm a little bummed that he is. I can see it happening, though. I mean, he didn't get a ton of playing time, right? I think they're hoping that he grows to become a player that I thought he had an opportunity for the fourth line this year. He's got size, he's got speed. Maybe he's a little homesick. I don't know.
AJ Hafley,
but it's not like it's a oh, I can't believe he's leaving.
AJ Hafley said this. I saw this video yesterday about guys who come from Russia. It's really hard to get them to stay in a minor league system because the culture shock coming from Russia to the U.S. is so drastic that these guys are like, I am not going to do that if I'm not playing in the NHL. I'll just play in the K.
Correct.
And the comparison he made was if the KHL was the biggest league in the world and the top U.S. players had to travel to Russia to go play in it, it's likely that they wouldn't play in the minor league system of the KHL and live in Russia. They would just play in the U.S. in their version.
But it would be like this. And maybe not even as accurate, but Dylan Gabriel, third quarterback on the charts. Or Taylor Green, whomever. Hey, man, I'm buried on the depth chart here in Cleveland as a quarterback. I'm just going to go back to college and make 4, whatever. He'll go back, be a regular player in the K, make a little bread.
What Sorsby wanted to
Maybe
do.
not as much as he would here. What's that?
Or actually what, Trinidad Chambliss.
Right.
It's like, I'll go back for another year of college, make a couple $1 million instead of being, third string in a...
Or not play football at all.
Yeah.
I mean, is he going to be a pro quarterback? You see what I mean? Look, he's still young. He's got a nice frame, skates pretty well. What do you have, 10 points this year, something like that?
Something like that,
But
yeah.
I would be lying to you. I would be lying if I say, I didn't see this coming.
Right.
I've sort of felt like he's probably going to head back to the K for quite a while. I have personally.
Unless he gets some, guaranteed you're going to be an everyday guy for us in the NHL somewhere.
He's not good. Yeah, exactly. And again, I'm disappointed only because I'd like to have, hands on him here and develop him here. That's what I'd like. But I can see if you've got an option to go do that, a lot of guys will take that option.
100%. Now, one thing I wanted to discuss, because we have the NBA draft that's coming up. We just kind of talked about James Dolan, and he refuses to go into the second apron, despite having a championship team who's at the parade right now on the big buses. Oklahoma City wants to move into the top 10, reportedly, from Mark Spears. And this
that's great.
Is the benefit of them having 1 million draft picks, is that the best way to stay competitive in the NBA right now?
Keep drafting and developing.
That sounds like the strategy.
Well, I mean, look, they're going to have some big-time contracts coming up.
Mm-hmm.
Oklahoma City, if they continue with the same path, They're not going to be able to pay their guys. Therefore, they need young guys on these contracts to fill out the bottom half of their roster or their rotation.
Do you think that's a smart way to go about business?
I do.
Calvin Booth thought so too. And people hated Calvin Booth. Now, there's a difference here between the two. Doing this strategy.
Well, they also have let me stop you. They have the ability to do it because they've got $1 billion assets. The Nuggets have no assets.
Well, more than that, Calvin Booth's strategy was, I'm going to draft guys, develop them, keep them on cheap contracts while we pay off, Jokic and Murray and Gordon and Porter and everybody else.
And the last thing is, I think I just made it a little too easy.
The strategy, in theory, I think from Calvin Booth was a sound one. That's how you should be doing business, especially with these new rules. I think he was on the right path of how to navigate this. Here's the problem. OKC wants to do it. What do you think it is, Moser? Let me play the role of Vic. What makes OKC's strategy towards this different than the Nuggets? So you can say the wrong answer. I'm going to call you stupid.
I'm not falling into this trap with you. I fall into it enough with him that I'm not going to fall into it with you.
They have the assets to move up in the top 10 and take a player that's probably going to be good.
Well,
Calvin.
I just done told you.
I know, but Calvin Booth was trying this strategy drafting 27th. A lot harder to do.
A lot harder. And I'll say this. Oh, man. You're right about that, but you also need some of these guys to become players. And partly is Michael Malone didn't want to trust those young guys, and I'm not sure I blame him. Which is why I still don't know who the hell Zeke Naji is.
Yeah.
I don't know what his potential is. I when he's on the floor, sometimes I go, I like that guy, but he doesn't play.
Yep.
But 11 minutes a night, sporadically.
Why doesn't he play? Because I don't trust him. Why don't you trust him?
He didn't play.
Because he doesn't play. Why does he not play? Because I don't trust him. Why do you not trust him? Because he doesn't play. And around and around the circle we go.
You got to hit on a Pickett. You've got to hit on a Najee. You've got to hit on a Strother. You've got to hit on some, Duran. You've got to hit. If you're going to do that, you've got to be able to hit.
Yeah.
And they've got to become fixtures. Yeah. If Oklahoma City wants to move into the top 10, will they get a guy who can play right away? You're damn right they will. You're damn right they will. And that's because they have the assets to do it.
They've done it already. You look at a team like the Spurs. A big reason why the Spurs were in the NBA Finals was because Dylan Harper was a really good rookie. He was really good for him. Again, I said this from the beginning. Again, in the theme of, what's the GM for Vegas's name again?
Kelly McCrimmon.
In the theme of Kelly McCrimmon. Kelly, whatever his face is. I will break my arm patting myself on the back. Because I said I felt for Calvin Booth when he was let go and Malone, because Booth's strategy towards success was one that Micah Malone was not down with and didn't even try to implement. Here's a basketball mind for us I can help. Let's go to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Scott Hastings with us. Hello, Scotty.
Hey, homie.
Fellas, are you?
Yeah, where are you?
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Hey, here's what I'll say, Brett. I think you're right and a little wrong.
Okay.
But you're kind of right. I do think that was Calvin's strategy. And you guys mentioned a while ago, the problem was you're drafting way down in the first,
yep,
or not even in the first. Remember, he got rid of a bunch of firsts also.
Yep.
And it's tougher to do. Now, if you can stockpile seconds and flip, a couple seconds in a player for a first later on, boom, 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 there you go. But the mistake I think that Calvin made with trying to draft and develop the Sam Presti doesn't do is he doesn't fall in love with the guys. And I think Presti trusts himself enough to realize after a year or two, okay, this ain't working. Let's go. Let's move this while he's still got a little bit of a reputation. Bing, 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 bing. And I thought what Calvin did is kind of hold on too long, right? The guys that
Like give Zeke a contract when he didn't really earn it. That sort of thing.
When you maybe could have moved him and people would have said, listen, this guy's still a long, athletic four that we're looking for, that everybody's looking for. They just hadn't have the time because you're talking about, a championship team and Aaron Gordon, and you just can't get any time. And then also, the fight between Booth and Malone, and maybe Malone was right on this one. You had two young, smaller point guards. Malone thought Gillespie was quicker and faster and wanted to play him. And Booth had a guy from Penn that he liked. And so guess what? See you later, Gillespie.
Yeah.
And you're stuck with the guy that hasn't played he's been here now 3-4 years and really hasn't played much.
Well, Scotty, let me ask you this. I know it's hard to find guys even later in the first round. I get that. But what should the hit rate be? What should it be? Because Peyton Watson looks like a hit, but, these other guys don't look like
Christian Brown
super
was.
hits. Yeah, Christian Brown was a hit. What should the hit rate be?
Well, that's a good question.
I think he's driving
in the second round for San Antonio. That's pretty good, right? I think Parker was a late first round pick, pretty good. Well, Duncan was the first pick in the draft. You got to have a little luck. Hello, Nikola Jokic, and you got to have guys that blow up that you're not expecting to.
Yeah.
The miss rate. You just can't miss to the point where a guy drafted at 20 never sees the court. That's a miss. And if it's gone 2 years, even Peyton Watson played mostly G League his rookie year. Second year started getting a few minutes here and then, and by his third year, he was kind of a regular off the bench. And now all of a sudden he really developed. Now this was a kid also that came out after his freshman year at UCLA where he averaged like 7 points a game.
Yeah.
I mean, he was 3 years away no matter what. You just got to develop him, and he got to collect some money while you were developing. And now you're in a situation where, you're probably either going to have to pay him or lose him or sign and trade him or something like that.
Scotty, you're the best. Thanks for jumping on.
Thanks, brother.
All righty. Hey, by the way, we found out yesterday the Zen bin thing.
Yeah.
Is actually coaches.
Well, he brought it in, but he's not the one donating to the Zin bin.
He is sometimes.
Oh, he was earlier. I guess he's off of them now. Tyler uses it, but I have made a vow to you and to your producer Reek, that if the Zin bin is full and Tyler leaves, I will dump it out for you guys.
My man, God bless you, Scotty.
Rock. You rock.
All right, boys.
See you, baby.
See you. That is Scott Hastings here every day, noon to 3 on PhD.
He's absolutely not wrong.
No, I think
because I've seen Coach load that up in the past, and he and I got in a fight about it one time.
Well, going back to what he said about the Calvin Booth approach, though, he's absolutely right on this. The issue with Calvin was exactly what he said. I think the strategy in theory was sound. Where you drafted was a problem because it made it very, very hard to hit on players that were everyday rotational guys. And also, when you know a guy's not going to work, you got to cut bait. And he had a really hard time doing that because those guys, all of them, I mean, Jalen Pickett's still here despite not playing. There have been so many guys in this roster, Moj, that have they've sat on the bench every year without playing time, and you're like, what's the point in doing this now?
What about adiosing a Hartenstein too? Maybe too early?
Oh God, there's plenty of
Yeah,
examples.
I reckon you're right.
I don't know whose fault that is, but it's like, with the funny thing is with those guys, Hartenstein got moved because Hartenstein didn't play.
I know.
And then he played, and then it's like, here's $100 million. You're like, good Lord. Anyway, 303-504-0925. By the way, next.
I talk about it every single day, fellas. Moser here talking about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And that low testosterone can cause a host of problems. Maybe a low sex drive, maybe bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. A lot of guys go, I guess I'm getting older. Well, you can do something about it. Get back that vigor. If you're feeling like that, it's time for you to treat your low T. A lot of guys are doing it. 1 in 4 are going to have low T, and 80% of those won't even do something about it. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get fixed. Schedule a consult. Not only do they do that, they do a ton of things. And they now have these advanced medical strategies with TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. What are you waiting for? The summer is here. Take control right now and get yourself fixed up, dudes. 5 locations in Colorado. Fort Collins down to Colorado Springs. Here is the telephone number. Stick it in your head. Call when this commercial's over. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Oh, by the way, stories around sports in the world we feel like you should be aware of. Rory is leading the charge. He's 2 under through 3.
I saw that, and when I saw that, I'm like,
buried a huge putt.
I'm not even gonna bring it up because I know how much you hate him.
So sick of Rory.
Why are you so sick of Rory?
I hate Rory. Whiny,
I know, but why do you
arrogant,
hate Rory?
whiny, arrogant, all the different. So much, so many reasons. So many reasons. I'm not alone, by the way. Everybody does this. They're like, you're like the only one. I was like, just go search Rory McIlroy on Twitter and look at the responses. There's a bunch of people that love him. I'm not alone here. I can promise you that.
Oh, by the way, Major League. I can't believe I'm bringing this up. I must be an idiot. Don't answer that. Major League Baseball is changing the home run derby.
You're stupid.
Yeah. It's changing the home run derby format again. They're getting rid of the clock again.
Good.
They're going back to the first round. You get 20 swings and as many as you can hit. If you hit a homer in the 20th, you get to keep swinging until you make an out.
This is different. So here's what it used to be. It used to be you had 10 outs, if you remember.
Correct.
And that's where Josh Hamilton ripped like 34 homers and Mark McGwire hit 20-some. And
then
all
they
the
went to
different
a clock to try to speed them up.
Well, they went to a clock to put this sense of like urgency on it because a lot of times those guys would get a little bit tired and then it would take like 3 pitches in a row and we get a little laborious at that point. But I always said I never much cared about how many home runs you hit in a certain amount of time. That wasn't impressive. The biggest appeal of the home run derby, which I will maintain is still the best skills competition in all of sports.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, name a better one.
How about if I just blanket statement say they all stink?
It's the best one. The appeal of the home run derby is to watch the flight of the ball and see how far it lands. I want to see if Mark McGwire can hit it over the green monster and in the parking lot. I want to see if Barry Bonds can rip 5 of them into McCovey Cove. That's the whole point. Like when you go to Coors Field for the home run derby, as it happened, what was it, 3-4 years ago now?
Shohei.
You want to see some
Shohei put in the upper deck.
You want to see Shohei hit the party deck.
Yeah.
You want to see the ball hit the concourse in left field for like a 500-footer. That's the entire appeal to it. And with the timed home run derby, most you couldn't even see the flight of the ball because by the time it was midway there, they were already taking their next hack, and they had to switch the camera angle back over.
I mean, I give baseball credit for trying to adjust and make it a better product. But
Yeah.
it doesn't, I'm telling you, dude, it doesn't do anything for me anymore. Home run derby, slam dunk, none of that does anything for me anymore.
But
and you know why? You know why, Brett? Because unlike you, I'm not a child.
Oh, look how far he hit another one.
I heard, hang on.
Oh, did that one catch the taco stand?
Before you cast all these stones, I remember vividly a couple of years ago, you were on the road. I think it was for a playoff game. Don't remember where. Can't remember where. Maybe it's Winnipeg, something like that. Don't know. And you're doing the show during morning skate. And you shouted into your microphone, "Was that a bomb?" Off of a morning skate shot from Kale. So don't tell me you're not a child.
I grew out of it.
Oh, okay. Can somebody set up?
Good.
I intentionally haven't heard this yet. I wanted to save this for my first time hearing it on the air. What's the tennis player, the French tennis player? What's this whole thing about?
Oh.
He's being interviewed after a match.
Okay.
It's funny.
So this is just interviewed after a match. Okay, got it.
On the court. He's standing on the court being interviewed. I think the broadcaster sounds British. I don't know if this is BBC, but it's on the court after a match.
Okay, let's hear it.
142 mile an hour second serve. How tough is it to return that?
That's so frustrating. You know, when I had the match point, I was on the second serve. Okay, you aim in the middle. Whatever you do, you just put the ball in the court, and then he hates me 142. I was like, I would have to serve, and I would have to.
No F-bombs, please. No. Right, Quarantine, I'm going to ask you one more question. Apologies, everyone, for the language there. I'm going to ask you one more question, so please keep it clean, okay? You on the grass, last week, unfortunately, didn't go your way. What's it like to get your first victory? Okay. Corentin, we need to improve that for the next round. Apologies, everyone. Corentin Moutet.
You know what? If
God.
Here's the thing. This is a lesson. I'm going to give a lesson to young, aspiring broadcasters out there, and I'm no expert at this job. Trust me when I say that. But when somebody drops a curse word in the middle of your broadcast and you're just interviewing them for a couple of minutes, just breeze by it. It's fine, okay? You don't need to apologize to the kids. You don't need to acknowledge it to the crowd or be like, hey, that was a curse word. Sorry, everyone. Just, you don't have to be like, naughty, Cal. Naughty. Just, athlete curses sometimes.
No F-bombs, please.
This interviewer...
No!
She went full-on prickly gatekeeper.
Yeah,
I'm the prickly gatekeeper.
He said the F-bomb once. She said, don't do it again. She got 6 more afterwards.
No F-bombs, please.
If she didn't say that, would there have been another F-bomb?
No, there would not have been.
Exactly. Breeze by it. It's fine.
And is she trying to embarrass him? I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
What's this guy? Quarantine Moulet?
That's a Springer question, dude. I don't watch tennis. I'm sorry.
Moutet? I'm trying to be as French as possible.
You know
mouton?
Mouton? You know what mouton means?
What's that?
Mouton? Sheep.
Something I'll never use in my life.
Do you know how to say lamb?
Moche.
You say petit mouton.
Petit mouton.
That means that's a little sheep. That's what they call a lamb.
Corentin Moutet.
Petit mouton.
You want to hear a great story?
I'll trust you on this. Go ahead.
I'm at my friend Dominique and Francois' house, Claude and Colette in Normandy. It's the tanks from Utah Beach literally drove between their houses.
That's cool.
On D-Day. And Dominique's over at Claude's house, and he's got this big sheep on a spit, and that thing's roasting. And I said, where'd you get, Dominique, where'd you get the sheep? And he goes, Mock. And he points to the field. Next field over. It's full of sheep.
Yeah, right there.
I mean, he this is his neighbor's field, so he went to the neighbor that morning.
Can I have one?
It was, and he goes, however much the sheep costs, got it, skinned it, cleaned it, and started. I mean, he's like, Mark. I'm like, what do you get? What do you get? Like, what do you get? He's like, he just pointed. What do you mean? What do you go? You don't go to the store to buy a sheep like this. He's like,
Mark, petit mouton.
Oui. I mean, it's literally the sheep are literally 70 yards away. It's hysterical.
Nelly, you got one on the way up?
Yeah. Oh, by the way, you want to hear some Japanese World Cup fans giving their first impressions of Texas?
Oh, yeah. I think I've seen this one. When he's trying the Texas barbecue?
Where are you guys from? Where's everyone from? Japan! What do you think of America, of Texas?
Texas is good. Everything is big.
Everything is big.
Absolutely.
There you go. That's all you had to say.
Texas is good. Everything is big.
I watched this guy from Japan have Texas barbecue for the first time. They went to some, pit boss joint. And he got the beef rib, the giant rib, right?
Yeah.
Poured barbecue sauce all over it. Takes one bite and he just goes, amazing!
It's pretty funny. If Brett Kane was in Japan, you'd say, being interviewed.
Oh, God, sushi or something like that.
You're like, this is all awesome, but everything's so little.
Yeah. Again, just to reemphasize, it is quite literally my favorite thing about the World Cup right now. Forget the games, forget everything else. Watching everybody from across the world who's never visited America being fascinated with Texas barbecue and Buc-ee's and Waffle Houses, it's my favorite thing ever. I will consume any bit of content. If you find them, send them to me on Twitter, at Brett Kane Radio, at Radio Moser.
It sounds to me like you should be part of the Scotland crew. Where they left Boston, where are they headed now?
I don't know. But yeah, those guys, they like to party.
God bless the beaver.
You know what's crazy?
Scotland's second game.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
Being an occasional American chauvinist like I have been before, I don't like when we're called uncultured because we just don't know. Your average American you can't point out Portugal on the map. It's like, okay, I want you guys to understand something. We have 50 different countries inside of our country. If it, like, literally, Texas is nothing like New York, which is nothing like Colorado, which is nothing like California, which is nothing like Florida, which is nothing like Michigan. Like, we have
Hawaii, Alaska. I mean,
everything's its
North
own
Dakota,
little subculture in here, and it's hard to keep track of your own. I can't point out Vermont on a map, okay? And that's in my country.
That's because you're stupid.
That is true. I'm actually really good with the states pointing them out on maps, except that Northeast where all the tiny ones are, and then I'm like, Vermont, New Hampshire, I know they're next to each other. I don't know which one's up and which one's down.
The way you remember, Vermont is the 6, New Hampshire is the 9. That's the way you remember.
Okay, got it. But seeing all of these people from outside our country realize, dude, Texas is its own America.
Yeah.
And then California is its own America. And then Kansas City's its own America. Like, you see it. I'm like, okay, good. You're actually getting a little bit of this. Why I'm an idiot? Thank you very much. That's why I'm uncultured. So 303-504-0925. Oh, by the way, is brought to you by Rock Plumbing, Heating, Air, and Electrical, your local home comfort specialist. Visit rockheating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Texas is good. Everything is big.
Hey, it's Brett Kane for Fanatic Sportsbook, America's fastest online growing sportsbook, and the reason's very simple. Because everybody else, their rewards are the same old, same old. It's rote. It's the same thing everywhere you look, but not with Fanatics. Because they have Fan Cash. It's the ultimate sports currency. And you can get up to 10% Fan Cash on your wagers, win or lose. If you want value for bets, Fanatics will always have your back. And don't forget about the Fan Cash draws. It's simple. You choose your draw, you enter with Fan Cash for a shot to win no sweat bets, casino credits, premium sports experiences, tickets, and more extraordinary prizes await. Did I also mention they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop every Friday? Tap in, see what it's all about. Switch to a book that will always give you more to play with. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See the Fanatic Sportsbook app. Let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined as we are every Thursday by Jeff Legwald of ESPN.com. Hello, Leggy.
Morning, fellas.
A terrific article. Terrific.
Yeah, I got a question about that. I'm not a big reader, but I read that. So
not a big reader.
I'll pat myself on the back.
Jeff writes in a way that big readers, you don't have to be.
Oh, I know.
A big reader.
I was locked in. But the crux of the article here is how the Broncos navigated this dead cap from the Russell Wilson money. And other teams, maybe it opened up an avenue for them to say, maybe we can do that too. When you see the Tua contract that they're taking on in Miami, you see Kyler Murray in Arizona. But do you think that the Broncos were a little bit special in the way that they were set up to do it with a great defense, great O-line, great everything else?
Yeah, I mean, I tried to make that clear that they sort of had a almost perfect storm type of thing. And I think it's even in there somewhere that folks around the league say, you better have a solution at quarterback.
Yeah.
If you're really going to navigate it. And especially if the player that's going to be the dead cap hit, which most often the biggest ones are quarterbacks. So you better be at least have a solution there, or you better be looking at a quarterback draft in the coming April after you do it. And the Broncos had that. I mean, they had a draft board that tied the record, 6 first-round quarterbacks, and it was the first time ever that 6 quarterbacks went in 12 picks. So they didn't just have a quarterback draft, they had a historical quarterback draft waiting. And they also had uncommon health. I think they had 18 players start 13 games that year. So your depth isn't challenged, which is where, salary cap problems really show up with the teams that get people hurt, and they don't have any solutions after those starters because they can't sign solutions. So a lot of things came together, and that people kind of said it got people thinking that, because that wasn't just a little over the previous record, it was twice. It was double the previous record any team had ever taken on for a single player. So it just didn't set the bar. It pushed the bar out where people thought it would never go, which is why I sort of started asking around after the Dolphins released Tua, and people were kind of saying, I think it made people sit down and say it didn't have to be a death knell, but they had a roster, a pretty good roster in place. The defense is really good. They have a quarterback draft waiting for them. And guess what? They have more cash than anyone else in the NFL.
So the Broncos, I don't want to say they were uniquely set up to be able to do this, but they were in a good position. And I think when you look at the Cardinals, Jeff, and the Dolphins, they're just doing it to do it now because they're just eating the pain. I mean, the Broncos went to the postseason the next year, and then obviously the next year to the AFC title game. So it's one of those things where it kind of reminds me of the Tortorella thing, Jeff, where now teams, is it going to become more normal to gas your coach in the last month of the season, bring somebody else in, if you got a team that you think is underachieving that can make a run and go that route. It feels to me like they have to have unique circumstances for it to work. So even though other teams may do it, is it really the wisest thing? I don't know. I guess we'll see how time plays it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think, the folks, I've talked to folks in Miami, I think they see this as more of a real rebuild.
Right.
Yeah. I think they don't think they're going to be able to come right out of this with a playoff spot. And look what they had to do. They didn't have a quarterback draft in front of them. They had to go sign somebody for $60 million. So, it was a different deal. But just in general, it's just because the Broncos took it where no one else had gone before. I was curious to ask around and see, is that going to make people think more about it? Because for so long, it was thought you can't do it. You just can't do it. You won't survive. And because dead money is impossible to escape. Everybody, it's very common on social media or whatever to say, oh, the salary cap, you can do whatever you want with the salary. No, you can't escape dead money. And for the Broncos to do that, I think 10 years from now, people will look back and see how rare back-to-back playoff appearances are out of something like that.
We'll get back to the Broncos in a second, Jeff. But why do you think Miami gave Malik Willis all that money?
They had to have a quarterback solution. And
well, where's my guy? My guy was there.
Zach Wilson, he's talking.
Yeah, no, your guy.
Hey, well,
you always have a guy.
The guy's completely and totally unproven in this league. I mean, he's got 6 career starts, and you're giving him that kind of. I mean,
it is. He threw for 400 yards last year. I mean, it's weird.
It's the Matt Flynn. Matt Flynn. I don't know if you guys remember Matt Flynn. But
that worked out well for Seattle, didn't it? Jesus.
One really good game in Green Bay. And gosh, where did Malik Willis have his really good game? But anyway, yeah. No, it's a guy like Zach Wilson, it's amazing how often I talk to NFL people and they all talk to me about evaluating players. Now you got to make your own judgments and everything. It just seems like when guys like Zach Wilson get pigeonholed, they never get out and never get an opportunity to prove what happened before was wrong. I've seen better from him, and I know it was just practice and all of that, but that's a guy I wish somebody would just take a look at and see. But man, sometimes in the NFL, once they put you in a lane, it's really hard to get out sometimes.
Jeff Legwold with us, as he is every Thursday. All Conversations with Leg are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. I think I've driven people on this show, listeners of this show, nuts on this topic, but I can't stop thinking about it. Because you and me are kindred spirits on this. Let me take you down the rabbit hole. In 2023, Marvin Mims was drafted as a second-round wide receiver. In 2024, Troy Franklin was drafted. He played immediately. 2025, Pat Bryant drafted, played immediately, and then he traded for Jalen Waddle. And then I see this offseason, Marvin Mims changes agents in the final year of his contract, and shortly after that, Sean Fresh, the best punt returner in the UFL, is signed to the Broncos. What's going on here?
Well, I think they're covered all the bases, but
covering the bases for what? For them making a move at the end of camp, or awaiting maybe Marvin Mims suggesting a move?
I think either one. I think, and I don't know that there's anything nefarious going on. I don't get that sense.
Okay.
But look, Marvin understands. He's a smart guy. He understands how the business of the NFL works. And he's been a 2-time Pro Bowl returner. If he were on the market, he would draw interest. And you don't have that many cracks at your contract in the NFL. And I think switching agents is proof that he wants to make the most of this next swing. And I think, I don't know that he'll ever say it out loud, but I think he's resigned himself to have to move on.
Yeah.
But I mean, look, we heard the same thing at minicamp this week. Got to get him the ball more. It's like there's some phantom person in charge of calling plays for the Denver Broncos who won't throw the ball to Marvin Mims. They act like there's a third party out there. Like they've outsourced play calling, and they can't figure out how to tell the freelancer how to get the ball to Marvin Mims. It's not, that's the part of it that always makes me just, make faces at them, because I just can't understand. Well, everybody acts like there's somebody else in charge when there's not, and I have a hard time believing, after watching how they lined up in minicamp. I mean, I know the season's a long way away and a lot can change, but he wasn't in the first level rotations.
Yeah.
And I don't care what anybody says. Jalen Waddle is getting a lot of targets, and those passes are coming from somewhere. and Cortland Sutton's targets aren't going anywhere. So you tell me how anyone else is going to get the ball a lot in the passing game in the Bronco offense.
Well, you always say, Jeff, that there's a finite amount of time to get your money as a player, right?
Yeah,
some more finite than
like
others.
You get 2 chances, really.
Yeah. Well, I don't blame him.
Your first chance in free agency, and maybe if you're lucky, you get a second swing. So
I don't blame him if he says, trade me. Play me or trade. I wouldn't blame him because he's got to. If they won't play him, how does he have the ability to try to make anything on that next contract? It's just he's in a tough spot.
Yeah, I mean he's going to be. I know in his mind, you're the best returner, one of the 2 or 3 best returners in football. So you already have that value no matter what happens. So, and I think if I talk to GMs all the time, when you look at when he's played, there's impact. So his game film will speak loudly for him. He's just not going to have the numbers where when a team signs him, fans go, oh yeah, that's he's got X number of catches.
Right.
And I don't know that Marvin is he wide receiver 1? Probably not, but he's definitely as good as many wide receiver 2s. I just feel like the Broncos simply won't admit he doesn't fit the physical profile they want for receivers and leave it at that. But, I just know every time they put him in the game, good things happen. And, but again, they can talk all they want about getting him the ball more. They just traded multiple draft picks, including a first rounder, to get Jalen Waddle. And the best offensive player on the field in the offseason workouts was Jalen Waddle. So if you're not going to throw him the ball a ton, then I don't know what you're thinking about.
Jeff, I was just reading this article that was best and worst case scenarios for every team in the league. Now, the Broncos are the ones that, we've talked about and we kind of know already. I'm curious what you think about this because I was digging through some numbers. The Chiefs are going to be better, obviously, with Mahomes coming back and being healthy this year. They'll have a better record. They'll probably be competitive in the AFC again and all that different stuff. But if you go back to the last time their offense was incredibly dominant, it came at a time where Travis Kelce was way younger, and as he's continued to age, the Chiefs' offense has looked more and more like league average as far as points, yards, all that different stuff. Travis Kelce had a year in 2023 where he had 1,300 yards and 12 touchdowns. That's when Mahomes threw for 5,000 yards, 40-some TDs. They ran the league. Are they now just a normal offense, normal good offense in the league, or do you think they still have the potential to light people up?
I think they're at their best. They're probably somewhere in between that.
Okay.
If that makes sense. They're having the same struggle teams that have great runs always face. How long do you keep trying to hold it together? And the Kelce question's a tough one because he is not. I mean, last year was a clear example. And look, what he's done is Canton worthy. Mm-hmm. That's Hall of Fame profile stuff that he's had in his career. So you never cheapen that, but nobody escapes, time in the NFL.
He's lost his step.
Up to you. Well, he can't not. I mean, the fact he's done what he's done is already the rarest of the rare. You just can't possibly keep that level at that position for so long. It's just inhumanly impossible. So, I think that's part of the issue is I don't think they've done as good as some other teams as having an influx of athleticism and youth in there somewhere. I think they've tried so hard to keep familiarity as the key component, when I think sometimes if you surround Kelce with athleticism, I think it's a different story. And I think that's where they've sort of failed a little bit in that regard. I think they should. Youth young athleticism makes Kelsey a different player.
Yeah.
Even now.
But they still have the witch. As long as they have the witch, man, I'm never going to
no,
count
I
him
mean,
out.
that's why teams try to hold it together, because they have the ultimate trump card. I mean, it's look at the team. Some of the teams John Elway dragged into the Super Bowl.
Totally.
Personnel wise, I mean, that's what happens when you have a great quarterback. You don't always, make the decisions in a vacuum like you should. You make them with sort of clouded by the greatness of your quarterback, and that's not always the best way to do it, I don't think.
Well, they tried with you talk about athleticism. I mean, Xavier Worthy ran like a 4.24, but it looks like he might just be a speed guy with not a lot of actual wide receiver ability. Does that seem like the case?
Well, again, this is what this is what Sean Payton talks about a lot. Look at his physical profile. In the NFL, it is much harder for those guys to get free, because in college, that you don't face press coverage, man coverage, physical coverage hardly ever. So you just get used to running free and catching the ball. The NFL is look at Pat Surtain. Look at the physical profile of Pat Surtain, and try to send a 5'9" receiver 175 pounds. I don't care how fast you are. Pat Surtain is going to engulf you, and you're not catching the ball. And that's part of the issue. Worthy, tremendous athleticism, but the physical profile makes it hard for him to have a very big route tree, because he can't create space in a lot of the other routes that would take full advantage.
Jeff Legwell, ESPN.com, joins us every single week. Always appreciate it, Leggy. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas.
Hey,
Take care.
last thing. It's a really long article. You haven't written one that long, I don't think, in a while. It even had like little chapters on it, right? It's really good.
Little chapters.
Well, but you have like a little start, a little
I
slug.
got it.
Okay. How long does it take you to do that, man?
That took me like 20 minutes. That was good.
Jeez.
No, I mean, I
was going to say.
The interview part is what takes long, just gathering the information. I probably talked to 40 people.
And then you just bang it out.
Yeah. Well, I have a weird way of writing. I write from start to finish in the first draft. So the minute I start the first draft, I write the story all the way through. And then you start fixing it, and the editors come back to you and say, this part really stinks. Why don't you fix it? Type stuff.
One last thing. 30 seconds here while we got you. If Brendan Sorsby didn't have the gambling stuff hanging over his head, he is a what round draft pick, do you think, as a prospect?
For me, he would be a second rounder, but a high second right now, a high 2. But you guys know, I have a stricter curve than
yes.
Jeff,
in a normal first round. In a normal first round, where there's between 14 and 17 first round picks on teams' boards, he would probably be a late 1 for some teams and an early 2.
I've seen him play in person, man. I don't know that he's that good. I mean, I think he's good. Well, good college quarterback.
He's a total projection, but again, physical profile means a lot.
What, 6'3", and he's a stud, yeah.
And athletic, can move, all those things. That it's a projection pick. I'm just telling you, where right now I'd probably have a 2 on him, and if he didn't have a good year, I might even push it into the 3rd. But as a physical prospect, as a combine prospect, he's a legit player people would take a look at. But like I say, it ain't 10 bets. It's 9,000 wagers. And that's going to be a lot for people to take on.
Yeah.
Late, you're the best. Thank you.
See you, fellas.
Jeff Legwell, ESPN.com, back after this.
Vic Lombardi here. You're dreaming about that outdoor kitchen because you like to spend the summers outdoors. The patios are perfect here in Denver, Colorado. Well, a fire feature for those Colorado summer nights would be perfect. How about a sauna? Want to remodel the fireplace, living space inside your home? Well, the team at Flatirons Fire and Design can do it all. They have the vision to bring all of that to life. What sets them apart is that they're more than just a showroom off 53rd and Bannock, North I-25. They offer turnkey solutions. They can handle everything, every design, every product selection, the demolition, the framing, the finish, the installation, all of it. Indoor, outdoor, they make it extremely easy for you. And right now, Flatirons Fire and Design offering a firm financing that includes no interest for 12 months on qualifying purchases. Check them out online at flatironsfire.com. Tell them Vic sent you, and you get 15% off select products. Flatironsfire.com. Go get it.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Without the Lombardi and Kane, just Moj all the time. 100% Moj, a little percentage of Nelly, so that's over 100%. So 99 point.
The hell are you talking about?
Oh, welcome back. I'm glad you made it. I've got a couple.
Wait a minute. 15 seconds late to a segment because I got water. You're really.
You. I don't think we need to go down.
You, of all people,
I don't think
are going to make a comment about that?
That path right now. But that's a discussion for another time. Can I get a couple things here? First of all, Nelly, as we come back, I want to give Coach Mike Sanford a huge amount of credit because this mother trucker is incredibly close to his prediction coming true from March. He and Raj laid out their dates on the date that they think the Rockies will get their 30th win of the season. Raj had July 5th versus San Francisco. Coach had June 20th, that's 2 days from today, against Pittsburgh. Now, they're sitting on 28 wins. They're off today. They play home against Pittsburgh tomorrow. And then obviously home against Pittsburgh on Saturday and Sunday. So if they win their next 2 games, they will have their 20th win on the exact date that Coach Sanford laid it out versus the Pittsburgh Pirates Saturday, June 20th. That is amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, absolutely amazing.
It's a hell of a call. I mean, to say that all the way back in, March, they win the next 2, he will have nailed it on the button. Raj, you have no shot.
No.
Raj is July 5th, I think. I can't see it from here.
Unless they go on a massive skid. I mean, they could do that.
No, they wouldn't.
Look, I'm not going to cast aspersions. You're right. They're not going to do that.
They haven't done that all year. That's not going to happen. Not happening.
Okay.
They're too good to be that bad.
Okay. But Coach is really, really
You'd like
close.
that, wouldn't you?
I mean, he's really close. And if he doesn't hit the exact day, he's going to be dancing right around the exact day. So I give him all kinds of credit. Number 2.
They have one giant impediment, though.
When do they have Skeens?
The 20th.
They have Skeens on the. Are you sure they have Skeens on the 20th?
Paul Skeens is pitching on the 20th against Sugano.
Yay, Skeens!
So if they do that, it'll be an extra, oh my God, what a call. But that's tough. Now, Skeens.
Well, they got to win tomorrow, and then he could be right on the money.
Skeens has recently not been awful, but for Skeens standards, here's his last 6 starts, okay? His going from his latest one all the way back to his 6th latest. 6 innings, 2 earned runs. 6 innings, 2 earned runs. 4 2/3, 1 earned run. 5 1/3, 1 earned run. 5 innings, 4. 5 innings, 5. Now, runs total in that stretch are 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5. So lately
he's been hittable.
Skeens has been
okay, but hittable.
A good, but not amazing.
Well,
pitcher.
because he's
Screw you.
In fact, his last 6 starts, the Pirates have lost all 6.
Wow. Okay,
so
Nelly,
maybe.
Nelly, play that again. I want to put that in some context.
Yay, Skeens!
And?
Skeens! Screw you.
Okay. That was me imitating St. Louis Cardinals fans last year. Was it last year? That
was 2 years ago.
Okay, his rookie season. What he took a no through 6 or something like that. What was it? They're in St. Louis, mind you.
He had like a 1-hitter through 8.
Okay. They're in St. Louis, and they give him a standing ovation for mowing down their team. I swear to God, Rockies fans, I swear to the Lord above, there shouldn't be a ton of Pirates fans at this series. I don't know if there are Pirates fans exist in life, really, except for, I know one. CM, you know who you are. But outside of that, if he is dealing on Saturday to deny Coach Sanford an on-the-button prediction from March, and he's dealing, and you give him a standing O as he heads to his own dugout for mowing you down.
Yeah.
I will never talk to any of you ever again. I promise you.
Hey, can I mention something?
It was just terrible.
Can I mention something else?
Yeah, and I've got one more thing I want to get mad at.
We got ESPN2 on in here, and they're just taking live coverage of ABC7 in New York. They have been for like the last hour, just showing footage of the championship parade. First of all, never did that for us. Shame on you. Mo should have been on ESPN2. Second of all, what are the thoughts that we have about the Knicks?
I hate it. I know where you're going.
I
hate it.
Timothy Chalamet and Ben Stiller on the boats, on the buses.
I hate.
Giving Chalamet a microphone to yell to the crowd. What's the feeling on
Mariska
that one?
Hargitay. Why are they in the parade? They're not on the team. They're not on the team. Why are they in the parade?
I don't know.
Why? They're not part of the team. They get free tickets to sit in the front row.
I don't know if they're free. Are they free?
Well, did you hear what Stiller said when
what?
Charles Barkley goes, Oh, find it right now, Nelly, quickly. Find it, please. Charles Barkley, Ben Stiller. Because Barkley goes, hey, but you've been a fan forever. You know, you paying big money. He's like, well, I don't pay for these tickets. You know, when you're a celebrity, they just give them to you.
What?
You didn't hear that?
No.
And
you're telling me all these games he sits front row. Forget like the playoff run, just in general. Like a game against
they're free.
The Hornets.
They're free.
Really?
Somebody said the mayor's in the parade too? They're not with the team, man.
Okay, well, it's the mayor of New York, and New York won a championship.
Our mayor wasn't on any friggin' Avalanche bus or Nuggets bus.
Oh, you're saying he's on one of the buses.
Yes.
Oh, I got you.
Oh, go ahead.
Hey, Ben, you're not a fair weather fan because number one, thank you for the love you shown our show
watching you guys
all these years.
Forever.
But you like a real fan. Like a lot of these other freeloaders, they just showing up because the Knicks are doing good. How long have you actually been a season ticket holder?
I don't have a season ticket. I get the tickets. The celebrity, they give us the tickets.
Ben, stop lying.
I don't think I could afford the Knicks season ticket front row. No, I'm lucky. No, I think it's because I've been coming for so long.
Wait, so Spike has never paid for a ticket?
He's got tickets.
I was going to say, Spike's been there forever.
He's got season tickets. They're just doling them out to all these other cats.
That's lame.
And now he's on the friggin' bus? What are...
I've always said.
Why does this bother me?
You should never be.
Why does this bother me?
You should never be on a bus or allowed in a locker room when a team wins unless you're part of the team or you're me.
That's gonna say. You better qualify that because you were in the Nuggets. But I'm like, what?
Unless you're me. Rules for thee.
Or you could be front row for the captain's speech like Jesse.
Or that, yeah, that too.
It was awesome.
Jesse drinking out of the cup is still the funniest thing. Guy who never, almost never drinks, doesn't party, is like taking pulls from the Stanley Cup.
Well, wouldn't you, dude?
Of course. Yes, of course.
I was taking heavy pulls from the Stanley Cup, not even knowing what's in it. By the way, there was a bunch of different stuff in it, I'm sure combined.
Yeah,
it was
sure.
So fun, but the point is, man, what are we doing? Why does that?
You know what?
Why does that bother me so much?
Here's the thing:
you're not with the team. You're just a fan. Why are you in the parade?
Here's the thing, though.
Not like Clyde Frazier. Well, Walt Clyde Frazier. Guys like this. I can see
Patrick Ewing.
Yeah, these are long-time suffering Knicks who tried and tried and tried, could never get it. I get that. Or actually, I think Clyde probably was on the '73 team.
No, I get it.
But these other cats, what are you doing? What are you doing? Mariska Hargitay, who needs to see you in a parade? Which fan sitting lined up in New York City is going, oh, this is awesome that Mariska's here?
Texture says, stop being hypocrites. If big celebs show up as fans of the Nuggets, they would be invited to be part of the parade, and we would not be complaining about it. I don't know. Like who? Taylor Swift shows up to the
If
Nuggets.
Taylor Swift is on a Nuggets bus, I'm lambasting their ass.
Margot Robbie?
Lambasting, although you wouldn't.
She's allowed.
Okay, I'm sorry. I feel like I'm probably over the top on this. I just think it's ridiculous.
Van Halen.
First bus. God rest Eddie Van Halen's. God rest him.
303-504-0925. So here's the deal. We're going to be off tomorrow for Juneteenth, which means
if you got Joe Elliott, the lead singer of Def Leppard, suddenly becomes an Avs fan. I like me some Avalanche, right? Right. And then you put Joe on a bus with Gabe. I don't.
We're off tomorrow for Juneteenth, which means an early edition of Drunk Takes next.
All right, I'm taking over.
Welcome back. Sorry, I was trying to do the Vic to you.
Yeah, Mike's calling us hypocrites, blah, blah, blah. If the Avs had won, William H. Macy shouldn't be on a bus. I'm just going to say it. Okay? For those who are upset about our discussion about the parade, Brett and I just spent the entire commercial break talking about big cats.
Yeah, we did.
Because we're talking about, you saw a video of a Black Panther
walking in a backyard,
walking across somebody's yard in Florida.
Not that Black Panther. No.
Wakanda forever.
An actual Black Panther walking in a backyard.
And I said, by the way, you know that there are panthers in Florida. That's not just a nickname.
I literally didn't know that. No.
And he's like, "No, what are you talking about?" I'm
well,
like,
are they in Carolina?
I don't think they go that far north. No, I think they're in Florida.
Carolina Panthers.
Big claws. So we were talking about big cats then. Then we got on, okay, deadliest big cats. Tiger has got to be one. Jaguar is probably two.
Here's the problem.
I mean, lion will smoke you big time. I mean, you know.
All these animals that all these killer cats and stuff.
Puma, you know.
I'm not a cat
lion
guy. I'm a dog guy. But these giant cats that can rip your throat out, I gotta say something. Just beautiful creatures.
Beautiful animals.
I want to pet one so bad. I see a video. There's this guy. I think he's in South Africa. He's got like a buzzed head that he dyes blonde. You know who I'm talking about by that description if you've seen it. But he has like this sanctuary with all those tigers and lions and cheetahs and all these things. And they are on a dead sprint towards him, and they run up and they give him a hug. And I'm like, damn it.
I know.
I want to be that guy.
I know.
That looks fun.
Not the guy who gets his throat ripped out.
No, I don't want to be.
One time in Belize, at nighttime, I wandered into the jungle before I finally realized and go, you know what, man? There could be a big, it's rare, but there could be a big cat out here.
Could be, yeah.
And by the way, that big cat is a jaguar, which will grab me and take me up a tree and eat me. Anyway, so what's the smallest cat? You know, you should be afraid of everything. Cheetahs and mountain lions and all that.
Smallest cat you would own?
You should still probably be afraid of a bobcat.
I think you're
thinking, oh, a little bobcat, he's cute. No, man, be afraid of a bobcat too.
Biggest cat.
Like house cat.
The biggest cat I think you can safely own. It still could get you, but not kill you. Not kill you, but it could mess you up. My buddy had one.
What?
I had one that lived in the same house as me. Maine Coon.
Maine Coon's that's a house cat, though.
They aren't supposed to be.
They aren't?
But they have been domesticated to some certain extent. But I'll tell you what.
Those are big cats.
If that thing's mad, you're in trouble.
It's a big cat, dude.
If that thing doesn't want you around it, you'll know. No, I got clawed to hell one day for just sitting on the couch. And he was like, this is my couch. And I go, no, I'm a human. This is mine.
Yeah, but like a little calico man.
But this Maine Coon decided, no, I'm 35 pounds.
Yeah, they're big cats.
They're huge.
Yeah.
If you've never seen one, Google Maine Coon right now. They are insane.
Big old ears, really hairy, long tail.
Imagine like a bobcat with a lot more of like fluffy fur on
and
them.
A long tail.
Yes.
They're awesome looking cats.
My buddy is a Raiders fan, by the way. My best friend. You know what that cat's name was? And you had to call it by its full name?
Plunkett.
Al Davis. That was the name of our Maine Coon.
Well, Bert and Ole had a cat. Look at Bert back there. Look at him.
Didn't your cat die?
His cat did die. But this is, hold on a second. I've known Bert now for almost 30 years. So he had a cat back in the day. And you know what the cat's name was? I'm not even kidding. It's one of those cats that had extra toes. His name was Dr. Bill Downey.
That's a great name.
Bert?
That's a great name.
Ain't that right? Dr. Bill Downey.
He just said, and I quote, it's impressive that he remembers that name.
Nelly,
how do you forget that?
Google Maine Coon and throw it on the screen behind us. I want everybody who hasn't seen this before that's watching on Altitude Television.
And Nick's Parade crap.
Who cares? It's the off season. This is what it's for. By the way, speaking of cats, most famous movie cat is probably who? Look at the size of that cat. Look at it.
Yeah, it's a big cat, dude.
That thing was in my house for months.
Bert, how long ago did your cat croak? Like what? Like 6 years ago?
Look at it. All right, ours wasn't that size, but look at it, man.
Moser, you said it was like 10 years ago, bro. It was like
Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Thank you. Gotcha.
Here's the deal. We'll get to drunk takes in a second. Who's the most famous cat, movie cat? That I can think of.
Sylvester the cat?
Garfield?
What?
Mr. Bigglesworth would be my answer.
Oh, the hairless one? That really weird looking one?
So, did you know that it looks like, look at the size of this cat.
You guys,
that's the first.
You see the size of that chicken? You guys, you see the size of that cockadoodle gun?
It's going to be the first time that Carl Anthony Towns was recruited. Look at the size of this cat. But did you see they're in the works for Austin Powers 4?
Yeah, well, they got a new commercial out. You see that?
I know. I didn't know that this was all a part of it.
And Mike Myers.
I love the Austin Powers movies. I still think they hold up. I still think they're funny. I don't think I need a fourth. I think we're good.
You're probably right.
Anywho, because we are off tomorrow, it is the end of the week. We'll get to drunk takes in just a moment. An update from the U.S. Open, if you are wondering what the leaderboard looks like right now. And some guys are finding some deep rough at the moment. But leaderboard looks as follows. Ludwig Oberg is 2 under, leading the way through 6. Koepka is 1 under through 7. You have Rory, who is 1 under through 6. You have Patrick Reed, Moser's boy, 1 under through 5. With a whole bunch of guys still coming here. Scotty, where's Scotty at right now? Where's Scheffler?
He is +1 through 4.
He's 1 over. Okay. JJ Spawn, who won this last year, is 3 over.
Oh, I like me some Kato Anishi. I like that guy.
Kato Anishi?
Japanese guy. I'm rooting for that guy.
How about Adrien Dumont de Chassault?
I've seen that. Where's he at right now?
He's 1 over.
I saw that guy play in the I think I saw him play in the Corn Ferry up in Brighton. Or not Brighton, Jesus. Loveland.
Don't know what you're talking about.
TPC.
Don't know.
The TPC course of Bogdan, Big Don, Bang Don.
TPC Maine Coon?
Why am I losing? Why am I?
Oh, that is true. Most famous movie cat. Jinxie Cat's got to be up there for Meet the Parents.
Birth it, for crying out loud.
Good job. Jinxie Cat. All right.
Just get to it.
Our favorite part of the week, drunk takes.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
Drunk takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly?
How about Caracas? I don't know if you guys watched that Germany game.
The country is Curacao, not Caracas.
Oh, yeah, good point. You got me on that one.
And by the way, Curacao is off the northern coast of Venezuela.
Where's Caracas?
That's a capital someplace. Pakistan.
It's not Pakistan at all.
Did he say Germany?
Sure.
Go back, Nelly,
Did
please.
he say Germany?
I think so. Hold on. One more time, Nelly, please.
How about Caracas? I don't know if you guys watched that Germany game.
Germany.
All right, what's next?
Why can't they give my boy a shot?
In his career.
What's wrong with my guy?
Kelly?
No. My other guy.
Well, how many guys do you have?
Great question.
All of them, man.
You can have any guy you
I like
want.
Zach.
You
I like
famously said that.
Zach Wilson.
What's next, Nelly?
Man, I was on the patio the other night, feet up, watching a game, and then because I didn't properly install the television, the wind blew, television fell, it broke, so that was fun. Then I tried to install another television, For some reason, the corner of it got all messed up, and now that one doesn't work. But I can tell you this much, I love my patio.
How do you break 2 TVs in an hour?
I don't know.
By the way,
It's
that was
crazy.
a live read for Flatiron's Fire.
But I love my patio.
That's crazy.
What's next?
Understand bees. Bees don't want to sting you. Bees don't care about you.
They want some
Just
of this.
Don't jack with the bees, man. If you don't jack with them, they will absolutely ignore you.
Really?
I promise you.
Okay.
Yes.
Same with rattlesnakes, too? Same thing? Are you one of those guys? Just ignore them?
Well, I'm not.
All right.
I don't do snakes.
All right, one more on the way out, Nelly. Vic Swanner said you look rough. You didn't have your headphones on yet.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Got stuck behind. It doesn't even matter, does it?
No.
Doesn't even matter. No.
Oh, that's so perfect. All right, we are off tomorrow for Juneteenth, so you guys have a wonderful weekend. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. We'll talk to you all on Monday. Love you all very much. See you. What's up, My Light City? Welcome to this Thursday, June the 18th, and this is the morning sprint. It's in the morning, and we don't walk anywhere. We're sprinting the whole time. We got all the energy in the world. I'm Mark Bertinelli, filling in for Alex Ryanemi, who is currently going through a really rocky portion of his marriage right now.
Golf.
Is that what he's doing?
Golf.
Where's he golfing at?
Golf.
Is that what he's doing? That's why he took today off, was to play golf?
He
made it sound like he had obligations, that his wife was making him do some stuff. You're telling me he's just golfing today?
It's a member guest. He playing in a member guest. You know what, though? When you play in a member guest for a good solid 3-4 days, you might not have marital problems before.
But you will after?
But you will afterwards. Because the member guest isn't just a 4-hour round of golf. It's become it's like a guy's trip, man. And it's
like
even if it's a staycation, we're just gonna bro out for a good solid 96 consecutive hours. And guess who's back at home taking care of the snot-nosed kid? Mama.
Yes, Mama is.
And she's gone. She's not gonna take that.
Are you feeling all right, man?
Coaching ball.
I was about to say,
coaching ball.
You're going full coach yesterday, huh?
Yeah, I got back from Costa Rica. And I went straight into 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. football practice. Youth football camps are every day from 4 o'clock to 8 o'clock p.m.
Yeah.
And then yesterday we had the Denver Broncos hosted a youth, it's a high school 7-on-7 tournament.
Oh, nice.
It was at All City Stadium because of the construction. Usually the championship round is at Dove Valley, but instead championship round is tomorrow. And so qualifiers were yesterday. And I almost got incarcerated yesterday.
Wait, what? How over the top did you get 7-on-7 that you're losing? You're losing your voice and you're losing your mind. What happened yesterday, Coach? What exactly went down on 7-on-7s that you almost freaked out?
I just call that in my life a normal Wednesday. Let's just call Wednesday, baby.
That's just what Coach does.
No, we played round robin tournament. Against 3 awesome high school programs, awesome kids, great coaches. It was Golden High School we played against in the first game. Northfield, who's kind of like that's a program that's kind of trending right now, getting a lot of good players. And it's interesting. They're not a DPS. I don't believe they're a DPS school, but they're starting to really acquire. I don't say acquire. A lot of kids are attracted to there as an open enrollment option to go play high school athletics. They're a good program, good, well coached. So we play them, and it's a good game. You know, it's back and forth. We're up, and it's 4th down, and we throw like a skinny post on 4th and goal from like the 8-yard line. My Notre Dame bound wide receiver gets mollywopped in the end zone, and this is not a full padded deal.
Oh no!
So he
just gets lit up on 7-on-7.
The way I saw it is, there was a young man from the other team that was playing the football. Good. But his helmet played through another man's face.
Oh, no.
And 7-on-7, the intent is to keep people upright.
Yeah.
And I'm cool. We can get down. If you want to play tackle, we'll play tackle. But let's all play tackle.
We all have to play. You're right.
Yeah,
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I'm good. This ain't softness. I look over and my Notre Dame bound wide receiver appears to be knocked out cold.
Oh, no.
I look around. There's no penalty flag.
Oh, no.
In a 7-on-7 tournament. So I'm like,
Coach loses it.
I'm like, well, first of all, my Notre Dame bound receiver looks like he's dead on the All City field. I go over there. His nose is blown up, bleeding every which way with helmet on. He had a helmet on.
No.
And then I realized it was a turnover on downs.
Oh, no.
Like, no, I don't want that. So then I do the thing with my bow-legged, busted up knees, and I'm storming on the field, screaming at every single person. And I'm like, I go up to Bobby Mestis, who runs, he's an employee of the Denver Broncos, and I'm being a punk. I'm yelling at him. I'm like, I'm never doing this event ever again. If this is how we're going to treat this, blah, blah, blah. And like, as I'm saying it, I'm like, I'm such a, I'm a tool, man.
Freaking out.
So then, of course, my kids start losing it. Next play, one of my kids body slams one of Northfield's kids. Northfield comes out, and I'm yelling at Northfield comes out, and I'm yelling at them, get off the field. And I'm like, wait, I was on the field. So I'm wrong, too. So then I ended up just apologizing to everybody. It was honestly a lot of fun. And,
All right.
and I had a chance to talk to the Northfield kids afterward and basically say, hey, all this stuff, it's on me, man. I got to grow up. I'm 44 years old and I still act like I'm 14. We'll get there eventually.
No, I love it, man. I love it. That sounded like a lot of fun.
But all being said, then with the last game was against Vista Peak High School.
Vista Peak.
And all being said, we have championship round is tomorrow morning. So I'm going to do that and then hopefully win the whole ship. It'll be challenging because
you get a 7-on-7 banner ring, like a parade, like they're doing right, like we're watching right now for the Knicks.
I don't think it'll be as hype as the Knicks parade, but yeah, so that'll be tomorrow at All City Field. I think you just go out and you want to watch some football. 8:30 a.m. All City Stadium right there, Denver South, right next to DU across the I-25. And then guess what I'm doing after that?
What?
I'm going straight to the Monkey Barrel in the Highlands area.
Okay.
North Denver, baby.
Okay.
And guess what we're going to do?
Get tore up from the floor up?
We're going to wear
You'll watch a little Men's USA?
We're going to put on
Wait,
our...
who are they playing? It's tomorrow. Who are they playing tomorrow?
Dude, the Socceroos, man. They're playing Australia.
Australia, okay.
And the Socceroos got the W in the first round against Turkey.
Okay, so we got two teams coming
so
off
we're doing an
dubs
altitude,
tomorrow?
We're doing an altitude sports American watch party. If you hate America right now because of everything that's going on in the world, still come and celebrate soccer. If you love America because of everything that's going on in the world, come and celebrate America. But either way, let's all celebrate the Screaming Eagles as they go and try to go up and get 6 points. And essentially, they would automatically qualify just about.
It would be huge. It would be a huge win. Australia is pretty good. I mean, it's the first game tomorrow, so the men's team gets going right away tomorrow. You have the four game,
yeah.
4 matches.
1 o'clock kick. We'll be kicking off the activities tomorrow at the Monkey Barrel. With the coacher and Altitude Sports Radio, and our fine promotions team is going to be handing out a U.S. national team jersey, chance for a drawing to win that official U.S. men's national team soccer jersey.
I like. It should be a lot of fun. Brazil plays tomorrow. Mexico plays tonight, which is going to be a lot. We got a game going on right now. Czechia and South Africa. It's 1-0. Wow. They scored.
Czechia.
Czechia? Is it Czechia? Chechnya? Is that what? I have no idea. Like, if you told me, like, yo, bro, I will give you $100,000 if you find Bosnia-Herzegovina or whatever on the map, I would say, and I blame Baylor University, man. That's their geography, man. Like, they taught me nothing when it came to geography.
You know what they teach you?
What do they teach me?
They teach you about Texas high school football.
Yeah, man.
This up here on this part of the map, that's where South Lake Carroll High School is. Down here, that's where North Shore High School is.
I'm sure there was some Texas football yesterday. It was just like your 7-on-7 tournament. Just grown adults screaming at each other.
I'm just glad I didn't get incarcerated, man.
How much, like, when you host, not the 7-on-7 tournament, but when you host these football camps, how often do you host these camps and you find a baller? Like, a kid shows up and you're like, oh, that guy's going to play. That's a player right there. How often does that happen?
Happened yesterday.
Really?
We have our O-line, D-line camp yesterday till 8 o'clock p.m. And, I mean, there's a awesome group of young men that I'm excited. I'm like, where are you going to high school next year? I don't say come to Valor. I just say, where you going to high school next year? I think I'm going to go to Legend. Oh, cool, man. That's awesome.
Chris, cool.
Yeah, have fun, man. Like, yeah, we'll play you. Whatever it may be.
Yeah, I was just wondering, like, how often, because, I mean, a lot of people just do it for fun, and there's some people, like, there's a handful of those kids who are going to play high school and college, and maybe.
I mean, at the end of the day, Valor Christian High School or Regis Jesuit or Mullen or Kent Denver or getting up north, Holy Family, Forge Christian, Res Christian, these schools don't have a school district. So there's not a natural feeder for them to come to you.
Yeah.
So a lot of people think that, like, oh, man, look at you guys. Like, we have to do these community outreach events in order to just show that this is an option to you if you want to go down that path of potentially applying to go to a school like that.
Yeah.
So it's a really important thing for not just Valor. It's frankly all the private schools, and frankly there's a bunch of variety of private schools, which is really cool.
When was what would you call the golden age of Valor football, other than right now?
Christian McCaffrey, 2012 to 2014.
Okay,
or that was like 2011 to 2013. 14.
That's when McCaffrey was there.
Yeah. The last state championship was 2018. A lot of people think that Valor's just been ripping off state championships.
But it's
2018,
been-
that's
yeah.
8 years, 9 seasons ago.
Yeah, that's almost a decade.
Yep.
That's almost a decade.
And so I'm going into year 2, and, well, I'm 0 for 1, so got to get going, man. We got to do something. We got to get rolling.
I mean, I don't even. When does high school football start here in the state? I mean, like,
I never take a day
like,
off.
I mean, I know you're doing stuff right now, but like, when is it? Like, all right, like, is it in a month?
August 13th is like a scrimmage, and then week 0, we have a week 0 game against a team from Texas.
Okay.
We're playing a team from Houston, Texas. So that's going to be August 21st. So there's a good 2 months remaining until the high school football season kicks off.
Okay. All right. I was just wondering because I had no idea when it gets
We get
going.
to play Green Mountain on tomorrow morning, 7-on-7. Lakewood's own Green Mountain. Good program.
Do you have to drop like a quick little game plan or something? Or are you just like, here's what we're running. Here's what we're running.
I just show up and just start calling ball plays.
Is that what Davis Webb's going to?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
D-Dub just showing up and calling plays, man.
Showing up and calling ball plays.
Dude, do you think him and Sean do they sit down? Are they going to sit down before every game and go over the game plan together? Or is Davis going to get to drop the offensive game plan?
No, I mean, what happens, whether I've been a head coach or I've been the play caller and there's been a head coach that's intimately involved in the offense, you're working together throughout the week. It's not like Sean, like what else is Sean doing besides football during the game week? He's not going to community service events in the season.
Right, but part of the reason of giving Davis this responsibility is because they trust him and they like him and they and all that. But it's also to take some of this off of Sean's plate so he can have a broader view of things.
Probably
instead
more
of just
so
being
on game day, though, right? On game day.
So you think Sean is going to be doing the exact same thing during game weeks that he was
Similar.
last year?
Yeah, similar. And,
Okay.
and the way it goes, like on any staff, especially at the college and NFL level, you actually divvy out game planning responsibilities to different members of your staff. So, for example, your red zone pass game, say like, what are we running? What are our 4 or 5 plays on the call sheet between the 20 and the 15-yard line, between the 10 and the 6-yard line, between the 5 and the 3-yard line, and then 2 and 1? There's somebody who's responsible for game planning those and ideating on their own and then presenting it to the staff. So Sean would typically probably sit in that, and then a guy like Davis probably was in charge of the base game plan, and I'm guessing third down pass game plan.
Right.
And then he would present that to Sean, and then Sean would be able to go up on the board and either star it and say, I like it, or put a red pen through it and say, nah, I'm not feeling that.
Yeah, we're not down.
Or I won't call that.
Right, right.
So
Well-
now really what's happening is Sean and Davis are both probably in that situation where people are presenting to them, and then they're making the decisions. Do I want to run those plays or not?
How often do you think Bo Nix is making those kind of like suggestions? Like, here's what I love.
I think that's an ongoing in the week conversation, but I don't think he's the one who's making the plan. However, and you've seen this, you've heard Sean talk about this during the regular season. It might be like the Saturday night, dinner before the game day, where you hand out the call sheet to your quarterback, and then you give him like a red pen or whatever, and just say, hey, dot the ones that you like the best in each section. Okay. So like on 3rd and 3 to 5, man, I'm gonna dot my top 2 pass calls. So then Sean and now Davis's call sheet actually has the dots of what Bo prefers in those situations. But typically that would be after the fact, after you've put the entire plan together. And then now I want to get quarterback preference based off of what we put together. That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah. All right. No, I like it. It's a fun idea. Let's do this. Let's take our first time out of the morning sprint. When we come back, Coach will tell us exactly what we learned from mandatory minicamp now that it's all said and done. That's next right here on the morning sprint. Win Dad the perfect Father's Day steak. Listen today at 5:20 as Nate and Andy have your chance at the last $50 Southern Steer Butcher gift card for the week, plus the $300 grand prize. Visit southernsteer.com or stop by the shop at the northwest corner of Arapahoe and Dayton. Welcome back. Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Is that the Gin Blossoms?
Yeah.
Was that Gin Blossoms?
Yeah, that was Gin Blossoms. Hey, Jealousy.
Yeah.
Hey, Jealousy. Yeah.
Apparently, our guy Chris Mitchell only has so much.
Yeah, he's like that with the
so much Gin Blossoms in him.
Mitchell is a diehard New York Knicks fan. So all he's been doing is sitting there staring at this parade.
He has zero interest in you and me.
Yeah.
What we have to say about
Mitchell,
sports.
that's not true. I mean, how excited are you about this? The one and only championship parade for the Knicks that you will probably see in your lifetime.
I gotta enjoy it while I got it, man. I'm getting my hands on all the merch I could possibly find.
I like it.
Buying a bunch of championship merch, man.
My friend who he lives out in Queens, and he was going to a Mets game last weekend. So he got his hands on one of those little like bootleg T-shirts you can find out in like on like the bridge on the way to like the Mets stadium. He was like, yeah, this is like a large. Is that okay? I was like, buddy, this could be like a quintuple like XL, and I'd still buy it and wear it. Are you kidding me?
Is your life as a sports fan complete now? This is the one thing you wanted in life and that you thought you were never going to get is the Knicks winning the championship.
My soul definitely feels 10 pounds lighter now.
Yeah,
So I got that going for me. I don't know. I'll just have to wait until they get another team that's as good as this and has a chance to win a title, which could be next year for all I know.
No way. There's no way the Knicks go back-to-back. Not in this era when they don't let you go back-to-back.
Not in this economy.
Not
With
that.
this apron?
I mean,
heck no.
This is so stupid. They just won the title, and then it was yesterday. Dolan's on WFAN, and he's like, nah, man, I ain't going into that second apron. Which means your starting five is locked up. The five that just won the title are back next season. But every single bench player that helped you get there is gone, brother. He's like Jose Alvarado is gone. Shamet is gone. All those guys are gone. But I don't know if that means that they won't, do something next year. I don't. Knicks winning the title is kind of weird to me. But
yeah, it's not going to be repeated.
Right, it doesn't feel like it can be.
I don't know if that's the world that we live in anymore.
Yeah, no, the NBA doesn't want it. They're trying. They're
did it not feel like OKC was going to do it?
Yeah, nope. And now and matter of fact, now, what was I? I was just reading like some of the hardest decisions that teams are going to have to make in this offseason, and OKC could literally lose 3 of their guys because they just, once again, just like everybody else, like I love to make fun of James Dolan, but he's kind of right. You can't go into the second apron. But if you're Dolan, you could do it if it meant you brought this whole team back next year and took another swing at it. Nah, once again, you can't go into that apron, man.
You can swing all you want, but it just doesn't seem like people are able to do it.
Nah, you can't. There's too many restrictions once you hit that apron. It's just locked down. Speaking of, there's Jalen Brunson with the Larry O'Brien right now, man.
Face the NBA right now.
Ooh, yeah, I guess, yes.
Today.
Yes, you're
Today.
probably right, yeah.
I don't know, he's the face of the NBA in a month.
Right.
I mean, it hits the reset button. It's Wemby. It's still LeBron. As long as LeBron's playing.
Yeah, there's going to be some interesting.
Let me ask you a question. I had this thought the other day. We were talking about, is Jalen Brunson good enough? We talked about this on Tuesday. Is he good enough, flashy enough, wow enough as an athlete, as an actual like on the basketball court presence to be a real face of the National Basketball Association?
Oh, I'm going to go with. Well, here's the problem. One, the Knicks team is immensely likable. They're like the exact opposite of their owner. Like Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart and Karl-Anthony Towns and OG and Britt. I like those guys, and they seem it's been fun watching them win the whole thing. If the Nuggets couldn't win it, okay, great, man. New York, get it done. But once again, I'm not sure. Like Jalen Brunson right now is a top 10 player in the NBA, but he's just barely in the top 5, right? Maybe he's the 5th, 6th best player in the NBA. I don't know. That's a good question. Obviously, he's always going to be a hero in New York because he took $100 million less so that his team could sign players that just helped him win the title. But now if you're James Dolan as the owner, are you expecting New York Knicks players to take hometown discounts all the time just so you can't do that. Can't do that, man. So, no, there's no way the Knicks.
All right,
repeat.
so face the NBA, Jalen Brunson today. New York City representing one of the proud, traditional, iconic, I would call them I think Lakers and Knicks to me are the big two.
Well, Jalen and Josh were at the Knicks game last night, and they got all the love in the world.
Not
and
Knicks game, right?
Oh wait, I said Knicks game?
Yeah.
My bad.
They
went to the Yankees game. My bad. Yankees game. My bad.
The Clippers.
Yeah.
Yankee Clippers.
Yeah, I guess what? Brunson and Josh Hart go to all the Knicks games. But yes, they went to the Yankees game last night in the city. Just gave them all the love in the world.
Okay.
So, enjoy your summer, Jalen and Josh and Kat and all those. Enjoy it.
Do you think that Steph Curry was the face of the NBA at any point?
Yes.
I did too.
Yes, he was.
Changed the game, right?
Would you say yes, he changed the game, and there's one or two generations of young players right now who all wanted to grow up and be Steph Curry. We are now getting a generation of players who grew up watching Nikola Jokic, and we got a lot of those. In the last couple of drafts, there's a lot of players who've been now my favorite player is Nikola Jokic. That's who I want to be like. But has Joker ever been the face of the NBA?
I think the international superstar has been the collective face.
Okay.
If you will.
Yeah.
And it was Nikola Jokic, Luka Doncic.
Yeah. Giannis
Antetokounmpo.
Wemby now.
And now Victor Wembanyama. How are my pronunciations for all of those?
Great, man.
Really good.
Knocking it out of the park.
So, face the NBA 1980s. Who's the face of the NBA?
In the 80s, it's Magic and Bird, right?
Yeah, there it is.
Right? And in the 90s, it's Jordan.
2000 to 2005.
Is Kobe? Or wait, who's it? Shaq? I don't know. Shaq, is that who it is?
Tim Duncan.
Oh, yeah, that's a Spurs era with Duncan and Manu. And
then a guy that culturally was a bit of like the kids loved him.
AI? My man, Allen Iverson. Yeah,
you nailed it.
I love me some AI.
KG, probably right on the outside looking in.
Yeah, KG, I think was the. KG's a legend, because he's one of those he came out of high school and balled. He was 18, 19 years old and just balling in the NBA.
And then 2006 to 2010-ish, Kobe Bryant.
Okay.
2011 is when I felt like LeBron James took over.
Okay. And then for the past 20 years has been LeBron, basically.
But then there's been moments of Steph Curry and the Splash Bros.
Mm-hmm.
KD?
Yeah, I don't know. KD's an interesting one.
But then it's weird in this new apron era, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
This strange restrictive salary cap era. It's almost a yearly face of the NBA.
It changes, you think?
Because there's new title winners, and then whoever wins the title, they're on top of the world, and we all live in the TikTok and Instagram Reels era of our lives. Therefore, we look at everything in 15-second increments. Even who is the face of whatever team. It's not a long generational team or a time period that you look at face of said league. I can name. Okay, who's the face of the NFL today?
It's got to be. Well, I would say Patrick, but I'm leaning. That's a good question because there was several names that popped into my head when it happened.
Start throwing them out there. Just vomit them.
All right, Patrick Mahomes.
Yep.
Matthew Stafford.
Okay.
Wait. Would you say? Ooh. I'm gonna just name. It's all QBs though, right? Is the face of the NFL?
Did you feel like a year ago?
Like if I
Saquon?
said Myles Garrett, would you say that's the face of the no?
But he played for the Browns, man.
Now he plays in LA, bro. Yep. So now it's gonna be are you kidding me, man?
What about Saquon? Did you feel like there was a year ago? There's a renaissance of the running back. Are we back to Barry Sanders, Walter Payton?
I love that year that Saquon went crazy. But you're right, he wasn't the face of the league.
It was short-lived because being a 17-game season plus 4 or 5 playoff games, man.
I mean, who do you think is the face of the NFL?
It's Patrick Mahomes.
Is it Patrick?
Yeah.
Who's number 2 then? I mean, who's second on that list? Who's the second most popular NFL player in the league?
Is it not Josh? Josh Allen?
Oh, you think it's Josh?
I don't.
Listen, I didn't think of Josh. Not until he's not the. Oh.
I mean, he did lose a bunch of aura from that divisional round playoff game.
Yeah,
but it still might be him.
I felt like if you're looking at like
you know who it is.
Jersey sales.
Yeah, I'm looking at jersey sales right now.
I was thinking Justin Jefferson.
You know, there's a name in the top 5 in jersey sales that I'm going to say.
Is it Joe Burrow?
No, Joe's not in the top. Here's what I have from the NFLPA and Fanatics. The following players lead the market in jersey sales.
1 is Mahomes.
1 is
Shedeur Sanders.
Saquon Barkley.
Oh, okay. All right.
Saquon Barkley. This is from 2026. Yeah, this is from 2026. How about this? Jaden Daniels is in the top 5. Jaden Daniels is in the top 5. Josh Allen's in the top 5. Here is number 5. Number 5. Number 5. Number 5. Number 5.
Number 5. Say it one more time.
Number 5.
Yeah, oh, you said it 5
Number
times.
5 of all.
Now it's 6
of all the players in the NFL, the 5th highest selling jersey in the NFL. Shedeur Sanders.
Yep.
Dog. Hey.
He might be the 3rd string quarterback when the season starts.
That's crazy, right? It's crazy. I got to see Deshaun before I trust that nonsense, though. Like, I have not seen Deshaun Watson throw football in 2 years.
There's nobody who has muscles that are more relaxed and have been worked on with more body work than that man over the last 4 or 5 seasons. Just a massage parlor.
So, because Jalen Hurts is on this list, too. There's no way I would say Jalen Hurts is the face of the NFL, despite the fact that they just won a Super Bowl, whatever that was, 2-3 years ago, whatever that was. Like, nah, man. Yeah, face of the NFL. I wonder where Bo Nix would pop up on that list.
Jersey sales? I bet he's in the top 20. Right?
Yeah, you think? It's all quarterbacks, right? Well, no, I just mentioned that.
I mean, how many Bo Nix jerseys do we see around town here in Denver? I see a ton.
Let me see. I bet you, yeah, Bo Nix. It goes, here's the top 3 jersey sellers for the Broncos. Bo Nix, number 1. It's the best-selling NFL jersey in Colorado. More people are in Colorado buy a Bo Nix jersey than any other. And nationally, he consistently ranks inside the top 15 of overall merchandise and jersey sales across the league. Number 2 is pretty easy. It's Patrick Surtain. Because why the hell not? If you're going to get a jersey, get Patrick Surtain.
I'm starting to see those Jalen Waddle jerseys popping up. Which
And
is
you know what? I would get but because the dude's smaller than me. Number 3 is Cortland Sutton. So there you go. Bo Nix, Pat Surtain, Cortland Sutton. I do want to. I don't think we have the. We only got about a minute here before we have to go to break. But I do want to get into the conversation about what Pat Surtain said about Jalen Waddle, where they asked him, like, well, yo, what, you know Jalen, he's a good friend. What does he bring to this team? And Patrick's answer was speed, speed, speed. And so as a football coach, is that the one defining characteristic of an offensive, like, is speed? Like, if I was like, hey, coach, I got these guys over here, nothing but speed. Just how much does that help your football team? Just raw speed.
Well, play speed is where I think that Jalen Waddle is just different.
Right, because who was talking about, I think it was Bo mentioning that when he, on the field, Jalen's speed is a little different. Even like when he's making cuts, he's almost accelerating through the cuts.
Yeah,
and Bo's
he floats. That's one thing I learned from watching him at minicamp, OTAs, and the times that we've been able to be around him. I was there for the high school coaches that were invited to watch Denver Broncos OTAs. I just felt like, yeah, he's small, but my word, that dude is so violent in terms of his ability to play from. He runs fast, but he stops just as fast. Then he starts again just as fast. So there's one thing to be top end fast, which Troy Franklin, I feel, is top end fast. Mm-hmm. But it's a different thing to be able to stop.
Right. Change your direction
and
fast.
then change that direction. I always say it's about playing off the insteps of your feet explosively.
Ooh.
Does that make sense? Think about your insteps.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
If you're able to create acceleration off the insteps of your feet, then you become an elite route runner. Because guess what that is? It's separation.
Yeah.
And that's what Jalen Waddle has. Speed in and out of cuts.
I do want to, we got to take a break, but when we come back, I do want to have a conversation about Jalen Waddle and Marvin Mims and the size comparison and the fact that I need an answer from you why you can't play, why it feels like the Broncos are deciding between two players with similar builds and plays. I mean, we'll get into it. We'll get all of the next. We will roll on with the morning sprint after this. Yeah, this is a bad look. Don't do this look, man. Don't wear your basketball jersey over your three-piece suit. Don't wear the basketball jersey over the suit, man. I know it's a championship parade. Just don't, yeah.
Is that the mayor of New York City?
That's Mamdani. Mamdani? Is that how you say his name? I'm not much
Is
on
he
the-
a huge fan of free market capitalism?
I would say no. I would say no. But
so I've heard. So I've heard he's not a big fan. I don't know.
Yeah, either rock the jersey or rock the suit. Don't try to mix the two.
I'm not really following very closely to New York politics. I'm just going to lob that out there. I have enough issues of my own.
All right, welcome back to the Morning Sprint. Mark Bertinoli and Mike Sanford, the coach, and Chris Mitchell. Alex Ryan will be back next week as he is currently doing his
golfing.
He's not golfing at Shinnecock though, right? Because where are we in the first round? I have no. Let me look at the leaderboard here. Stevens -1, Burns -1, Reed -1, James minus 1 under, 1 under, 1 under, 1 under. So the leaders are at 1 under at their. So basically, starting the second round right now.
We're just getting started.
Yeah. The back nine, I guess I should say. So I love me I love me some U.S. Open, but I don't know how much. I think I'm probably going to be locked into the World Cup more than the Open, man.
Same here.
I mean, it's a great weekend. I'm going to be flipping back and forth. But like last weekend, you could watch the NBA Finals and the NHL Finals, and that was super dope, and the start of the World Cup. And this week, all I got is the U.S. Open, which is dope, and the World Cup, which is dope. And that's about it. And Rockies baseball. Coach, what is going on with Rockies? I don't know. I don't even know what's going on with Rockies.
All I know is that they're 2 wins away from hitting the 30-win threshold.
Oh, I heard the morning show talking about that, giving you all your love. So,
the morning show today was talking about?
Yeah, they were giving you love. I think it was Moser. Somebody was like, Sanford was on it, man. He picked it. He's almost right on the money.
We'll find out because they could have a 10-game losing streak, too.
I get it. But I can't, once again, I can't get excited for the worst team in Major League Baseball. Now, I know last year that was the worst team in the history of your franchise and one of the worst teams in the history of the sport. So this is an upgrade. This is better, but you're still dead last in the standings. So I don't know how many have you gone out to Coors Field this season yet?
Opening day.
Oh yeah, so that was
It's time to get back.
Okay,
but I've been traveling, man. I was in Costa Rica. I really had a chance to. I haven't gotten in my flow yet of summer.
There's certainly been some fun games. I think this entire month, there's been at least one game every week this entire month where there's been more than 13 runs scored in one of those. Like it isn't insane. And obviously they put 23 on the A's on. Was it last Sunday or last Monday? This Sunday or Monday or something? They put 23 on them or whatever it was. They just finished off a series with the Cubs. They're doing nothing today, and they'll return home and host Pittsburgh tomorrow. You can watch if you want to go see Skeens deal. That'll be on Saturday, I think.
So
right?
I need the Rocks. I need the Rocks to win back-to-back games for me to hit.
You need them go Friday, Saturday.
If they win Friday, Saturday, I hit the dirty 30.
I don't know. They got to beat Bubba Chandler. They got to beat Bubba Chandler tomorrow, and then they got to beat Paul Skeens. And it's Freeland in game 1. Freeland versus I don't know, Coach.
Hey, tell me, I had a chance to catch a little bit of your program yesterday. I was, like I said, I was coaching the 7-on-7 deal, Broncos. What was your guys' what were your overall takeaways with regards to the Broncos in the most recent minicamp OTA kind of world that just ended? And of course, it ended early. Sean Payton always calls it off.
Mm-hmm. You know what? And it didn't even occur to me yesterday when I was saying, last day of minicamps tomorrow, last day of mountain. And no. And then he
does it every year, though.
Yeah, I should have thought about
it.
It's
Achilles' oldest son.
I should have known. But what do you think Payton is happy with everything that he saw from? Yeah. There was obviously a lot of talk about Bo and that ankle. And there was a lot of talk about the rookies. But I don't. This morning, the morning show had an interesting conversation with Legwald. First off, obviously Legwald had that article yesterday about the Broncos did it. Now will other teams be braver about swallowing a massive cap hit if they've got a player that they're just like, we got to move on, and let's just cut this dude and eat $85 million. And if it worked out for the Broncos, maybe it'll work out for us. But I don't know if that's I don't know that's how things are going to go. But
did you see there's a show on FS1? I don't watch it, but I saw it on the X today. It's called First Things First on FS1. Danny Parkins, he's kind of like a little bit of a nose picker.
I know that
analytics
dude.
stat guy.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
So,
little nerdy looking dude.
Yeah. So I believe it was on yesterday's program in the afternoon. Danny Parkins kind of went on a bit of a rant and said that he believes that Bo Nix doesn't get nearly enough credit amongst those 2024 first round quarterbacks, and kind of went on to say that, Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, even Drake May, obviously they have gotten all of the talk of that. And then, of course, for good reason, both because of injuries and performance and just instability of their teams in the last year. J.J. McCarthy and Michael Penix Jr. have not obviously lived up to any form of hype that was around them. And frankly, I've got blood on my own hands because I was fairly high on both of those players coming out of college, and it has not materialized. But Danny Parkins did say that, Bo Nix has more wins, more touchdowns, and more yards than all of Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, and Drake May. His 24 victories through 2 seasons completely eviscerate the other 3, and so do his 63 total touchdowns, which are 11 more than the next closest, which is Drake May at 52. And Parkins went on to say, I would look at that and say that Bo Nix is just being way underserved in the marketplace of what this guy can actually be. What say you?
I think so. This is fascinating to me. I think there's a lot of people coming around nationally on Bo Nix because just this week or last week, I read an article on NFL.com where NFL.com took every single division and ranked the quarterbacks in that division 1 through 4. So they're like, here's the best quarterback in that division. Here's the second best quarterback in that division. Here's the third best. So like in the NFC East, it goes Dak Prescott, Jackson Dart, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels. That's their list. They think Jackson Dart is over Jalen and Jaden right now. So I was like, well, that's okay, baby. Okay. In the AFC West, you know what the list is? You know who they put number 1 in the AFC West?
Who?
They put Bo. They couched it by saying, Patrick's coming off an injury, and will he be the same Mahomes that we know? But right now they have Bo, Patrick, and then the Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza combo, and then Justin Herbert.
Wow. Justin Herbert's 4. Who's this?
This is, I'll tell you who wrote the article. Hold on.
Somebody who enjoys the state flower
Nick
of Colorado.
Shook, around the NFL writer. But here's the problem. I don't know.
Can you really say that Bo is above Mahomes right now?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Do you agree with that sentiment?
Matter of fact, he says Patrick Mahomes heads into the 2026 campaign in an unfamiliar place. Chiefs missed the playoffs for the first time in his career. He's working his way back from that injury.
He's hurt.
Yeah.
His knee was going the wrong way and getting surgically repaired.
Yeah. Bo was hurt too.
Yeah, but
he missed the last game of the season. Fairly important game.
So
I don't even know how to judge the Cousins Mendoza combo.
You know what I will say though.
The season gets going.
You know what is interesting? I find that head-to-head matchups of former Oregon Duck quarterbacks Bo Nix versus Justin Herbert, if I were just to say the 2-year history of when they have gone head-to-head, I would give the upper hand in that clearly to Justin Herbert in head-to-head. Now, we all know that the Broncos were a better team, especially in the postseason, than any Chargers team really in history. But I will say on the flip side of that, why that's not a crazy argument to make about Patrick Mahomes being number 2. In healthy Mahomes games versus Bo Nix, I've liked Bo Nix in that matchup.
Well, in the playoffs, Bo looked better than Josh Allen, right? But once again,
yeah, but like the first time they played each other in the playoffs.
Yeah,
Josh
right.
Allen
They didn't go well, right? They got
like
a house.
like Superman. So I would say that's a little bit of a different conversation. But like, I think that Bo has played against Mahomes twice, right? once in 24. And that was the field goal that was
that was the
blocked
what
field
was
goal.
that? How'd they do that?
But Bo played awesome, and that was at Arrowhead. I actually would argue that Bo, just the eye test is that Bo outplayed Patrick Mahomes in that game.
Uh-huh.
And then this season, before Mahomes' injury, Bo beat him. A healthy Mahomes, Bo beat him. And then we got the Chris Oladokun game in 24. That doesn't really count. And then I can't even remember. Or no, Oladokun was 25. 24, I don't even remember who it was. I think it was some old quarter. Was it Carson Wentz? Was it
Carson? I don't have candy.
It was an old quarterback. It didn't matter.
But if I told you, and I'm sure we've had this discussion before about how much pressure is on Bo's shoulders, but in the AFC West, what quarterback has the most pressure? Bo Nix, Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, or that combo of Fernando Mendoza and Kirk Cousins? Who has the most? Who comes into this season with the most to prove in the NFL?
Justin Herbert.
It is Justin Herbert, isn't it? It's Justin, man.
It feels like
is this the season he's got to get it done?
Are we getting?
Or are they moving on?
We might be getting to poop or get off the pot type of territory for Justin Herbert.
I mean, what does Herbert's contract even look like, Chris? What
is
that?
He's fine contractually, but from a legacy standpoint,
yeah. But if they want to move on from him next year, could they? They're not going to Russell Wilson, Justin Herbert. If they have an off season next year, Harbaugh and them are not going to go like, yeah, let's just. Because I don't know. Once again, I have no idea how long Justin.
One thing I'll say about Jim Harbaugh, he won't do well with 3 consecutive seasons in his first 3 seasons as the head coach with playoff failure.
Let's see. There is an out for the Chargers if they want to ditch Herbert in 2029. Let's see. I think
if they cut him tomorrow, what's that dead cap hit?
Dead cap hit
What's
looks like 46 million.
That's nothing. The Broncos had double that. That's nothing. Go ahead. Cut him loose. Although that's crazy. This never happened. This never going to happen. But yeah, it's so wild. That Justin Herbert is a really good quarterback, right? And he's got all the pressure in the world on him this season. All the pressure in the world. But we'll see how it plays out. Join Nate and Andy this afternoon live from El Patio for a great pregame watch party before Mexico takes on South Korea. Enjoy VMC Paloma and Mango Nada bucket specials. Plus, enter to win great prizes from VMC and Altitude Sports Radio. Doors open at 4. We'll see you at El Patio later today. Morning Sprint rolls on next. Altitude Sports Radio is inviting you to watch the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for USA versus Australia tomorrow. The action starts at the Monkey Barrel tomorrow at 12:30. Michelob Ultra will be on site with a lot of fun and Ultra giveaways. Mike Sanford, known as the coach, is your host for all the awesome giveaways, and you know he'll be bringing the energy. So come ready to cheer. Do you know that you're bringing the energy? Have they told you you're bringing the energy, Coach?
Did you hear the kind of energy I brought yesterday to a 7-on-7 tournament, and you don't think I'm going to bring it for my country?
No, I think you will.
I
think you will.
And for the whole process of having one beers,
Go
one
hang out with
Michelob
Coach
Ultras.
at Monkey Barrel.
Oh,
tomorrow.
have you seen the Michelob Ultra U.S. soccer jersey, like the U.S. kit edition of their aluminum bottle?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I'm going to have to check it out.
It might arguably be the best aesthetic bottle or can of anything in the history of the world.
Ooh, I did not know that.
Mm-hmm.
I want to check it out.
Chris Mitchell, have you seen it?
No, sir, I haven't.
See if you can pull it up there on the screen. Just Michelob Ultra and just do USMT, MNT.
See what it looks like.
Yeah.
I've been listen, the World Cup is a lot of fun, not just because of Team USA, but all the fans from all the other countries who've come into the United States and just having themselves a ball. Matter of fact, what's that score right now? Hold on, let me.
Look at that.
Oh, yeah.
It's the same, like it's the candy cane Where's Waldo stripes from this year's jersey.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's good.
It's good looking cold beer. Right there.
It's still 1-0 Czechia.
Oh, look at Christian
over South Africa.
Look at Christian Pulisic.
What's up, man?
He's looking good right there with his Ultra.
Yeah,
his
that's
Ultra
pretty
can.
good. That's a pretty good look. It's a pretty good look. But I mean, you got to beat Australia tomorrow. So we got another 45 in the first World Cup game, and then Switzerland and Bosnia Herzegovina will play. Canada and Qatar, and then Mexico and South Korea. That's what's
It's
going
interesting. Bosnia and Herzegovina, that could go wrong if you get your G and your V confused. Could you see that being a Freudian slip there for you?
I mean, that's a long country name. Like, I like South Africa. That's an easy one. Bosnia Herzegovina. Like, is that the longest name of a country on the planet, or is it one of those like Swedish names or whatever? Like, what's the country with the longest name? I guess is the question I have, and I don't know why I'm asking it, but it's Summer Sports Talk, and here we are. Marvin Mims and Jalen Waddle. So the morning show was talking with Leggy and about so we spent a lot of time at the beginning of the NFL season talking about Marvin Mims and how to use him and when to use him and use him more and please be more dynamic, and the offense needs to be more dynamic. But now let me ask you, now it feels like some people are like, well, why do you need Marvin when you got Jalen? And you're like, well, Jalen's not going to do what Marvin did. I guess my question for you is simply, why does it feel like the Broncos are they're not going to choose between the two? If you have two players with almost the exact same skill set, although that's not true. It's not exactly true. It's not 1-to-1, but you get what I'm saying. Same, like what they do is similar. Why wouldn't you? Why couldn't Davis Webb and Sean Payton find a way to use both at the same time, other than whatever this conversation we're kind of having, where it feels like Marvin gets left out in the cold, and now that you got Jalen here, Marvin's not going to get more touches now that Jalen's here. He's going to get even fewer, right?
I don't see it that way, and anybody who sees it that way,
you think so?
I think that the Denver Broncos are going to use Jalen Waddle as the Z receiver, which is the outside receiver, typically that travels with the tight end. All right, so if a tight end is in line and you're in a 2x2 formation, the tight end is hand in the ground, right next to the left tackle, say, if it's double wing left in the West Coast offense, and then the Z receiver is outside to that side. The X receiver is typically away from the tight end strength side, and that's Courtland Sutton. He's a big physical, demands the attention of the opposing safety. And then the guy that's the adjuster that typically travels either with the tight end and the Z receiver, or is traveling just with the X receiver, is your slot. It's your F, or some people call it a zebra. Some people call it a H. And I think that Marvin Mims is the perfect F. I think he's the perfect slot receiver because he can blow the top off. And I think that Davis Webb is going to be he's going to be a player in this decision-making process that identifies the importance of real tangible speed, play speed. And what I've seen with Marvin Mims is when he's been afforded the opportunity to be an explosive playmaker down the field, he has done exactly that.
Well, then who's the most explosive playmaker on the Broncos?
Jalen Waddle.
So it's Jalen, right?
Yep.
And so you have to give him, you have to target him. You have to give him touches.
Yep.
Why
can't you have those three guys as your starting 3 receivers and 11 personnel and be happier than a pig in poop?
I guess what I'm saying is somebody's going to get left out in the cold here. Because
I think it's Troy Franklin.
Oh.
I think it's Pat Bryant.
Oh, you think Troy and Pat get less targets?
Yeah, I think that.
I think Sean Payton loves him some Troy Franklin. Do you think Davis Webb does?
Do you?
No.
Do you think Bo absolutely loves him some Troy Franklin?
Well,
honest to God, like not. Oh, I played with him at Oregon.
No.
Because I think that's a lazy take.
Right,
I think it's a lazy take.
Yeah, and I don't think Bo thinks like that.
No,
like I don't
Bo
think
thinks about like I threw a dime.
Yeah.
I threw a dime and that fool dropped the ball.
Yeah.
Multiple times.
Yeah, he's like Bo's got no chill for that kind of thing. So I don't think he's like, hey man, he was my teammate in Oregon. I love him. He can do no wrong. No. That's not how Bo thinks. So I guess Troy Franklin left out in the cold, maybe. I don't know. I guess the most fascinating things to me for Davis Webb is probably outside of the wide receiver room. I want to know how he's going to run the ball, who's going to be outside of JK, who's going to get the majority of carries. And more importantly, can I, please, just once in the last 15 to 20 years, get some tight end play from the Denver Broncos? Just please.
You're going to get it.
You think so? You think so?
Evan Ingram's going to have a better season this year. I'm not saying that Evan Ingram's going to be the end-all, be-all, but he's going to have a better season.
Okay. Well, he'd almost have to. Yeah.
I think Davis Webb is going to force-feed that.
Okay.
I do.
All right.
I also think he has.
I don't care who it is. If it's Jolie, whoever, somebody, but it's got to be somebody, please.
It ain't going to be Jolie.
You don't think so?
No, sir. I also got a little, you know what's going to be an interesting thing for me? Going into the 26th season, you want to know what the biggest arrow down is in terms of a group on this football team for the Denver Broncos?
Oh, sure. Hit me with it.
The 2025 Denver Bronco draft class.
Ooh. Okay. Ooh, interesting. I mean, you don't like the way that you don't like any of that.
Let's talk about it.
Okay.
There's nothing that I saw at minicamp OTAs that tells me that Jahdae Barron is any more.
That is disturbing. That is disturbing.
And he was your what pick?
He was your first round pick. Your first pick.
20.
And he's right. And here's the problem, right? When you think of Jahdae Barron, you think he's just a guy, right? Just a guy. And he's supposed to be something better than that because they thought he was going to be something better. You're right. Ooh, that's a good one.
Okay, your second round pick that you moved to get is a guy that just had shoulder surgery in the offseason, and his ability to run the football as a between the tackles runner in the National Football League is, I would say, questionable at best, and that's R.J. Harvey.
Yep.
And Jonah Coleman looks like the better version of R.J. Harvey.
RJ just like Jahdae, where it's just like you're just a guy. You got to show me something, man.
He scored touchdowns in the red zone, but like to me that like doesn't.
Right, you got to be special.
And then round 3, pick 74, who I thought is a guy that's a total dog, but man, I'm worried about his noggin. Pat Bryant. Multiple concussions in his rookie season. I don't love the optics.
You think all those guys are going to fall off in their second year? I mean, it's not like they tore it up in their first year.
I said arrow down, man. Savion Jones doesn't necessarily do anything for me yet. He's the guy that where it starts to get at least somewhat intriguing to me is Q Robinson.
Oh yeah,
especially now because of Jonathan
Cooper, right?
But he wasn't picked until 134.
Yeah,
fourth round 134, and then
whatever you get from him is
and honestly
gravy.
Your best freaking pick in the 2025 draft class, without question.
Oh, is the Crawdaddy?
It was the Crawdaddy.
Yeah.
If you like a crawfish boil, a seafood boil,
I do.
Then the guy that you got from Australia, who by the way, man,
listen,
hey, Jeremy Crawshaw, you're my enemy tomorrow.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
I hate you.
Yeah, Crawshaw can kick rocks instead of footballs tomorrow. You
Hey,
can kick rocks, chump.
Go wear your stupid pouch and go.
USA.
Yeah,
That's
man.
right.
I don't want you marsupial-loving son of a gun, you.
You and all them deadly spiders and snakes, everything. The whole country wants to kill you. Everything out there just wants you to, kick rocks, Australia.
Yeah, I hope a crocodile gets
Although, listen, man, if you told Sean Payton, hey, Sean, the best selection you made in that draft was the punter, he might be a little upset with you.
All right, power
upset.
rank the Birdo Aussie celebrities. Hold on, number one. I'm giving you Crocodile Dundee.
Okay. But I think it's just, all I know is like the movies, like Nicole Kidman and Thor, Hemsworth, they're both Australian, right? Is it
Hugh Jackman, Australian?
Hugh Jackman is
Dude,
Australian.
you knew he was an Aussie.
Who's an Aussie? Aussie. Oi.
Margot Robbie.
Okay, yeah, that's a good selection.
It's a good Aussie.
That's a good. That's a number one draft pick right there. That's pretty good. You know what? How about this, Chris? We got Coach Payton talking about Johnny Barron from yesterday. Let's hear from him.
I think the key is staying on the field and being healthy. I think he's an instinctual player, and so I think for him is just getting the reps and the practice work.
Is that good or bad?
I don't know. Well, you tell me. Is that good or bad, Coach? What do you think?
Did you feel like he was unhealthy last year?
No.
I feel like you just weren't putting him out there.
Yeah.
I mean, are we missing something?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, he was available for all but like a game or two.
So, yeah, I mean, you think that's just Sean giving an answer where he's like, man, you better play better. Otherwise.
I mean, yeah.
Not for long is what the NFL stands for.
Sure. Is AC/DC Australian?
Is AC/DC one of the greatest rock bands in history from Australia?
They were formed in Sydney at the very least.
Really? I thought they were English, but no, you might be. I mean, listen, AC/DC, the Back in Black album is one of the greatest rock albums of all time.
Yep, all Australian.
Dude,
all Australian.
Did you know?
Australian?
I bet this is the first time that 97% of our listeners knew that AC/DC was Australian.
I've been listening to those fools for 30 years. Had no idea they were Australian.
Bon Scott, Australian. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Kylie Minogue.
Okay, yeah.
I wonder what Kylie
That's
Minogue's
true.
doing.
Holy cow. Yep, that's true.
I wonder what she's doing. She's got to be in her 60s.
Yeah, but she's still banging,
She
right?
was, I mean, about a decade ago, she still had her fastball, man. She had some movement, and she was rolling.
Yeah. So good luck, Crawshaw.
It's caught up to Kylie.
I mean, how many of those guys?
I think it's starting to catch up to Kylie.
Oh, well, I mean, she's in her 60s, brother,
58.
right? Oh, she's 58?
Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. Listen, let's just stand around and body shame celebrities. Let's do that for the rest of the show.
It's not body shaming. It's more plastic surgery shaming.
Oh, that's true.
Too much. There's some Frankenstein going on.
Yeah. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, we're good. All right,
we're going to take a time out. When we come back, it's the sensation sweep of the nation. It is Chris Mitchell's NFL News and Notes. That is next. That's right. We do it every time. Or no, we do it every day at this time? Something like that. You get what I'm saying. Every time it works. No, 60% of the time it works every time. I don't know. You get what I'm saying. Hey, let's do a little NFL news and notes.
Berto.
Yeah, what's up?
You're the best. You're so good.
Go ahead, Mitchell, do your thing.
All
or are you
right.
still just watching this parade? They got Alicia Keys singing. Of course the Knicks got Alicia Keys. No. Is Jose Alvarado singing with Alicia Keys right now? No, that's it. Oh, there's Spike Lee. No. This ain't right. Get Jose away from Alicia. Oh, no, he is. All right. There we go. We're looking at. All right,
I
sorry,
see you,
my
Alicia.
bad.
Alicia.
Yeah. Alicia Keys. All right, go ahead.
She's awesome.
My NBA championship parade notes are brought to you by your favorite appliance store,
Gosh.
Mountain High Appliance. With 5 locations across Colorado, visit mountainhighappliance.com. Of course, there's no minicamp for the Broncos today. Head coach Sean Payton announced yesterday that they're packing everything up and moving to their shiny new facility. See y'all at training camp in a few weeks. Can I get a quick eulogy about that old facility from you fellas before it gets blown up?
Absolutely. Old facility. You were a NFL facility. And now you are being replaced by a new NFL facility.
A palace, though.
Yeah, but like when that thing was built, like, I don't know, 37 years ago, it was a palace too.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Just the way it goes.
The Broncos have always had pretty good facility. Like I remember when they built the outdoor facility. Like I will say this: Dove Valley can kick rocks too. I don't like going out there, man. I don't like going out to Dove Valley.
Why? It's too hot?
I don't. It's just you spend the last part of the summer just hanging out with, Kreckman and Legwald and Nate and Tyler and just sitting there and just watching dudes in shorts touch each other. It's like, nah, man. Like let's just get to.
What would you rather do?
Drink? I don't know. What do you mean? What would I rather do? I would do almost anything.
This happened in the morning. You know that, Berto.
Just listen. You do it in the morning.
So when you go out to Dove Valley to watch a training camp practice, the indelible images for you that you associate that with are Kreckman and you said Leggy.
After all these years,
Polumbus.
I associate it with just kind of like psycho fan because. The Broncos get a good amount of fans out there during training camp.
Yeah, good or bad? Do you like them or you not?
I know I like them. They're the psychos.
Guess who they are?
The crazies.
They're the people that are listening right now to our show.
Well, God
so we
bless
better
you.
like them for the love of all things holy.
Yeah, those are my people, man. Those are my peeps.
Gosh, they're my homies, man.
The absolute psychos to go out there at Dove Valley. But yeah, no, I'm not here for it. All right, what you got next, Chris?
All right, before we wrap things up, Sean Payton was asked a lot about Davis Webb and if this next iteration of the Broncos offense was going to be the Sean Payton offense or the Davis Webb offense.
It's the Broncos, right? I mean, I said this at the beginning, and I mean it. Like, I'm fully supportive of wanting us to be successful because when you get older, you just want to win. And you always want to win, but you recognize maybe some of the things mistakes maybe you made when you were younger. You paid too much attention to other things. So, but yeah, in the same, it's our defense. It's, that has to be the approach. The independent, one side of the ball, this side, that's not us. And it won't be. Because in order to play real good defense, there's certain things you have to do offensively. And so we'll be mindful of all of it.
There are times where I personally criticize like things that I hear Sean saying that I don't think are accurate and true. I actually believe that what Sean just said about there's no like offense versus defense or I'm the play caller versus Davis Webb's the play caller, therefore I'm going to get petty. I actually believe that's the area that Sean Payton has surprised me the most.
Really?
Because what is Sean Payton, when you hired him and you paid him nearly $20 million annually, what are you really hiring him to do?
What, change the whole culture, right? Is that why you brought it up?
No. Think about what's the stereotype of Sean Payton as a coach?
Offensive genius?
Yes. Have we seen offensive genius?
No.
But you know what?
Every year that Sean's been here, the defense has been better than the offense.
And you know what? Dude, that's a huge growth area that Sean Payton's shown at 62 years old.
Yeah, I think
it's
you're
like,
right.
I don't really freaking care as long as we're winning football games.
And I bet you it
and my
wasn't
culture is right.
I bet you it wasn't that long ago that Sean Payton was concerned about credit. You know what I mean? Where he's like, people need to know that I did this.
And he
I
might
did
even
this.
he might even still fight that. You might like internally, it's
Yeah,
one
in
of
his
those
own
things where
head.
you're like, dude, I want our offense to be the number one offense in the National Football League like it was when I was at the New Orleans Saints.
Yeah.
But it's not.
Yeah.
And you know what? I'm going to laugh all the way to the postseason and the AFC Championship game. I just wish I could have been laughing with my healthy quarterback.
Yeah.
That's it.
You
Because
really
he's done
think-
a good job of putting his ego aside. Really, I know he's got a big ego. You can't be in that spot and have movies made about the time that you sit away from football because you were, allowing Bounty Gate to happen or whatever.
Yeah. So I mean, I think you're right. I think there is a different version of Sean Payton who'd want all the credit in the world. He want people to know that they're running my offense and we're putting up my points and we're doing. But yeah.
Do you think that's the devil on Sean Payton's shoulder that he's like,
Yes.
hey, shut up.
Yes.
Stop. I'm a team guy.
I want to hear the angel because I think like Sean Payton's one of those dudes who's probably got two devils and he's got to pick between the lesser of two evils sometimes. You know what I mean? That's just how his brain works. But I'm excited about it.
I'm pretty sure that Sean Payton, that devil was barking at him after the, 60? How many points did the Dolphins score on Vance Joseph's defense in year one of Sean?
Yeah, it was 50. It was 50,
No, it was
right?
more than that.
Was it?
What did it,
Was
like
it
a 70
60?
spot or something like that?
Oh, was it 70?
I thought
Right, that's when everybody thought they're like, well, you got to fire Vance now. He's done. And then
Final score is 70-20.
Oh, wow. What year? What season was it? How long ago was that?
2024 is
So that was
Sean's
4
first
years
year.
ago?
No, just
Wait, you're right. It's
sorry.
2026.
September 24th, 2023.
2023.
Yep.
Okay.
So three full years and some change ago.
Yeah, yeah. It's gonna be fun to see because once again, this is the summer, and Sean was able to give everybody today off. This is happy Sean. This is fun Sean.
He does it every year.
I'm gonna
though,
wait.
bro.
Right. Wait until we get to see in season Sean Payton and see if he's still doing this whole thing.
But he's good with that though, man. Like Sean doesn't really, outside of maybe Dre Greenlaw saying that training camp at the Broncos was a lot more than it was with the 49ers. And frankly, where is Dre Greenlaw now?
Yeah, he's back. He's back in San
Francisco.
Yeah.
Outside of that, man, like you never see the players like hang dogging their heads around, kind of saying, "Oh man, it's just Sean Payton's having us go full live tackle to the ground."
He's
He's
so
screaming
tough.
at. It really isn't that bad, man.
Yeah. I mean, they had.
It's professional. It's not easy, but he prepares the team to get ready to play football, and I would argue that he does it appropriately.
All right, Chris, what's next?
Damn! He ain't gonna be in rush hour 3.
Peyton was also asked if there was a concerted effort to get Webb's own personal touches on this new edition of the Broncos offense. Here is his response.
No,
More organic.
it was more organic than that. It was, hey, this is what we're going to call this now. And then occasionally there'll be something. It's harder in this format because of some of the things we're doing. I think clearly, improving the run game consistency wise, from a year ago prior to JK getting injured. Yeah, I would say it's a little bit more day-to-day organic than that.
Who gets the blame and the credit if the offense works or doesn't work? Like, once again, I know it's a team effort and all that stuff Sean just said, but.
Is the worst case scenario for Sean?
Yes, I know what you're going to say, and it is.
That offense is markedly better.
Yes, that's exactly it.
But then the real worst case scenario is that he can take the credit for having the ability for him to put his ego aside to give somebody else an opportunity. But then what happens when Davis Webb's gone after just one season of doing it? That's the worst case scenario.
Right. You go from putting up like 22 points a game to 32 points a game, and then back to 22 points a game, and you're like, what's the difference here? Oh, it was the guy who was here and then left because he got a head coaching gig.
The guy with
D-Dub.
the guy with the Birdo hair.
It's
He's got that
D-Dub.
flow hanging out in the back. I think D-Dub's, he's from Texas, isn't he?
Is he? Is that where he came from? I have no idea.
I mean, he's an air raid background guy.
I mean, right now, there's a coin flip chance that this man becomes an NFL head coach, right? Like, he's one of those young coaches in the league right now that I think other teams look around and be like, that guy is a leader of men. He has potential. I like where he's going. I like, you have these names in your brain if you're a team owner or a team GM of coaches you respect.
All right, so he went to Keller High School in the Dallas-Fort Worth area before transferring to Prosper High School, Prosper, Texas.
All right. living in the DF dub before moving on.
He had himself a district championship and a trip to the Texas 4A regional semifinals.
He's off to the races. Now look at him.
31.
Is that what he is right now, is 31?
31.
Yeah. You can understand why him and Bo have a better relationship than Bo and Sean.
God, let me think. When I was 31.
What were you doing?
I was... I mean, I wasn't the offensive coordinator of the Broncos, but I was the...
Offensive coordinator of? Quarterback's coach of?
I was the quarterback coach, wide receiver coach, and pass game coordinator at Sanford.
Stanford. See, that's not bad, bro.
Not a bad gig.
No, that's not a bad gig.
Not a bad gig.
That's not bad at all. All right, Chris, what's next?
I'm tipping.
Speaking of concerted efforts, here's Peyton on whether or not the front office made it a point of emphasis to maintain roster continuity, because that's the big buzzword these days, between last season and now.
I don't think there was ever that meeting where we went in and said, all right, we're going to keep a lot of the same guys, or we don't. It's hard to measure. There obviously was a lot more transition in 23. Some of those decisions that were made prior to the offseason relative to players returning, it's just, what are we looking for in a player? What's the skill set? Does he endear himself to his teammates? Those type of things. I think that, this situational football,
yes,
more and more, when you just look at the way these games are finishing, record number of three-point games last year, record number of lead changes in the postseason. The margins each year continue to just get a little closer, so paying attention to that, I think, is real important.
I've lived in about every region of the United States of America, and I still, to this day, do not understand where Sean Payton got the situation from. There's a J in there.
Is that a New Orleans thing?
No.
Is that
no.
French knowledge?
No, it's not. It's just Sean, man.
Just Sean mispronouncing words?
No, I just like his situational football.
How do you feel about continuity? Like, you lost John Franklin Myers and P.J. Locke and, like, Ben DiNucci or something. But it's not like, you brought everybody back. Everybody who you needed to bring back, you brought back. But outside of JFM, and Greenlaw, but Dre didn't seem like a perfect fit. And he seems much more happier in San Francisco. So do you think in the NFL, should that be a goal for NFL teams, to keep their team together as much as possible?
Well,
just keep their team together.
Don't keep that Jets team together.
No,
don't keep that Browns team together.
Blow that thing up.
Yeah, don't keep that Titans team together.
It's still, you know what? The Cleveland Browns have been one of the more fascinating teams in the NFL for like 3 or 4 years. And it's just because I don't know what the hell they're doing. It's just like a train wreck, and I like to watch it happen. And of course, with whatever's going to happen between Shador and Deshaun and Dylan Gabriel, and there's a fourth guy there.
Could you imagine being a diehard New York Jets fan?
No.
Like the height of your memories, if you're like in your 30s, is Mark Sanchez.
Yeah. Like you have no, Joe Namath is like, you weren't alive for that. You have no idea. You forget we were talking about the golden era of Valor football. Man, what's the golden era of Jets football, Joe? I mean, the 60s? Is the 60s?
I mean, how many people were alive
1960 something?
I mean, you're old as all get out. And you
and I wasn't alive for that, man.
I mean, you were negative like 18.
Yeah, that's not cool, man. That's not cool.
Well, were you born in the 70s?
I was. I'm a 70s guy.
Kind of early or mid?
I'm 1974.
Ooh.
1974.
So you're 4.5 years away from being a 60s guy.
Yeah.
Wow.
Close. Well, yeah, I'm 52 right now.
Oh, hey, by the way, us thinking about this way. Happy Father's Day, Berto.
Oh, thanks, man. Thanks. Because I'm the father of modern day sports radio. I mean, what a father of what?
No, happy Father's Day. Like actual Father's Day.
Okay, well, I'm not a father.
Are you sure?
I do.
How can you be so sure? I don't know, man. I've known you for 3 years. And I would say there's no guarantee that you're not celebrating a Father's Day.
At this point, has your wife just run out of stuff to get you for Father's Day?
No, we're going to a concert.
Oh, what are you going to go? Who are you going?
We're going to watch some Texas country, man. Some West Texas country music, some Flatland Cavalry.
Okay.
And Shane Smith and the Saints.
They're playing here. They're playing,
man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that'll
Fiddler's
be fun.
Green.
I like Fiddlers.
I've never been.
Oh yeah, Fiddlers is nice.
It's right next to the crib.
Fiddlers is nice. The only thing with Fiddlers is they have
Shane Smith and the Saints are from Austin, Texas.
I had no idea
And,
about that.
and Flatland Cavalry's from Lubbock.
Lubbock is just wasteland. Lubbock is just flat wasteland, man, but a bunch of oil. So go crazy. Go crazy.
Go
folks.
crazy, young man.
All right, that was Chris Mitchell's NFL News and Notes, brought to you by your favorite appliance store, Mountain High Appliance, with 5 locations across Colorado. Visit mountainhighappliance.com. The morning sprint rolls on after this. All right, wait for it. I love it when you call me Big Papa. Go ahead, Chris. Spit it. Spit it. Go. Go. With style and grace. Welcome back to the final segment of the morning sprint on this Thursday. We talked a lot of Denver Broncos today, and the NFL, as most of the league is wrapping up mandatory minicamps. Now, here's that stretch that freaks coaches and NFL front offices the hell out. That stretch between the end of mandatory minicamps and the beginning of training camp, where players could while out. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, the mandatory minicamps are over. Matter of fact, when training camp starts, is the brand new facilities going to be complete? Like, they're moving back into, like, right for the next month. They're doing construction on all that new stuff. Also, Coach, I could tell you took a big bite of that sandwich. You want to know why?
I got mayonnaise on my mustache.
You got mayonnaise all over your face.
Does
bro.
it look good, bro?
I know it doesn't look good. It's freaking me out, man. You gotta wipe that off. You gotta wipe that off, man. That's a little too much, man. You put too much mayonnaise on that sandwich.
I don't know. I just ordered a sandwich, man.
You get it Mike's way or no?
Yeah, Mike's way with a little extra mayonnaise.
Little extra mayonnaise, man. Little extra mayonnaise.
I got to see it on the Twitch. I got to see what it looks like.
Oh,
man.
no. Yeah, go ahead. Bring up Twitch.
Oh, yeah, there it is. There it is. Look at it.
Yeah, you got to get rid of that. You got to get rid of that, man. Like, have you ever been in a meeting and then, like, the CEO's got, like, something stuck in your teeth in the whole meeting? You're like, you want to say something at the same time. You don't want to be the guy who extends the meeting.
That would actually, that meeting that you just described would require for us to work a real job. I've never worked an actual real job with CEOs and people along those lines.
That's true. Your job is people yelling at you and then you yelling at other people. And then you lose your voice. That's your job, is what goes on. All right, last segment here on this Thursday. As we close things out, the U.S. Open is underway at Shinnecock, and
where is that?
Actually, where is Shinnecock? Is it in the New York area?
I'm looking it up right now.
Where is Shinnecock?
It is New York. Got all the things in New York.
Yeah. So yeah,
Southampton. So is that the Hamptons?
I have no idea. Once again, like, if right now the Knicks parade is going on, if I wanted to leave the Knicks parade, well, actually the parade basically just ended. Everybody got up there and talked, and everybody. I am bummed out. I'm bummed out that the Knicks were way too chill. There was, like, when the Nuggets won, that entire team and coaching staff was hammered.
Yeah,
was lit.
They wanted to keep their city
Lit. And the Knicks did not seem like they seemed way too calm, cool, and collected for a championship
been
parade.
there, done that. Once it's in the last 70 years.
1973 or whatever.
They had time to prepare.
I guess, man. I guess. So, but if I left the Knicks parade and wanted to go see the first round of the U.S. Open, how long is that? Like, how long would it take me to get from Manhattan to wherever Shinnecock is?
Trying to spell Shinnecock on Google Maps.
It's not working
pretty
for
challenging. Yeah, so it is in the Hamptons. So, like, you cross Hampton Bay. So you just drive out on Long Island until Long Island just about ends. So right now, that would be a 3 hour and 15-minute drive if you were to take 495E and New York 27E.
Interesting.
Yep. That's
All right.
3 hour and 15. Can you imagine right now? You would have to travel 86 miles.
It would take you half
3
a day.
hours and 15 friggin' minutes.
Now, that's like,
and you want to live in New York City.
That's like when I got family in Colorado Springs, and sometimes my sister and brother-in-law show up and they're like, come on down and hang out. And I'm like, you don't have enough money to pay me to drive from Denver to Colorado Springs? That's the worst try. No way. Not happening. Not happening. Certainly not. Sam Stevens right now leads the U.S. Open at Shinnecock. He is 2 under. Rory McIlroy is currently tied for third at 1 under through 12. So that's what we got going on. Ricky Fowler, Keegan Bradley, Brian Harmon, all there in the top 10 at the U.S. Open. All those guys are at even right now.
No more real news came out yesterday from Dove Valley about Jonathan Cooper. The news had been addressed the day before. But where do you see this going?
I don't know. I think I have a different opinion when it comes to these kind of things in the NFL.
Yeah, I want to hear your opinion. Everybody's entitled to their opinion.
I hate when
as long as it's not like insanely bigoted.
I hate when teams walk away from a player like this. Like if they were just like, nope, we that's our red line. You crossed it. You're gone. Get gone. Like I don't think like I feel like Jonathan Cooper's friends, everybody abandoned him in this. Like there was nobody there for him. There was nobody to be like, what are you doing? And you know what I mean? Just to be like, your mind's not right. You're not thinking right. You certainly shouldn't go back to where play. No. Like I don't like any of that. So even if John Cooper isn't playing football for the first half of next season, I really don't like the idea of just cutting him loose and just be like, I feel like that would just aggravate the situation. Like it's more about, right now, it's more about the man than the player than whatever's going to happen in football, at least for me, at least in that situation. But we'll see how it all plays out. I mean, I just saw Luca from the Post said today that the trial date has now been pushed back a couple. It's July 24th.
I see June 24th.
Is it June 24th? I thought it was July.
This is in I just pulled it up, cbsnews.com. Gosh.
Because it was going to be a jury trial before. Now now they're just going to go for a judge, I think was Luca was saying here in late July. Matter of fact, I think training camp might have already started by the time July 24th comes around. When does Bronco camp start? 23rd?
It's right in that same.
Yeah, it's right that.
Yep.
So this is going to be going on. That trial is going to be going on during Broncos training camp. But outside of that.
So Berto, you think that like his people, meaning his family, his agent, his friends, like his teammates left him high and dry in this situation, but like, dude, where's the accountability?
No, I get it.
Not like
I get it.
I understand the concept of a crime of passion,
right?
Or two very impassionate people that could lend itself to being up for interpretation, whether it was true domestic violence or not. Mm-hmm. But how do you explain the returning to the scene of the crime with a restraining order?
I'm not saying
and where does the accountability rest for the athlete? Like you're the person making that money.
Well, it's going to cost him millions of dollars. But you're right. It's not just that. He's got to be, listen, take an innocent human life, hit a woman, abuse a child. Those three things, you lose your man card. You're dead. You lose your man card, man. You're done. You're done. Now you can get it back, but you have to change your life. You have to change the way you think about things. And that's what Jonathan Cooper's going to have to do once this all plays out.
Also rooting for the Socceroos instead of USA tomorrow. But continue.
So
I digress.
So we really didn't know much about what's going on with Jonathan Cooper, and we'll see, and it's all going to play out. But other than that, you're right. Other than that, we learned really not much else. I mean, do you expect that we're going to get to training camp and there's going to be a bunch of surprises or a few surprises where you're like, ooh, this doesn't look like last year at all. This is a different vibe.
Probably just around Jonathan Cooper.
Okay, yeah.
I don't see any
like. Is there a different vibe around Bo? Bo seems. Listen, he is not the most outgoing guy to the like. I'm trying to think of different Broncos quarterbacks and how they handle the media, but it does feel a little bit like Bo Nix is much more like, I'm the man, and I got some things to say, and you're gonna hear it. You're gonna listen to it. You know what I mean? There feels like there's a little bit more to what Bo's. I
think Bo's sick of us.
Oh, you think so? And well, you know what?
All of us.
He did.
He's sick
some
of
those
me.
answers talking about his ankle were kind of like, my ankle. Stop talking about my ankle. Like, bro, it's the NFL. You're going to get hurt. You're going to get hurt. There's a 100% chance you're going to get hurt. You're also the most important piece of this team. We're going to talk about it. We're going to have to talk about it.
Think about introductory press conference Bo Nix when he became a Denver Bronco. There was an innocence and naivete. There was a youthful optimism. Boy, he became an NFL starting quarterback fast. He's almost a little bit
right. He learned.
Don't you feel like he's a little almost like a grizzly vet? Like it's
now
almost
it
like
does. Yeah, right.
He's like almost like screw all you
Sean
guys.
Payton starts talking out of school about his injuries, and Bo's like, we gonna have a press conference tomorrow. I'm gonna talk directly to the reporters. The hell with No, I like
and there's almost a bit of a sarcasm to everything he says with regards to like, I don't know, I read that. Like he's Bo's petty.
Yeah.
And Bo, I think it's proven out that Bo listens and hears and sees.
And you know what?
More than
I'm
he would
okay
probably
with that.
admit.
I'm okay with it. Like, there's a difference between like James Dolan, who I think is petty, who uses his money in petty ways, and like a Michael Jordan, who I think is probably the greatest basketball player who ever played, who's also is a petty man. But that kind of pettiness, it made him great. It made him great.
You knew it was not petty?
Who?
Tom Brady.
You don't think so?
Nope.
Really?
I think everything was just about address whatever needs to be addressed and just I don't think Tom Brady cared a whole lot about what media was reporting. I think he carried himself as if he was above all that.
You're right. I guess I didn't. But then again, the media in New England was intimidated. You know
Peyton
what I mean?
Manning
It was just a
wasn't
bunch
petty.
of intimidated by
Peyton
Bill.
Manning wasn't petty, was he?
No.
Pretty straightforward.
You wait, are you trying to say that Bo's just gonna? This is the one thing that he needs to grow up
I don't
about?
know. I don't know.
The pettiness.
I
'Cause
don't
once
know.
again, I do like a little bit of pettiness, but at the same time, you're right. It's unbecoming of QB1 sometimes. Like, wide receiver can be petty. You can be, you know what I mean? You can be diva wide receiver and nobody gives a damn. You diva quarterback and you got a problem.
NBA players expected to be petty. Would you agree?
Yes.
NBA basketball players should be petty.
You need to be petty sometimes.
You know who's not really petty is NHL player.
That's true. But then again, you don't have to be petty because if you get angry at somebody, you just punch them in the face.
That's true.
You can just say, "Hey, I'm gonna fight you."
So,
okay.
And for Berto and I, we like Petty Bo, I think.
Yeah. I think I'm pretty good with Petty Bo.
I think so.
Yeah. Altitude Sports Radio is inviting you to watch the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra for USA versus Australia tomorrow. The action starts at the Monkey Barrel tomorrow at 12:30. Michelob Ultra will be on site with a lot of fun and Ultra giveaways. Mike Sanford is your host for the awesome giveaways. His coach will be there. So stop by and say hi and get ready to cheer on U.S. men's national team. See you at Monkey Barrel tomorrow. And this afternoon, you can check out Nate and Andy. Go see Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl live from El Patillo for a great pregame watch party before Mexico takes on South Korea. Enjoy VMC Paloma and Mango Nada bucket specials. Plus, enter to win great prizes from VMC and Altitude Sports Radio. Doors open at 4. See you at El Patillo later today. Say what's up to Nate and Andy for myself. For the coach, Mike Sanford, for Alex Ryan, he's golfing right now. I'm Mark Bertinoli. That's Chris Mitchell. The Morning Sprint back at it on Monday. PhD is next.
We're going to get into some basketball here right off the bat. We'll have Marcello Balboa on with us at 1:30 to ask him why everybody hates Ronaldo, which is really interesting to me, but apparently that is the case. Scott, you know a little factoid about the soccer. We'll get to all of it for sure. Also, Parker Gabriel brings us the latest on the Broncos just after 1 o'clock. But boy, oh boy, are there some rumors about the Nuggets that are circulating. Quickly before we get there, I just want to say I watched a good chunk of the parade today. And it was different. You know, it's New York, and you got to do things a little bit differently. You can't be just wildling out and drunk and hammered and the whole thing. I get it why that doesn't make sense in New York City with 1 million people. And ironically, despite Central Park and the huge expanse, they had their speeches at City Hall, which is actually a pretty small, tight area. And it was all kind of humdrum and whatever. But I got to give that mayor of New York, if you have a chance to watch his speech, you want to talk about a lesson in life. And he really details where they were when they were down 29 points, specifically when they were down 9 points with 20 points with 9 minutes to go. And he said the analytics had the Spurs winning by a 99.6% chance. And then his speech rose to say, we go to work when it's 0.4% in New York. And this is how we operate in the 0.4%. Yeah. And I'm telling you, if you want some sort of motivational speech or some reason why teams win, I'll just use his words, man. What can you do as a team when you're existing in the 0.4%, turning a loss into a win? And I'm telling you, man, it was great. And then Alicia Keys came up and sang Empire State of Mind with a little Billy Joel mixed in the beginning. So it was New York State of Mind into Empire State of Mind, with all the players, and Jose Alvarado, who comes from Brooklyn and Queens, from that sort of area, is an NBA champion. And then they had one of the white kid on the team, I don't know, Tol something or whatever. He had his Bo Byron moment. He was jumping up and down, and the cops wrestled him, and they had to explain he was actually on the team because he's like a 22-year-old kid that doesn't really look like he fits. And you know what I'd say to this? For all those reasons, man, it wasn't the biggest celebration, sort of out of control like the Nuggets, but it was pretty damn cool, man. It was pretty damn cool. And it was a reminder, even though I hate New York in terms of sports hate, why New York is an important city in America. And I think it's pretty awesome for the first time in 53 years they got to celebrate like this.
Yeah, screw.
What do you guys think? What did you think of the moment?
Well, I got caught up in the series. I got no reason to be a Knicks fan. I'm not a Knicks fan, but I got caught up in the moment of their opportunity to do something that they've been chasing forever, right? And I was rooting for them in the finals. So I thought it was a fun moment. I thought that the NBA Finals was tremendous, and the competitive games and all that. I didn't watch any of the parade stuff. I didn't really care about the parade personally on a personal level. But, just the series, the city, all that. I don't like New York, but I kind of got caught up in it. I thought it was a very entertaining series. I think the rest of the world did. It doesn't hurt that you're in the number one media capital in the world. But all the numbers were off the charts. Everybody's happy. I saw likes and impressions. They did just that series, did like 8 billion or 18 billion likes and subscribers, whatever those things are, clicks. 18 billion. I mean, that's a whole lot of people checking videos out, isn't it? So they reined the drinking in on this one, is what you're saying?
Yeah, if there was drinking going on, it wasn't very public, and it was very on the down low. So it just wasn't.
What about
even,
players and stuff?
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah. There was nothing going on that was obvious. I mean, it was beyond obvious for the Nuggets. I mean, it was a very group participatory.
That was a 3-day. I mean, from the time you won, didn't they win it on a Monday or Tuesday?
They won it on a Monday and Thursday.
And that was a 4-day of.
Yeah,
and then they went to Vegas.
They reeled it in, and I get it. You can't be kind of insane in New York. It's a little bit different.
Yeah, you can't lower yourself to everybody else.
It's different.
Can't be different. No, good on them. Now the funny thing is, you've now had 4 days to celebrate, and already they're getting James Dolan, which is probably one of the, I would say, the top
5% of disliked owners in the league.
He has zero personality.
Yeah.
You know who's got a great personality is Mike Brown.
Oh, no, he's phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
We could probably get him on if we could get a message to him. That's the kind of guy he is.
Well, that would be amazing. That would be fantastic. No, their own Dolan there, he has no personality. Everybody's all right with him at this point because he just brought him a championship. But that's not a dude you're really going to get.
They're already talking, because everybody, when you win one, can you win two?
Yeah.
They got 5 players: Brunson, OG, Cat,
Robinson, Mitchell.
No, they're not paying him yet.
That they're
talking,
paying.
they got 5 guys they're paying is 192. The second apron's 100 or 222.
Oh, Dolan's already said
and he said
not going
we ain't going the second apron. And so now he's already getting hammered again. Because they got 5 guys at 192 million, and you got 12 more guys on the roster to cover 30 million.
So somebody's got to go.
Somebody's got to go.
Oh, I know who I want, man. I know you're not that high on Mitchell Robinson, but I want that dude, man. I want to give that guy a shot. But there's a lot of other Nuggets things going on. That being said, Jalen Brunson gets up there and he speaks about the haters. Man, that in sports, is there anything more motivational than sticking it to the haters?
Other than getting the literal chip tattoo on your shoulder that many of my teammates had, no.
They literally had a chip?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It's such a strong motivator in sports, man, at the highest level.
Yeah. Well, listen. Tom Brady used it in Tampa Bay and said the whole world's against us. No, he didn't. Everybody wanted you to win. I think that.
Yeah, but when he got to Tampa, everybody was actually rooting for you for the first time.
The only time that Tom Brady, maybe other than that first 1 or 2 trophies, just like Mahomes, when Mahomes won his first couple of Super, I think everybody in the world that didn't have the other team, picked was cheering for Mahomes. Not anymore. Ain't no one cheering for Mahomes to win another ring. They don't want him to get another one, just like they didn't after Tom. But when he got to Tampa, they wanted to stick it to New England and stick it to Belichick and Kraft. I think
all of a sudden Tom Brady became lovable when he went to Tampa.
I think everybody wanted it. And when he came out and said, no one believes in us against the world, I went, dude, the whole world wants you. What are you talking about? But Michael Jordan, we saw in that documentary they did, he would make reasons up. He did it in the Olympics. I want the point guard. What? Did you hear what he said about me?
Yeah. Oh, one of my favorite stories is
point
that,
guard from Puerto Rico.
George Call apparently ignored Michael Jordan in a restaurant. I bet George just didn't see him.
Yeah, and they're North Carolina guys. There's a bond there.
Whatever works for you.
So, Dolan is, seriously, he may be the most unliked owner in pro sports, or at least NBA.
There was a funny moment where Adani, the mayor there, recognized Charles Oakley, who's had a long feud with Dolan for years and years and years.
When he got him kicked out of the arena.
And he was giving Oakley props, and Dolan's right behind the mayor, but what can you do? And it was really cool. Patrick Ewing was recognized for being that guy. And I don't know, man. I'm not the biggest Knicks guy. Although I'll tell you, boy, we talked about it a lot. Them having those birthday songs for Josh Hart when they beat the tar out of the Nuggets and celebrating like they were on fire, and it just stood out. There was something about this group of guys that could be down in every single game and come back in the championship moment and live in that 0.4%. And that is, hey man, that's what champions are made of, man. Can you live in that sort of realm?
I saw a stat in the first quarter in the final series, they were a minus 72. But in the fourth quarter, they were like a plus 43 or something like that. You know?
Really don't need to play 48 minutes or 60 minutes if you can dominate when the game matters that most and other portions of it.
Yeah.
But you got to dominate. There's no such thing as playing a full 48.
Well, listen, that year the Nuggets won it. I mean, if it was in 5 points, either way of the scoreboard,
last 4 minutes of the game,
in 4 or 5, the Nuggets were going to win it.
It was over. Even or up with 5 to go, it was.
They did that for years. It felt like, and that was the first
until the beginning of this year.
That was the first thing that I pointed out this year. That I was like, it's just this is not what we're accustomed to. When they're in closeout range, they're not closing out games.
All right, we'll dig deeper into it in a second, but I just want to go through this really quick. A couple of notes with the Nuggets. Sports Illustrated's Austin Veazey. This is a proposed mock, so I'm not saying this is happening, but this is a vibe of things that are out there. Klay Thompson to the Nuggets the Mavericks 2026 number 48 pick, Christian Brown, and the Nuggets number 26 pick. That's a mock that would involve Christian and some draft picks for Klay Thompson.
Now say that again, because my first hearing that, I was like, no freaking way.
Klay and a 48th in this year's draft.
No.
Christian Brown and number 26.
No.
Okay.
No. Why would you do that?
It's fine. Let me go through. There's two others that I want to go through quickly.
Yeah, that one's.
Cam Johnson for a top 20 pick. Value of Cam Johnson for a top 20 pick. And one last one quickly.
That one you have to think about.
Bogdanovich. Period. Like, go get Bogdan.
I can't remember which one he is. Is he the little guard that
6'5".
that played for Clippers?
He plays for the Clippers. He was on the Serbia team. He's a little bit older than Jokic.
Yeah, was hurt a lot this year.
Has been hurt a lot for the past couple of years. Yeah.
Although I was told in L.A. this year that he's not really hurt. He just hates the team, hates being here.
Okay.
So he's one of those guys that if I can push it an extra 3 or 4 games, he did.
Okay. Well,
that's what I was told.
He's been around the block. He's
been here for a while.
He has been here for a while, but obviously close with Jokic, teammates with him, that sort of thing.
None of those feel like ultra exciting, except for just doing the no-brainer, which is getting rid of Cam. That's a no-brainer.
All right, well, we can go through real quick. Cam for a top 20 pick, yes or no?
Yes.
I would think about it.
Going out and get Bogdan as a rotational player.
Well, you're probably not having. If you do that, you're losing either Hardaway or Brown or both.
Okay. Well, aren't you losing both?
Not necessarily.
Which one would you keep?
I don't know. If you get Bogdan, who when he's hot can really hit threes, you probably could lose Hardaway. Neither one of them are great defenders. Brucey, I thought had a great year. I think he wouldn't he the only Nugget play all 82 games.
Keep Brucey. I think THJ is probably gone anyways.
Maybe.
I think he's just going to get more money than they're going to be willing to spend. That's all.
Might be.
And acquiring Klay Thompson some way somehow.
I would not for the what you propose. Klay Thompson's old as I am, and has really struggled the last 2 or 3 years shooting the basketball.
Okay.
And you're going to give a 24-year-old up for a 34-year-old. And you're going to give him your 1 first-round pick this year for the 48th, which is, the guy who's going to be sweeping up Ball Arena in 3 years.
All right. We're off and running.
I mean, why would you do that?
Fine.
That's why I let my subscription for Sports Illustrated go right there.
June 30th, we are 12 days away from free agency in the NBA when things really get cooking. And it happens quick. Free agency and the draft, all of it. It happens fast. So things are about to happen for the Denver Nuggets in probably a much more dramatic way than has ever happened before. And last year with MPJ, well, that was something. I think it's not going to hold a candle to what's about to happen to the Denver Nuggets. We'll find out. Join Nate and Andy this afternoon from El Patillo for a great pregame watch party before Mexico takes on South Korea. VMC, Paloma, and Mangonada. Bucket specials. Enter to win great prizes from VMC and Altitude Sports Radio. Doors open at 4 o'clock. El Patillo later today. We are going to get our super treat from Buc-ee's coming up here in about 10 or 15 minutes. Why everybody hates Ronaldo and loves Messi. That's up in the thing. And a moral victory for the Rockies. If we're into moral victories in professional sports.
You are.
It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's CMAC for Fanatic Sportsbook. This is where you need to be during the MLB. The MLB season is on, and Fanatic Sportsbook is giving you profit boosts every single day. Use them on any hit, run, or strikeout, so every at-bat and inning means a little more. And new this season, they've got the long ball jackpot. Every MLB game day, pick any player to hit a home run. And if they hit the longest one of the day, you're taking home a share of $50,000 in fan cash. Track your player on the daily leaderboard and see total entries. Watch the estimated payout in real time. From the first pitch to the final out, Fanatic Sportsbook gives you more reasons to stay in the game. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app and see why winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app. Couple of Broncos notes for you. They're not done. How about these guys? These guys did the mini camp tryout.
Guns N' Roses?
Made the team. Yeah, Slash.
Wow.
Can kick a ball.
Made the 90-man roster, you mean?
They made the 90-man roster. Couple of tryout guys. One of the hardest ways to find yourself on a team. Offensive lineman Reed Holsky and defensive back Blake Cotton. It's just amazing how keep your dream alive, man. Just, like
would it be
living
easier?
at 0.4%.
I don't know if it'd be easier. And you've got an established offensive line, but I think we'd all, and you think it's probably better than I think it is, but it's established. But you also got to believe there's changes coming in a year and a half.
Well,
so wouldn't it be easier to get a guy on a 90-man roster you think has potential and that you could develop at that spot as opposed to what you've done as a defensive back? I think that's almost impossible.
Well, first off, offensive line's a great spot to draft and develop, or even take undrafted guys and try to turn them into legitimate backups. Probably the best spot in all of football to draft mid-rounders and turn them into starters. I do think that there will be a significant amount of change in the offensive line within 2 years.
Yes.
Next year, Powers is probably out. Year after that, McGlinchey's probably out. So, that's significant. 2 out of your 5. And then
maybe the year after. I mean, how long does Bowles last over there
Right.
at left tackle?
Right. Yeah.
Or can he change and spend his last couple of years at right tackle?
Wow. Man.
But it's not this year. This year,
No.
we're running it back. So we know that. But, I jumped on with the morning show today, and Brett Kane, they were talking about how Oklahoma City has drafted and developed young players, and said it helps when you got, 30 picks in 3 years. You can kind of do that. But that's the one position I've always felt in football, the offensive line. You can give guys that we kind of like. Let's put him in here and let's see what they can do. And let's undrafted, as you said, or mid to low round draft guy. Listen, they don't need him this year to be good, but they need him to be starter quality next year.
Yeah. They continue to invest in that group and the backups. Alex Palczewski got an extension. They brought in very interesting developmental tackle project this year that arguably is too tall. And Tyler Miller, or what's his last name? Gosh,
That's it. Yeah.
Tyler Miller. Yeah.
Iowa State.
Out of Iowa State. Taller than me. Met him. I look up to him. That's hard to do. It's hard to play football at that type of height, but he's an interesting project.
Well, it's never really quite over for the Broncos. By the way, the Jonathan Cooper court days have now been pushed back. So that is going to go into training camp because they're consolidating all the charges and they're just moving everything back. And there is no set start for the trial date. And there's just hearings and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So
Jonathan Cooper will not start the season with the Broncos.
It seems highly, highly unlikely.
We don't know. I agree that it feels unlikely
on the surface.
Teams do it all the time. What we're going to be as an organization, we don't really know the answer to that yet. This is our first rodeo with it. We haven't seen our owners go through this. We haven't seen Sean Payton go through this. I'm telling you, there are lots of teams in the NFL that play their guys until the NFL makes a decision for them.
We'll see. That's the latest on that one. And as far as I'm concerned with the Jonathan Cooper thing, he ain't on the team. It's not really a whole lot worth talking about. The courts will work out the situation, but the Broncos clearly aren't going to have him back till things get resolved because they made their move before the NFL did anything. So the NFL hasn't even spoken on this one. So we'll see how it plays out. The U.S. Open going right now. It's on a links course, which I hate. I know you love these links style courses. I know you do.
Where's it at? Oakmont? Where's it?
No, they're out in the Hamptons.
Shinnecock
out in the Hamptons. So it looks like it's in Scotland.
Yeah.
Because they're on the water and they're all wearing sweaters and long pants, and it's mid-June.
It's stupid. Last year the U.S. Open was stupid. This one's going to be more stupid. It honestly, it's beyond punishing. It's like playing putt golf. It's like you're hitting it into the clown's mouth at all times, and you've got good shots that you end up 100 feet off the green on. At some point last year, I remember watching the early days and I was like, it's kind of funny. Like it's kind of fun to see these guys go out there and struggle and be human.
Yeah.
And then you know what? You're like, no, we actually want to see dudes like actually be good at golf. Like this is actually, it's stupid how challenging.
Yeah, there's another links style course.
There's a difference. What do you call that? What kind of course you say it was?
Links style.
Yeah. There's
no trees.
There's two different styles like that, links and dunes. And I think links maybe has to be like Oceanside or something like that to make it a links.
I think as
and
long
if
as
it's
it follows,
inland, it's a dune.
All right. I just was always thought that
Or vice versa.
links just follows the contour of the earth as
so
it
does
exists.
the dune thing, but I think there's a subtle change in that if it's by the ocean.
All right. You know what? This is the one. There's no trees. There's nothing to back the ball up. You don't know where anything is.
The wind affects everything.
It's all the wind. It's the rain. It's all that. It's what
makes
I
you
hate.
create shots.
It's what sucks to me watching on
bunkers, so there's no give me up and downs.
all of that crap.
I love it.
Okay, well, you must be thrilled.
Well, I haven't watched it today. I forgot. I had the early breakfast.
Dude, the course on its own is stupid, but then you combine it with the wind that's going on out there. Scott, I'll be surprised if you enjoy watching it. I will.
Well, I was at Meridian for 20 plus years, and so I kind of like links courses.
I don't mind links courses. I don't like it as dumb as this one is.
Dude, you were a member of one of the dumbest courses in the world.
Yeah, but it was actually easy.
But it was dumb.
It was definitely not traditional golf. Like it was kind of like tricky golf, elevation change, and a lot of that stuff. Everybody looked at Pradera and they thought that was like the most challenging golf because when you look at it, it looks intimidating. But when you play it, you realize that every green has got a
funnel
it's got a funnel system. You can miss the green by 20 yards and it rolls onto the green. It's actually not a challenging golf course.
One of the holes I was playing with a member, and the pin was like a 3-tiered. Pin was down here, had a big bowl on the back.
Yeah.
He said, hit it up on the bowl. I said, but the pin's down here. No, trust me. Take another club or whatever it is.
Probably almost got a hole in one.
Dude, but I hit up thing, it rolled up there.
Was it number 8 on the front?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's 4 or 5, but it might have been a 5 even. You could might have had split fairways at one time.
Oh, yeah, that's number 7.
Yeah, so it had like split fairways, and then you hit here. And then it had a big giant bowl at the back of it.
Yeah.
And you hit into the bowl, and it will always roll back for you.
Yep.
Through 14, Rory is 3 under. Sam Stevens is at 2 under. Ricky Fowler, Keegan Bradley. Wow, that's amazing. Ludwig Hoberg, and Ben James are all at 1 under as well. Guys, it is time to relive one of the more amazing moments in World Cup history, and that's the journey to Buc-ee's.
But then I ate the beaver nuggets. I don't know what is in them. I think it's sugar, butter, and pure methamphetamine. I ate one, then I had the whole bag in the parking lot like a wild animal. And the toilets, I have to admit it, but they are nicer than my apartment. You could eat the brisket off the floor in the bathroom. It's cleaner than the hospital. So I have failed. I came to judge and I stayed for the snacks. God bless the beaver.
God bless the beaver. And there's a montage of foreign people, fans, eating American food. Like, here's my sandwich at Chick-fil-A. Here's a taco at Taco Bell, that sort of thing. It's hysterical. I mean, is the food that's bad for us here in America just beyond delicious for a reason? I guess there's a reason why we have so many bad habits as an American eating society, because the food tastes so damn good.
Nothing better than ribs. Texas barbecue?
They had a guy from Japan just with a whole slab in his mouth, just chewing it apart.
He had one of those big beef ribs, one of the big beefy ribs.
Pretty funny. But with that, the beaver nuggets. So we put it out there. The closest Buc-ee's is what, 60 miles from us, something like that?
Sure, give or take.
All right. And we got on the phone with Steven, and Steven was willing.
Is that Steven
to go get us some beaver? That is Steven. Come on in here right now. And by the way, we do have a little prize bag for him, including a T-shirt. We had T-shirts. But Steven, come on in. And Steven is...
Hey, Steven, how heavy is that door?
About to... Thank you, Steven. Can you turn the mic on? Just thank you, Tyler.
They tell me it's a gift bag. You didn't.
Holy cow! Well, that's your gift bag. That's for you, Steven, right there.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Yeah. And what have you brought us today, Steven? What have you brought us today?
Some Buc-ee's nuggets. The famous nuggets.
Nice. I'm eating some beaver nuggets.
Oh my God! How many?
I love beaver nuggets.
You bought us 4 bags, Dan. Here's your bag of beaver nuggets. Okay, Steven. Why did you do this for us today, Steven? Why?
Oh man, I listen to you guys all the time on the radio, and you wanted some beaver nuggets? Brought you some beaver nuggets.
Look at this guy. Are you kidding me? And he said conveniently he was driving from Erie to Arvada, so
yeah,
Arvada's right around the corner.
That's right.
Yeah, definitely not, but I'm all over town, man.
I should have met you. I was in North Glen this morning.
Oh.
Well, that would have been helpful, Scott.
Well, I didn't
You could
realize.
have saved him 2 hours out of his day.
I could have
Come here and see all this. This is awesome.
This is it's kind of cool place, so isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Trying beaver nuggets for the first time, boys. Now they look like a chicken nugget, but that's not what they are.
But they're
Like
crispy and sweet.
Yep.
Oh my God. The beaver nuggets. It's good. Oh, it's a lot of sugar. Whoa.
Now how often do you stop at the
Wow.
Buc-ee's? Is this a part of your life? Or do you get over it when it's actually near you?
Yeah, you do. I'm trying to stay out of there. It's drop
A lot of
$100
tourists.
and walk in the place. So.
Tyler, take a couple there.
All right,
Just,
all right.
taste
Let
it.
Steven have some too.
Oh, yeah,
bless the
for
beaver.
sure. God bless the beaver.
There you
Oh
go,
my
Steven.
God.
Have some of your own beaver nuggets.
There is a lot of sugar in these beaver nuggets. Oh my Lord.
Ah, you're
It's America.
It'd be tough to eat a whole bag there.
They're like Cheetos without the cheesy flavor.
Yeah, because it's not caramel like you said. Like it's not.
Caramel.
It's lighter. It's lighter than that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like caramel or something. It's way lighter. It's
I'm telling you, it's cheese puffs that's been coated in whatever.
I heard
sugar.
they make them in France.
Well, I tell you, it's like a French pastry sort of with all the sugar that's on it. It's something else.
It says a lot if they like it because they have great desserts there.
How much does a bag of beaver nuggets go for there?
It's like $5.
$5.
All right, Tyler, pony up.
All right.
How's the diabetes
Shoot me your
treatment
Venmo,
after?
buddy.
Can you
How
imagine?
pay for you?
Can you imagine?
No, for real.
Can you
I
imagine
definitely will.
coming from France or wherever, and this is the delicacy? No offense to the folks up at Buc-ee's, it's a fine establishment, but like, you come over and this blows you away. Thank you with the music, Dan. I appreciate it, and thank you to you, Steven. That's wonderful.
Now here's a question. I'll ask all three of you. You all had it now. Cheetos or Bucky Nuggets, which is better?
Bucky Nuggets.
Bucky Nuggets.
I'm just happy to say at 41, I've finally eaten beaver.
Yeah, I'll go.
So maybe we ought to get all those
I thought that would get a little chuckle out of them. I mean, they didn't even chuckle at that. I was like,
cheesy fingered podcasters that we have in the city. Maybe they should try the Bucky Nuggets.
Oh, this treat with podcasters here in this city would go over great. Are you kidding me? There's no nutrition, and it's nothing but sugar. If I live in mom's basement, I am living off this stuff.
Right. And
Ain't
you're
no
not
doubt
putting
about it.
orange all over everything.
Oh, no, this is absolutely superior. What's your favorite World Cup moment so far, Steven?
Oh, I haven't watched a whole lot of it, but I did turn on when Messi had the hat trick. Turned it on for the first minute I turned it on. He drove down there straight through the middle, kicked a goal right away.
Nice.
That guy's
It's
awesome.
funny watching
Good
highlights
timing.
of Messi.
Yeah,
Not only
very good
does he
timing.
not run, he barely moves. He
Right.
just stands in a spot, and they kick him the ball eventually.
Until
and
he does.
and
Until
he scores
does.
a goal.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
All right, we are going to get into why everybody hates Ronaldo. Marcello Balboa will join us at 1:30. Steven, you the man. Thank you, brother. That is so wonderful, man. And thank you, Buc-ee's. As we say,
But then I
he
ate
didn't
the
look at his
beaver
gift bag.
nuggets. I don't know what is in them. I think it's sugar, butter, and pure methamphetamine. I ate one, then I had the whole bag in the parking lot like a wild animal. And the toilets, I have to admit it, but they are nicer than my apartment. You could eat the brisket off the floor in the bathroom. It's cleaner than the hospital. So I have failed. I came to judge and I stayed for the snacks. God bless the beaver.
God bless the beaver. God bless you, Steven. It's PhD on 92.5. How much of a and we're going to have Parker Gabriel on about the Broncos here after the top of the hour. Marcello Balboa at 1:30. How big of the Jason Sudeikis soccer guy, Ted Lasso guys are you guys? How big are you into that?
I've seen every year.
Okay.
When does it come back?
Well, I don't know.
When does the new season start?
I do not know. But you guys are into the show itself?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've seen them all.
So the guy with the little ponytail thing that they brought in, that is Zlatan Ibrahimovic. I probably screwed that up.
Oh, no. He came in for like 2-3 shows.
And he's the big free agent.
Yeah.
He talks about himself in the third person. He's tall and he's got that little weird, tiny little man bun. Zlatan is a real person.
Yeah.
And is quite the character.
Right.
And just thinks Zlatan is the best player since Zlatan. They've
done some funny stuff with him in the World Cup.
Well, and we're about to get to some of it. But let me just say, it's a very interesting studio show with Thierry Henry, who's arguably the greatest soccer player ever. I mean, he's up there.
Yeah.
He is up there. They got a woman, I don't know, from England, and she's fine.
She's a presenter.
She knows her stuff. And then they got Alexi Lalas, who I guess is our guy from the United States of America.
It's funny because they go, Thierry Henry, and basically he's won every single trophy, including the World Cup with France.
Yeah.
Every single major trophy you can win, he's won.
Yeah.
Zlatan has done the same thing. I don't know if he won the World Cup.
He's done all
but
of
he's done everything, the Premier League, whatever. Yeah. And then it has Lexi, MLS Hall of Famer.
But it is an American show. Even all these people are from different countries. It's still an American show, so they got Alexi Lalas on there. The disdain they have for Alexi Lalas.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
It's unbelievable. And they don't even really try to hide it. Like, they can't believe that this guy, Lalas, is somehow their equal doing what they're doing right there.
But they wanted to have an American, and who else?
Landon Donovan? I mean, who
Landon
else?
Donovan's calling games, and my guy from Texas?
Hell of a hair regrowth pattern for him, by the way.
Oh, unbelievable.
Big time.
Wow.
Yeah, he's with all your guys.
Yeah, must have.
Yeah, there you go.
Advanced hair restoration.
Yeah, he must have been a because he was last time he played, he was going bald.
Oh yeah.
Now he's got a full, thick, dark, rich black hair.
You hardly know it's the same person.
Yeah.
Good for him, whatever. Good.
What's my one guy from Texas that played with Donovan for a little bit, but played with Pulisic also. He's doing some other stuff also, but he had a better career. He played in the Premier League and did a bunch of stuff too.
It's just funny seeing the lack of regard they have for Lalas.
Or respect.
So James Corden is doing some,
which was hilarious.
So here's a bit of Zlatan.
Have you not watched it? It's late night with James Corden.
I've seen clips. I haven't seen the show, but I've seen clips. Yeah. Here is a clip of Zlatan with James Corden taking a lie detector test.
Thierry Henry is one of the greatest players in the Premier League history and your current Fox co-worker. Do you, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, think that you are a better footballer than Thierry Henry?
Yes.
True. Okay.
Good.
You share a desk with fellow Fox analysts Rebecca Lowe, Thierry Henry, and Alexi Lalas. Do you think a panel of 4 Zlatans would be better than these 4?
You thought about it. Didn't wrong on that one. Yes.
True.
How great is that? 4 Zlatans. It's pretty good. It's pretty good.
I actually was watching that show, and also one of the questions, do you have respect for all 4 members of your panel, blah, 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 blah. They started cutting it out because, you know.
You get a little too personal.
Well, here's.
And he goes, yes. And the guy goes, false.
Here is the response by his cohorts on TV to that.
Go on.
Yeah, this is the media where they're trying to create some.
Okay. Okay, let's blame the media.
Trust me, it's all love. Rebecca, you look green, you look good. Thierry, you look sharp. Monsieur, Alexis, we can discuss.
Oh, Zlatan, well, I think this is a perfect moment.
Love. Trust me, it's all love.
Zlatan, I think it's a perfect moment. I may not need to do this for the rest of the day. Do you want to just take us to break there? Just tell us, I'll be back in a minute.
Plenty more to come. I'll see you soon. Or not. Or not. I just got fired.
Dan, get him on the show. He's doing tours. Get him on.
Hysterical. Meanwhile,
He actually played with Messi.
he did. I've seen some highlights, and he is tall. Like I don't know. I look it up, but he's got to be 6'2", 6'3".
I think
soccer tall.
Thierry's 6'2". I think he's close to 6'5".
Zlatan is 6'5".
Yeah, I think close to it. And I think Lawless is 6'4", 6'5" also.
Yeah, he's pretty tall. Well, let me look up Zlatan.
Abrionovich.
I mean, Messi is. Oh, he is 6'5". Good call. Wow, that
because Thierry Henry he makes look small, and Thierry's 6'2".
Well, Messi's shorter than me.
He's like 5'9".
Oh, all right, hold on. He might be shorter than that.
He might be.
5'7", listed at 5'7".
Yeah.
What do you think that is?
That's European football, or that's world football.
Solid 5'5".
Yeah, I mean, he's a tiny dude, but what talent he has. Meanwhile, you saw Portugal tie the Congo, and we're just talking relative sports, relative to. That is unbelievable. I did not realize how hated Cristiano Ronaldo is by everybody.
I like him. Who hates him?
His teammates.
His peers, apparently.
His peers. The coach said that he has a contractual obligation to do certain things. And it was asked in regard of taking Ronaldo like off the bench or something like that. And the coach answered, I have contractual obligations to do certain things that I'm doing. Like he is contractually obligated to have Ronaldo out on the field.
Well,
when
you're making $500 million a year, you get to make those sorts of declarations if you want me on the team.
He's one of the biggest names ever to play.
Oh, no doubt.
And he's phenomenal.
That's why I'm surprised everybody hates him. Did you know everybody hates him?
I wonder if him taking the Saudi money at $100 million a year, whatever he was making, people just said, come on, man. And he's 41, so
yeah.
I wonder if that kind of put him
$250
down.
a year, by the way.
It's wild to see on the pitch that his teammates just don't want anything to do with him in certain situations.
Well, according to all his peers and the analysts, they're saying he's the reason why they couldn't win a game.
I know.
He's selfish. Was keeping the ball. Wasn't passing it when he needed to. Was making it all about himself.
I didn't see this, but I will say that he did have two great chances that I wonder if a 32-year-old Ronaldo makes.
Well, how old is he?
41.
He's 41.
Yeah.
Looks pretty good for 41.
Yeah, he looks fantastic.
Oh, yeah, he's
in tremendous shape.
Yeah.
I get conflicted on things like this because guys like Ronaldo, they kind of earned the right to be out there. They earned that right, and who's going to be the guy that takes them off the field, At some point, you kind of hope that they make their own decisions for you, but you're really not going to play Ronaldo?
Hey, man. Listen, I'm aware of some of who the bigger stars are, but I don't know what the politics or the group dynamics. I just assumed all those stars were beloved by their countrymen and their teammates.
Well, I think he is by the country.
Okay. Well, I don't know.
You don't think he's liked by the country?
I have no idea. I have no idea about any of it. I'm telling you, all of this is a surprise to me. And meanwhile, you look at Messi, and Messi's the exact opposite. Like his teammates are in reverence. Messi's coach was so emotional. After he scores a hat trick, you take him out of the game, right? Like, what's the point? The coach couldn't even get up to hug Messi off the pitch because he was crying about how great Messi is. I mean, he did give him a hug, but he couldn't greet him. It was amazing.
The thing they say about Messi is it's not only his ability to score. He's tied or took the lead.
Tied at 16 right now.
Yeah, most World Cup goals. 6th World Cup, by the way, which is Ronaldo's 6th World Cup also, I believe. But it's the assist. Even in that game right there was 2 or 3 times that he passed it up in the box. But they say he's so unselfish and he wants his team to do well also.
Well, we look forward to talking to Cello. When I first got here to Denver, my guy Mark Stout called Rapids games for like a decade.
I remember that.
He did a lot of Rapids games, and Cello was still a player. And so we got to be kind of friendly at my old KBPI days with Marcello Balboa, back when he was still playing for the Rapids, and I think he was still on Team USA, I believe.
Well, he was on the 94 team.
But it's been a minute since I've caught up with him, that's for sure. But, his involvement with the Rapids has been legendary over the years, and we'll ask him those sort of questions coming up in about a half hour or so. Parker Gabriel broke the news about new players on the Denver Broncos. And in terms of where they are at, why Sean canceled practice today, and how we sit as we finish this part of the season, we'll get an update from Parker coming up next. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, we were just talking about it. You can do something about it, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair. Do yourself a favor. Call Advanced Hair Restoration today. Do it today at 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, simply fantastic at what they do. And they believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before natural photos at advancedhair.com.
The Denver Broncos were scheduled to have their final day of mandatory minicamp today, but Sean Payton canceled that. Where do you guys sit with the canceling of the final day of minicamp?
Oh, I don't care. It's so commonplace. I know this has been a hot topic over the years when Broncos been bad, and I know a lot of people have been like, how dare you have a carnival or, do field day and let the guys have a day off. And it's just it's what you do, man. I mean,
Killed Hackett.
What's that?
The people killed Hackett when he had that,
got
field
crushed.
day thing.
Got absolutely crushed. But I've been consistent through that to now. I don't really care. Like, some people are like, okay, Broncos had a good year, so now they deserve a day off. Really? Like you had to have a good year to get one day off. It's what you do in the NFL, man. I mean, most teams are canceling it. Well, probably not most, but some teams just canceled the entire minicamp outright.
What do you need to get done at this time of year, Tyler? What like when you look back, what boxes do you need to have checked as a player and a coaching staff?
I think the biggest thing is it's a good opportunity to get ahead on the playbook. And if you could really get an understanding of the fundamentals of the playbook, everything is built sequentially in play calling and in playbooks. And you've got 4 or 5 base concepts that turn into 15 or 16 different plays with a little branch that comes off of it. So when you can take the time to slow down in the classroom, slow down on the field, install the most elementary forms of the playbook, it gives you a fighting chance when you come back to training camp when you only have one day to install a concept, and then the next day you're moving on to a new concept.
And just smaller, I wonder. And I know Bo wasn't back there running the plays live or 11-on-11 or anything like that. But now you got a different voice in your ear for the first time in 3 years, right? You got somebody else that's shouting out plays or calling out plays, and so maybe just kind of getting used to how he does it, his cadence, what he expects, where he goes, how quick he can be. And obviously, just like we say with players, you can't simulate game speed no matter how hard you really practice. Coaches ain't going to simulate what they're saying in headsets because they don't. This ain't the pressure either. Because guess what? You screw up, put the time back on the clock, start over. But guess what? You don't get to do on a Sunday afternoon. Hey, can we get another 35 seconds, please? Can we just redo that clock? And hey, push your hands up. Push your hands up.
Do you think the Broncos missed out on anything or didn't do something they should have done this spring?
Nope, not at all. I got no issue with the way that Sean went about his business. He shortened up the periods, the days that they were going to be on the field doing actual football work. And I got no issue with it, man. I mean, Sean's going to maximize field time as soon as training camp comes around. That's his deal. Maximizes it during the season and gives some time off in the off season. So, no, I'm not afraid that they lost out on anything. If they lost out on anything, it's not because of scheduling. It's not because of giving a day off. It's not because of any of that. If they lost out on anything, it was Bo Nix and Davis Webb getting a chance to
connect.
In
a different role.
Yeah.
That's the only thing they did. Listen, he did the same thing last year. He canceled out the last day. So,
what do you think they did really well from the time the season ended to now?
Only had one guy get in trouble.
You think that's an accomplishment? Just one guy?
Well, you kind of hope. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people and front office people that once the last day of OTAs in that 6-7 week period, they always hold their breath because that's when guys all of a sudden do something stupid, do something smart, smoke something, snort something. Then that first day you get back in camp, hey, by the way, we're doing, drug tested. You know about it. Guys mess up. So
this brand of stupid happened actually during OTAs.
Yeah. But you hope in the offseason you just don't have stupid.
Well, they had some stupid.
Yeah, and you had one stupid.
Aside from that, what else did you like football-wise, one way or the other? What's the best thing that they did?
Can I ask you a question the same way? What is there to like about football right now?
Yeah, I'm not sure how to answer it, to be honest, DMac.
I'll give you mine. It's Jalen Waddle. I think they needed an explosive player. I think that's what they've been missing.
I thought you meant more in terms of practice and stuff.
No, I mean, it could be practice. Could be anything.
Well, I mean, on paper, you did well.
I think so. And
on paper, you did pretty average.
Well, with Waddle, you hope Waddle's not average. You hope Waddle's going to
be... but I mean, when you weight that out with everything else, it was pretty average.
No, I agree with that. But let's just go Waddle as an individual. that adds something, an established receiver with breakaway speed and yards after catch.
Mm-hmm.
The ability, maybe something a little different than you presented for Bo over the last couple of years, right?
Yeah.
So from that regard, pretty good. But you ain't going to see that in OTAs.
I'm just saying, from comments from the players and Bo and some other things, it seemed that the explosiveness was missing. It was something that just wasn't quite there. And this is from Mike McGlinchey and Garrett Bowles and Bo Nix himself and the coach's staff. So it is interesting that for whatever reason, that just wasn't part of their offense.
Don't you find out historically when you get a speedy guy said, yeah, it's something we've never had. Whereas if you didn't get the speedy guy, he goes, no, we got plenty of speed in that room.
Yeah, I mean, players are going to be fired with best offseason we've ever had. We got exactly what we need, or we got the guy that we were missing.
Parker Gabriel from the Denver Post, the beat reporter for the Post on the Broncos, on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Before we get into the moves that the Broncos made, Parker, we were just talking about the impact of Jalen Waddle and the explosiveness factor. It feels like that was a big storyline in terms of a missing piece that was filled in.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it's sort of interesting because, generally speaking, I don't even think it's necessarily a criticism, but I thought my ears perked up the day after the season ended when Garrett Bowles said, we just need a couple more playmakers. And then, you heard Bo Nix say it this week that Jalen Waddle brings an explosive element that the Broncos really just haven't had over the past couple or few years, certainly since Bo Nix has been here. And that doesn't mean that Cortland Sutton's not a good player. It doesn't mean that Marvin Mims can't make game-breaking plays, but they just haven't had that guy who's just a true threat, the type of guy who, the classic, like defensive coordinators, you look at him and you say, man, what are we going to do with this guy? And so, obviously there's a little ways that we actually see it in a game that matters, but, everybody who has watched Jalen Waddle through the offseason program has said, oh yeah, that's what that looks like.
Do you think the addition of Jalen Waddle was enough? Is that enough to take him to the Super Bowl?
Well, I think it's possible that that's enough. I think, and if they do, I don't think that'll be the only reason. I was just actually writing about this now, but I really think we'll see what Jonah Coleman is able to do as a rookie. DMac, as we all know, famously fell in love with him day one rookie minicamp. But the thing about that is, I just think their running game probably is a little bit better fortified this year, adding Jonah Coleman. Like, you would like it if J.K. Dobbins plays 17 games and is healthy and all of that. R.J. Harvey, we know now, tore his lat late in the season. So, injuries happen. So I think they're better off in the running game, even if Harvey's not he doesn't have to be Jamar Gibbs his rookie year in order to sort of settle down that room, have it be a little better constructed. So there's other things they've done offensively, but I think they're obviously betting on Jalen Waddle making a big impact. And, if you get a healthy year from Bo Nix and a little bit better, consistency in the run game, then he's the sort of piece that from there can put you over the top.
Yeah, it's the ifs and buts. Look what we got on paper part of the season.
Yeah, there you go.
Right?
Yep.
I mean,
Candy and Beaver Nuggets.
If these guys stand healthy, if Bo Nix is – and listen, I think the four of us will agree right here. If Bo Nix ain't healthy this year, they in trouble.
Oh, yeah. And I mean, anybody that thinks they have the quarterback position settled, that's probably the case. Some teams are better. Could they survive 3 games without him? Maybe. But yeah, I mean, their schedule is much tougher. The division's going to be tough. Patrick Mahomes certainly looks like he's going to be there from the start in Kansas City. So there's nothing easy about the 2026 season for the Broncos, even if Bo Nix does play, healthy the whole year and into the postseason or whatever. So it's ifs and buts time of year, but we don't have a whole lot else to go on at this point in the calendar.
Parker Gabriel, beat reporter for the Denver Post on the Broncos. News items. What is the latest with the Jonathan Cooper case?
Yeah, well, it was 3 cases originally, and now they've consolidated it all down into one. And so they just took the 2 different times he got arrested and the new charge sort of in between there. They put them all into one case. And so the felony being at the center of it will actually push the timeline back. So his next court appearance isn't until July 24th. Remember, originally on the misdemeanor charges, they had put a jury trial on the calendar for July 22nd and 23rd. That's not the case anymore. So he's got a hearing coming up on the 24th, and then if it were to go to trial, it wouldn't be until some to be determined time after that. So you're talking about training camp, well into training camp, sometime during the regular season, all of that. So we've been saying overall the NFL's investigation, like they don't necessarily wait for the entire legal process to play out. They sort of run parallel. But at this point, like the NFL, the Broncos, or, some combination of the two, seemingly, unless it settles, which is always a possibility, will have to make a decision on what happens with Jonathan Cooper before the legal process plays out fully, most likely. And then the other thing is the girlfriend's charges were dropped, which I guess was not unexpected a couple of days ago.
The new additions to the Broncos.
Yeah, well, Reed Halsky and Blake Cotton were both tryout guys that played pretty well, or well enough to nip a couple of guys off the back of the 90-man roster there during mini camp. Cotton, yeah, I mean, it's almost a bit at this point. Like they can't have fewer than 2 or 3 Utah guys on the roster at any point in time. So he's a big corner. He's 6'2". He's a physically imposing guy. And then Holsky, they like the depth, and they have depth at the offensive line that I don't think a lot of teams in the NFL have, just from a functional standpoint. And so, that's being in that spot. It's not even going to be necessarily easy for a guy like that to make the practice squad, but they liked him enough that they want to start training camp with him and Blake Cotton. And then the 2 guys that they signed from the UFL too, I think, the receiver in particular did a nice job during minicamp, made some plays, and so he'll be an interesting to watch Hakeem Butler during the starting point of training camp.
Oh, hold on, Scott. There you go.
I'm sorry. Can this Broncos team be a better team this year and not have the same record they had last year?
For sure. I think to me, like from right here, ifs and buts season, I think that's, to me, that feels like the most likely outcome, that you look at them and you say, maybe they're a little bit better rounded. Maybe they don't set the sack record, but they take the ball away a little bit more. They're a little bit more explosive offensively, and all of that could be true. And you could go 10-7 or 11-6. You could not win 11 games in a row. I think that's squarely in the cards. And frankly, like if you look at the Vegas odds and you say, okay, 2 teams in their own division have better odds of winning the division than they do, they could be. They obviously will say up and down that the idea is to win the AFC West, but I think they could end up being, a more formidable team and end up in the wild card. So it's going to be that kind of year.
So I got to ask you this: do you think we're going to see a season this year where somebody gets 10 wins and does not make the playoffs?
Oh, I think it's possible in the AFC for sure, because if you look at last year, look at the teams that didn't make it. I mean, Cincinnati, this time of year, I always think, man, Cincinnati's going to be really good. Yep. And they start 1-5 or something like that. But every time you roll Joe Burrow out there, you've got a chance to be really good. They've done nothing but sign defensive guys, and they still have those receivers and the quarterback. And so, they should be a factor. Kansas City didn't make the playoffs last year. They should be a factor. So there's 2 teams right there that, before any of the surprises or anything like that you look at and say, like, yeah, those teams should be in the mix. And that means, somewhere along the way, someone happens every year in the NFL. Someone or someones that were in the postseason last year won't be this year.
Parker, great job, man. It's been so nice having you dropped in on our show as often as you had. Theoretically, we won't have much to talk about, so enjoy perhaps time off from us.
If he's close by, you can drop by and we can give him a beaver nugget.
We do have some beaver nuggets for you.
Man.
Quite a few.
Have you ever had beaver nuggets from Buc-ee's?
I one time, yes, I have one time. So I haven't been on the World Cup tour here like the Germans or the Scots have, but I got to get back to a Buc-ee's at some point.
All right, pal. We'll talk to you later. Thank you there, Parker. There you go. The Hammer, Parker Gabriel from the Denver Post on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Yeah, you kind of wrap things up with the this part of the year.
You kind of dismissed him like you don't want to talk to him in the next few weeks.
Well, I talk to Parker all the time. We have little jokes between us. We've got a little thing, me and Parker.
Oh.
We got a little
You want to tell us about your inside jokes?
off the air relationship.
What's that mean?
It
sounds cute.
We have some behind the scenes jokes about the new Broncos stadium and what's
They're
going
talking
on.
trash about you and I, Scott. You know, you see the way he was dodging that. Yep, they're telling jokes about us.
Well, that's fine.
Yeah.
I just think we got because we did the sledgehammer for Peter Gabriel.
Yes.
For when we had him on.
Yes.
Then I'm thinking next time we have him on, Parker Gabriel, we may have a new theme song now that we know that these two. Speaking of Darren and Parker, are so
about to refer
close
to
to
him?
each other, just waiting for the head bob that says yes.
Are we doing some hammer time?
We got no. It was.
You're talking about the special relationship I have.
Yeah, the
with
special
Parker that goes beyond you two.
That goes beyond us.
Okay.
So next time we have Parker on, maybe we
a little baby making.
They'll throw this on there.
When the sun goes down.
Yeah.
And the lights go on.
But I'm just worried about if you don't get to talk to him for the next 6 weeks.
The conversations will continue with me and Parker. There is no reuniting needed to be. So it's likely that we'll be exchanging comical texts between each other about a variety of things over the next coming days.
Would you share one of those comical tests?
I will not.
The fans might
think
it's funny?
I will not. There's some things in a special relationship you just keep to yourself.
In other words, you don't kiss and tell.
Well, how much you paying?
For the kiss or for the tell?
We have something for you. We have a voice message for you.
Voice message?
Yes. And it's like, I left something for Scott. Make sure you play it.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll see what theme song we come up with you. And Marcello Balboa will join us to explain why everybody hates Ronaldo.
I think that's news to me.
It's coming up next year on PhD.
Hey, if you're out there in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go to the best dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer for a very long time over at Phil Long Ford because relationships matter to me. And if you're anything like me, you'll become a customer for life once you buy your first vehicle from Phil Long Ford. Guys, it's a different kind of dealership. They're going to respect you, respect your time, get you in, get you out, give you the best price on the vehicle of your dreams. You don't have to drive all over the state. Whether you're looking for new or pre-owned, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. There's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. New or pre-owned, they've got it. They also have an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Father's Day. Father's Day on Sunday.
Forgotten about holiday.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, as far as I'm concerned.
Who really cares?
I'm planning what we're doing on Father's Day, and because if I hear from my wife or anybody in my family one more time, I don't care. Don't get me anything. I'm really gonna step in front of a truck. Just you want to put pressure on.
Well, what do you want for your birthday? Isn't that your birthday Monday?
Yeah, birthday's on Monday.
What do you want for your birthday?
I want to be left alone. I want to go climb a mountain.
But I have a question.
Are you taking that day off?
How do you guys know each other's birthdays like that?
Because he mentioned it the other day. My dad's birthday is June 21st, which this year falls on Father's Day.
Usually it's the week of DMac, and it's like Father's Day on Sunday, and then I get a week, and then my birthday like 5 days later. This is like the closest it's ever been.
Yeah.
So, yeah, on Father's Day, I'm good to be around the kids and the wife and that whole thing, and we'll figure that out.
The 22nd, you're going to go
On
up
my
on
birthday,
mountain,
I like to be left alone and climb a mountain.
climb a mountain, sit on top of a mountain naked with some earth shoes and smoke a joint.
I can't even tell you last time I smoked a joint, but that sounds good.
Yeah.
But
That was about 14 years ago.
I did Mount Harvard last year.
So you just climb it by yourself, or do you ride it with your bike?
That one, I was a victim of very poor planning, which sucked because there was way more snow than I thought I was going to find, and it stopped me from getting to the ridgeline. Had I got to the ridgeline, I would have been fine, but it was a long approach, long way to go. Absolutely gorgeous and beautiful. So I didn't get to the summit because I was like post-holing through snow without the right equipment. And that's where you turn an ankle, break a leg, something really dumb. And when you're up that
And
high,
unfortunately, you're here with us and okay.
yeah, I'm fine.
I mean, fortunately.
I got down the hill okay. But I don't
One
know.
of those two.
I don't know where I'm going to go this year. Something relatively easy.
And just you by yourself.
Yeah, I've done it many times on
And
my
a buddy
birthday.
went and did that fly fishing by himself. Boom, slipped on a rock, hit his head, and they found him drowned in the river.
Well, thanks, Scott.
2
Here we
days
go
later.
again.
I just
this-
be careful.
Yeah,
I'm just
thanks.
saying.
Have a great
Thanks.
birthday, DMac.
Well, no, I'm just saying be careful going out there by yourself.
Don't die.
I wasn't going to be careful climbing a 14er until Scott just reminded me of that situation.
I mean, it just happened
Now I'll be careful.
like in the last 6 weeks, 8 weeks.
Can we get like a daily death check-in with Scott?
Yeah.
Like, can we just build a segment, the daily death check-in?
Well, we do have a question for Scott on the Voice of the People.
Okay.
The little used Voice of the People, which I think is great. It's on our app. And, do you know what? Father's Day, I meant to say this. Nate and Andy have Father's Day steak. Listen at 5:20 as they have a chance at the last $50 Southern Steer Butcher gift card for the week, plus a $300 grand prize. Visit southernsteer.com or stop by the shop at the northwest corner of Arapahoe and Dayton. Nate and Andy, who are at El Patillo later today, too, Mexico. All right, Dan, let's go to the Voice of the People for Scott.
Since Booth is gone and Malone is gone and Adelman was there, why didn't Val get played? Because the whole 4 minutes he was in, he did make a change. My question, why is Adelman Malone 2.0? Thank you. Have a good day.
There you go.
Another question to me?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think he made a mistake, and I think he kind of realized it, and we talked about it because they didn't play him in those first couple games, right, and got beat. Or did they lose both of them or one of them? I don't even remember anymore. I think and I think he realized when they went small. Listen, I think some coaches, George Karl did this also. They find a lineup they like, and the smaller ball lineup worked towards the end of the season. But Minnesota's just too big to do that.
Do you think Valanciunas will be part of the plan next year? I know he's under contract, but do you think he's going to be part of the plan?
I think as of today, yes, but I don't know if that will be guaranteed at the end of August.
Would you rather
he's on that list, though, that anything could happen. You've got 4 or 5 guys on the list.
He's very tradable.
Would you rather have Mitchell Robinson or Valanciunas?
Well, Robinson's younger. Can't score outside 3 feet.
I didn't stumble on my question.
37% free throw shooter.
If the answer's no, the answer's no.
Probably only because he's younger.
I just saw him do a number to Wembanyama. I just want to bring that up.
Yeah. Well, Joker didn't.
Joker did.
Yeah.
But okay. Valanciunas, to me, nice enough guy.
Great guy.
Great beard.
Great beard. And not a bad apple at all. Not a bad apple at all.
Good teammate.
But to me, it's okay to go on to something younger, a little bit more powerful with a little
more athleticism.
Yes, and I like Mitchell Robinson. That being said, one of my Marcello Balboa joins us, and Cello, I was talking to the boys, saying we go way back to our boys Stout and calling games back with the Rapids. I mean, we're talking like 26, 27 years ago, Cello. And you and I haven't talked in forever. How you doing?
Yeah, first of all, what the hell are you guys doing a radio show right in the middle of freaking Bosnia, Switzerland?
Yeah, no kidding. Hey, talk to our bosses, would you?
Hey, we're watching it. We got it on. Believe it.
Oh my God,
Cello, believe it or not, I'm the World Cup kind of not aficionado, but the
connoisseur.
Connoisseur, major connoisseur.
Let me get to the big question I have, and then we can go through some other stuff, Cello. Why does everybody hate Ronaldo?
Why does everybody hate Ronaldo? Man, that is an excellent freaking question. I think when you watch him play, you realize that everything's about him. I think he proved it in the last World Cup. Unfortunately, I think he's proven it again in this World Cup. Instead of being a guy who's coming off a bench, he's a guy who wants to start every game. And you can see some of the movement yesterday. He had a chance to move and take a guy into space so they could have played the ball to Bruno Fernandes and they would have scored. He faked it, jumped back into the lane, and then he tried to hook a ball from behind and knocked it out of bounds. Meanwhile, Bruno was by himself in a great position, and I think it's just selfish. And when you're selfish like that, when your own teammates are against you, it's not a good thing.
Right.
Which is just
crazy.
It's just the opposite of Messi, because everything glowing about Messi, and they say he can be a little, superstarish at times too. But the one thing they always say about him team-wise, he is a team guy.
Dude, every athlete in the world that at that level, I'm going to be straight up, has a little bit of an asshole in him.
Right.
I'm sorry,
right.
but it's true. It's true. He's got a chip on his shoulder. And but you know what? Messi knows when it's time to pass, he passes for an assist. Ronaldo will not. That's the difference. Ronaldo, listen, when you walk out on that field, they showed some clips the other day. There was 25 guys waiting at the tunnel the other day. Messi hasn't come. They didn't take off into the field. They were 5 minutes late to being on the field, but they waited for their captain. They waited. They showed Ronaldo. His team went out without him. His team just went out and warmed up, and he came out a few seconds later.
Wow.
Do you see the difference of what?
Crazy.
I mean, that's why Argentina won the World Cup last time. They fought and they played. They knew exactly what they needed to get done for Ronaldo.
Where's his actual skill level at 41?
No, listen, the guy still can play, but, sometimes, here's the philosophy. Leave the game before the game leaves you.
Yes.
Okay? As an athlete.
Yes.
I think his game has left him, unfortunately, at this level. And it's a shame because he is, listen, when we talk about pure entertainment, guy who's on the ball all the time, Messi is the best player in the world. He's on the ball. He's this, he's that. Ronaldo has always been the best finisher in the world. That's just who he's been. And now, I think it's been 10 games now from the national team. They hasn't scored a goal. And it just seems like now he's forcing the issue. He's pushing the issue. And like I said, the big key, and I've heard quite a few athletes say this in their career, I left the game before it left me. And I think at this level, not at the club level, but I think at this level, the club, the game has left him.
You look just a couple days ago, and Mbappe gets a couple goals. Haaland gets a couple goals. Messi follows up with 3. The next day, Kane drops 2 goals in, I think, for England, and their 3-2 win. And then obviously Ronaldo really didn't do anything. That being said, and I know a lot of Americans are just now seeing, especially a lot of these international players, But is the game and is it in good of a position right now as it's ever been?
Oh yeah. Listen, the game's in a great place because Messi and Ronaldo haven't left yet. Modric hasn't left yet. This is a sad World Cup, but a happy World Cup. Because at the end of this World Cup, you're going to see quite a few guys who we've seen in many, many years who have carried this sport and has just rejuvenated this whole, let's be honest, MLS with Messi and DePaul. But you're going to see Messi. You're going to see more than likely you'll see Ronaldo, Modric, Neymar. This probably will be their last World Cup. And those guys have carried this sport because of the rivalries, Real Madrid, Barcelona, where they've been for a long time. So it's going to be a sad World Cup at the end when they get eliminated.
Did America introduce a brand new star to its public last game?
No, we introduced Balligan, who we've known. He's a good player. He's not at the level of Neymar. He's not the level there. He's a good forward. He's a clinical forward, and he'll be right up there underneath. When you talk about world football, you talk about Lewandowski, you talk about Holland, you talk about Harry Kane. But we have a very good forward, and if he takes advantage of this World Cup, then we'll see what other team he plays for.
It's been cool catching up on the U.S. team through the documentary that's on HBO right now. Quite the drama with Berhalter being replaced by Pochettino. What has the biggest...
And then Berhalter's kids on the team.
Berhalter's kids on the team, which is, some irony there. Yeah. What has been the biggest adjustment in the past couple of years with Pochettino for the U.S. team?
Listen, the difference has been very simple. Pochettino's played at a high level. He's coached at the highest level you can coach at, be it the EPL, the French League, when you can coach a Mbappe, Messi, you have those kind of players. What are you going to tell this guy? What are you going to question him? So the only difference is he had to come in and he had to lay the groundwork down. He had to lay the mentality that he wanted. He had to lay everything down. And I think the something hit the fan about Gold Cup last year when Christian Pulisic decided I'll play the two friendlies, but I don't want to play Gold Cup. And Pochettino said, no, thank you. You can go relax. You won't play in the two friendlies. You don't pick and choose what games you get to play. I'm the coach. This is how we do things. And when you buy in, then we'll bring you back. I'm ready to go. And I think everybody now is bought in, to what Pochettino is selling. Listen, I've got to talk to him a few times. Being an Argentine, we have a nice relationship. And it's very clear that he wants to change the mentality, not just of the players, of this whole country, of how we see soccer.
Cello, Scott's got a daughter who spent like 6 weeks in Norway training. She's 12. Is that the right move for a youth parent to send their kid to Europe at 12?
If you don't like your kid, sure.
Cello. Mom's been with her the whole time.
I'm just messing with you, man. Listen, here we go. I'll be honest. I think anytime a kid can go to Europe and get that kind of experience is so beneficial to them. To send a kid at 12 and say, okay, you're going to be in the school, you're going to be there, you're going to leave them alone. No, not by any means. I think it's a great experience. Mom's over there, dad's over there, brother, and they're learning and they're seeing, because there's a difference and people don't get. There's a difference between playing in MLS and that being a professional and going over to Europe and being a professional. Over in Europe, when you get signed, you can't pout and act like a little baby when you're not playing. You can't act with a sad face and pout on the bench, because the coach will send you home, because he'll say, you know what? I've got 5 more of you waiting right over there, waiting for someone to screw up so I can replace them. So attitudes are different. If a team puts you on the second team, and let's just say we sold a kid and he goes over there and he doesn't play on the first and they put him on the reserve team, do you think he's going to have a crappy attitude? No, not one bit. Here, sometimes in MLS, we sign a kid to the first team contract and we put him on the second team and they have an attitude. I shouldn't be here. I signed for the first team. No, big boy. You earn your stripes. You earn your rights. You want to play for the first team. You got to bust your ass here on the reserve team to get to the first team again. You know what I mean? Yep. So I think the mentality is a little different.
Why did Kansas City get a game and a site to play and Denver didn't?
What a great freaking question. You know what? I'll tell you this. Why don't you go ask Jeff Plush, Tim Howard, and some of the other guys that were on the committee, because I wasn't asked to be on the committee,
okay.
So I couldn't tell you.
All right.
Well, now they call, to be fair, Kansas City the U.S. soccer capital of the world or whatever, the U.S. soccer capital. They had 70,000. It was on the I watched an international broadcast. The English people do it the other day.
It's got to believe anything he sees on the internet.
They had 70,000 people at a friendly.
Oh, we wouldn't have 70,000 people here in Denver.
Well, we had
a women's game.
We had
boys.
56.
We had how many at Mile High when Messi came?
Well, Messi came. I thought it was 60.
No, it was sold
out.
out.
Whatever it holds, 76,000. Is that what it seats?
Yeah, it might have been. And the women's game had what? 63.
That was sold out too, right?
Summit,
Yeah. No, it was 63, 64. We had 76,000, and Messi was here.
Mm-hmm.
We proved that we're a soccer state, very much so, by all means. And you can't tell me that Kansas City Chief Stadium is much better than the stadium that we have.
Oh, it's not.
No, it's not. It's definitely not.
Exactly,
Definitely
my
not.
friend. Exactly.
Hey,
So
listen,
we
you played in the
we
World
should've got
Cup.
a
Talk
World
to us, and I think you guys when you got knocked out 1-0 to the eventual champions in 2004 to Brazil, I believe. Talk about that experience. You played a number of international matches, CONCACAFs, and all those different things you played. But just the difference in what we're watching on TV this week compared to other stuff we might watch weekly.
You can't compare this. This is the one tournament in the world that you can say you are world champions besides the Olympics. You can't say that in the NFL. You can't say that in the NBA. You can't say that in Major League Baseball. You are United States champion. You are not the World Series champions. You didn't play the world. You play 48 teams, come here, qualify, and play for a month. And at the end of the day, you will have one winner. To play in a tournament like this is the pinnacle of a soccer player's career. To represent your country and put on that damn jersey. When you walk out on that field, your heartbeat, I can tell you the first time I put it on when we played in the 90 World Cup, I walked out of the locker room and my heartbeat was about 90. Okay? By the time we stepped out on the field, started warming up, my heartbeat must have been near 200. That's how excited and what a dream come true. And imagine that now. You get to do that in your own country. So the other day I went to SoFi and I was there for the Paraguay game. I got butterflies. I got tears in my eyes because this is something we helped build. From 94 to now, we've been building for this day. And it is finally here. And these young men can do something special in the world of soccer if they do it right.
Marcello Balboa, our guest. I'm guessing you're friendly or friends with Alexi Lalas. Am I right on that?
They were on a podcast right before the World Cup.
Yes.
Oh, because you're friends. Okay. Are you laughing with him and Zlatan? I'm saying his name wrong. Zlatan and
Thierry.
Like, hey man, he is rowing upstream with those dudes.
It's okay, but that's what Lexi's skick is. You know what I mean? That is Lexi. Lexi will say, Terry will say left, he'll say right. Zlatan will go straight, Lexi will go right. His job is to stir things up.
Okay.
My love of it the other day is when Landon Donovan tried to get involved and try to say that the French were arrogant. And Zlatan finally said, no, they're just confident. It's people that don't know soccer think they're arrogant. Oh, my God. I was like, you go, my friend. I'm like, you go. And Thierry Henry sat there quietly because, listen, we all know the French, right? It's just the French.
Yeah.
They're awesome. Listen, if they were to put two teams, they can literally, if you look at their bench, they could put a second team in this World Cup that may actually get out of the group. That's how good they are, and that's how deep they are. So arrogance, I don't know, but they are definitely one confident group that can get out of this group.
Hey, did you ever get to play against Zlatan or any of those guys, any friendlies or anything?
Thank God, no. I got to play against Maradona. I played against the same kind of guy. I played against Batistuta. Same size, same strength, and they were tough games.
Hey,
how good was Maradona though?
That dude, you can't listen. He's right up there with Messi. There's no other Messi. There's no other Maradona. And there's no other Pele. So
yeah, Maradona though, when he went a little bit off the rails though after he was done playing though. So
you know what though? He said it himself. He said, if I didn't get involved with cocaine, imagine how much better I could have been.
Yep.
Okay. Well,
he admitted it.
There you go. I wrote that in my high school yearbook.
Yeah.
All right.
Michael Jackson talked about that with ketamine.
Cello, as a man with great hair your whole life, what do you think of Landon Donovan now?
You know what, dude? I can't comment on that. I have hair.
Wait,
You know,
I have a question.
Yeah.
Is that not real?
It's been enhanced.
No. I'm not asking if he got hair plugs. I'm asking if that's a wig.
Have you not seen? No, he was very upfront about it. He put it on Instagram. The lady shaved his head, like shaved the middle of it, and they tried on different what are they called?
Hair pieces.
Hair pieces. He tried on different hair pieces. He did it right there.
Oh,
he's like, I'm just not blessed enough to have hair, so he was very upfront about it. So more power to him.
All right, last one. What is the best Rapids connection to the World Cup right now?
The best Rapids connection?
Yeah.
Ooh, Harrington.
Talk to me.
I saw him. I'll see. They play U.S. Australia tomorrow. He hasn't played yet.
Plays for Australia, right?
He plays for Australia. 18-year-old that the Rapids brought over from Oi. And he is, you know what? He is one of the better. He's a starter for us. There's rumors everywhere that he may get sold at some point here in the next year. So I think that's probably the best Rapid connection we have as of right now. I know that there's a few other players that are playing for New Zealand. There's one who's playing for Canada, Moise, but Moisey got hurt, so he's not playing.
Okay.
So right now, I would say Harrington has probably the best chance of probably seeing the field from Australia.
MLS going to a European schedule. Why?
Because the rest of the world does it. And when the rest of the world's been asking for us to do this, it makes it easier in the transfer window.
Okay.
We have big-time transfer window. So instead of bringing a guy in August and July, when there's only 3 months left of the season or 2 months left of the season, now we'll be able to bring him in at the beginning of the season instead of halfway through or three-quarters of the way through. So we're aligning our calendar with the European calendar to make it easier for transfers.
All right, my guy.
And it's funny how they do that stuff, too.
But now you've got to be ready to go to a game in November, December,
right.
and in February, March, and April.
Right. I mean,
that's the only difference.
We're not moving games indoors. We're not moving games indoors.
Boys there, right?
Okay.
Hey, Landon told me that you use hair extensions. I just heard that.
Oh, really?
You know what? On my eyelashes, yes.
All right, Cello. I'll tell our boy Stout you said hi, and it's great to catch up with you, man.
Boys, anytime. I'm free throughout the World Cup, so if you want a little more. If you want to BS a little more, we can do that too.
Oh, love you. I got a million questions. That'd be great.
Thank you, Joe.
All right.
We'll catch up with you soon.
See you, buddy.
Yeah. There's our co-worker, Marcello Balboa.
God, he's great.
He's fantastic.
He's great.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I've been lucky to know him for a long, long time. So, he's awesome.
I can talk soccer with that dude any day.
Yeah. He's tremendous, and he's played at the highest. I mean, the stories he has too when he plays and what he's done are awesome. And he's just been a lifelong resident here in Colorado.
Yeah.
So we're kind of in a weird spot here. I guess we could just kind of do no dumb questions right here. When it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. No dumb question. Does this stuff that we're talking about sort of, you think, get people into the World Cup a little bit more? If you know more, documentaries, connections to local things.
Stories is what makes sports great when you're not connected to the sport. So if you're not just a diehard football fan, basketball fan, whatever, when there's great stories that are out there, that helps. I would actually say, though, I still don't really know the great stories of our team.
Oh, there's a bunch of them.
Yeah, I tell you this. Watch the documentary on HBO. It'll help. It's helped me a lot because I didn't know a lot about the U.S. team either. But it's been really, really interesting, and it does connect you in a Ted Lasso sort of way. there's quite a few U.S. players that aren't really from the United States, but they've got connections. And
Well, one guy, the guy that scored those goals was born here to Nigerian parents and then lived in England.
yeah, there's actually 4 or 5 guys like that are pretty prominent players on the team, but they're all connected to America. When you make a choice to play for a national team, that's it, though. You cannot go back to the other national. It's kind of a weird little rule. Like, you got to make your mind up, and that's where you sit. So it's been good.
Well, and it doesn't hurt. Yeah, you and I watched all the documentaries. You want to know about Christian Pulisic more? There's a whole documentary series on him, which I thought was fabulous.
Well, it was interesting that Cello brought that up, too, about the Gold Cup, because Pulisic, was just burned out, and he just needed time off. So I'm watching that documentary. I'm like, all right, give him some time off.
It's the same thing Joker did, though.
Killing him for missing that time. Other than that,
do you remember when Joker decided the one year not to do the qualifying after that might have been the
were they
championship
killing him in
year.
Serbia?
They were killing him in Serbia. They were killing him here. Everybody, they were just killing him.
Well, we wouldn't be killing him.
But when it came, they qualified for the Olympics. Guess where he was on? He played the Olympic Games.
Yeah.
But he just come off of the Nuggets thing. They played until mid-June, and he didn't want to go the next week to play qualifying games.
I thought I read that Jamal is not playing internationally this summer.
No.
But I think Joker is.
Well, their season did end early.
Jamal didn't love his previous international experience, I guess.
It wasn't that great. Any no dumb questions? Anything? Bueller? Yes?
I went
No?
to a movie last night.
What'd you see? In a movie theater?
Yeah.
By yourself?
No, went with the in-laws.
You went with the in-laws so well. Okay, that's boy, you're like that with them, huh?
Disclosure Day.
How was it? That's a Steven Spielberg. It's his latest Alien movie.
It's pretty good. Weird kind of just ending, you know.
Well, don't tell us about the ending, dude.
No, I'm just saying it's just weird.
All right.
But I like the movie. But I escaped for an hour and 48 minutes. So
Sure.
I mean, you don't need the.
Hey, summertime movie is solid.
Yeah. So went to the movie. Had to go to the bathroom afterwards, and there's 3 urinals in a stall.
Okay.
All 4 packed after the movie.
All right.
2-hour movie.
All right.
Dude just rips one.
Was he in the stall?
No, he was standing up on the urinal.
No, that's okay.
That's the way it goes.
So
yeah, that's okay.
I'm caught with the dilemma. Do I go, woo, good one? Do I just let it go? And then B, do I wait till they all 3 clear? 'Cause I don't know which one. Because you don't want to walk up in, if I don't know if you've ever cleaned a cow stall up afterwards or a horse's stall.
Well, I do radio in one every single day.
Well, there you go. But those are silent.
That's true.
Yeah.
What's the question?
Well, should I have said something?
Well, first off, let's just establish something.
That it's okay to
It's
toot at the
socially
urinal.
acceptable to fart at the urinal.
In public.
Yeah, that's socially acceptable.
It's all coming out there. Like, once you're in a bathroom, there's no politeness. You're in a bathroom.
It's a number 2.
Things are going to happen in that department. You can't blame something for you're not holding back in a bathroom.
Okay. So don't say nothing. Don't hold back. Not holding back's fine.
It would have been funny if you said
if you wanted to compliment it.
Good for you.
Yeah.
A good out or something
Way to
like
go.
that. Yeah.
Good one.
Second thought, is it childish to still giggle when somebody toots out loud in public?
No,
but you're gonna
definitely not.
make the person feel bad.
That's totally fine, and it's actually part of the deal. Yep.
If you toot in public, you need to.
If you toot in public, you got to be willing to get giggled at.
Yeah.
I mean, first off, like if you toot in public, like are you really having shame about it? No, you just tooted in public.
Yeah. You might
and this was forced. You could tell this wasn't an accident. This wasn't slippage.
I'm glad we got to the classy part of the show after Marcello, but
Right.
so far we're
you said
killing it.
anything.
It's PhD. Big question of the day coming up next.
Hey, it's never too early to plan for retirement, whether it's years away or just around the corner. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth, they can help you feel ready for what's coming next. So just start the conversation today. Call my friends at 1-855-TRAJAN1 or visit them online at TrajanWealth.com. At Trajan Wealth, it all starts with respect and understanding. Their fiduciary advisors, they're going to take the time to listen, to teach, and to create a plan that truly reflects your values and your goals, because they're going to be different than anybody else's. Visit TrajanWealth.com and schedule your consultation today. It's your goals, your time frame, and your comfort level. That's what Trajan Wealth builds around. Their fiduciary advisors develop personalized wealth plans designed to fit you, not the other way around. So you can learn more at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, it's DMac for Fanatic Sportsbook. Hey, this is where you need to be during the MLB.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
You had a little sneeze cough attack.
Baby, I'm great. You know why?
Why?
Because I'm with Fanatic Sportsbook. They're giving you profit boosts every single day. You use them on any hit, run, strikeout. So every at-bat and inning means a little more. And new this season, they've got long ball jackpot. Every MLB game day, pick any player to hit a home run, like Hunter Goodman with his 21st, or Kyle Karros, or even Sterling Thompson with his first 2 major league home runs for the Rockies. They did lose yesterday. If they hit the longest one of the day, you're taking home a share of $50,000 in cash. Track your player on the daily leaderboard, see total entries, and watch the estimated payout in real time. From the first pitch to the final out, Fanatic Sportsbook gives you reasons to stay in the game. Download the Fanatic Sportsbook app and see why winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatic Sportsbook app. Nuggets questions right off the bat. Would you want to see Bogdanovic return with Nikola Jokic, not as Serbian teammates, but as Nuggets teammates? In addition, would you want to see Cam Johnson moved to somebody for a top 20 draft pick? Scott.
The top 20, that really depends where that top 20 is. But I think that's something you look at because you're going to save you $17 million on the cap, and then you hopefully get a guy that can be active and play and help you this year. So that's something you got to look at. Bogdanovic, depending on what they call him, he's got a team option with the Clippers, so they'll have to forfeit that. So obviously, if they're talking about it, looks like they won't pick up the option. And if you can get him cheap, I mean, if you can give him $2 or $3 million, he made 16 last year.
Well, let me ask you this, Scott. Obviously, he'd be running the second unit, but does chemistry with Jokic factor into it at all?
Well, he'll get in if they do what they did in the past. They bring in a guard at the 6-minute mark, and they run with Joker the last 6 minutes of the first quarter. So if they keep with that rotation.
I mean, quarterbacks get say all the time, and wide receivers and stuff, and, Tom Brady could literally hire whoever he wanted to come work for the Patriots. You would think, something like this, hey, Yoke, what do you think? You got good chemistry with him. Is he going to be a good fit for us? I'd imagine he would probably give a complimentary review of him.
Well, there was talk about bringing him in a couple of years ago when he was in Atlanta. But he has been a little injured in the last few years, but let's see if that's more out of – that's just who he is. I mean, he's one of those guys, when he plays bad, he plays really bad. But when he plays good, he's really good.
Is there something to be said about the chemistry he has with Jokic that makes it unique and worth a shot?
Well, it's worth a shot, especially if you're talking about getting rid of Christian Brown, who's kind of his little buddy, and you kind of supplant one little buddy with another.
I think the assumption, too, is you're signing up Peyton Watson. Peyton Watson is here, too.
If all these moves transpire, that's what you're doing.
Done with Cam Johnson?
No, I think he had a good year this year.
I do too.
I'm
not ripping on him.
See, but see, the thing with Cam is it's like you start there because it's easy, it's logical, and it's not necessarily a shot at what Cam did, but it's just easy and it's logical. So of course I think they're going to move him.
Yeah, I mean I think it's a movable piece because he had a good year and he could play, and his salary isn't so bombastic that you can't move him. It's not $35 million; it's $17. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think you could probably move him, get a 20 pick inside the 20, be better. It's 26. You'd have 2 in that spot.
Any other moves you want to see them making? We're getting going here with the Nuggets in about 12 days, June 30th.
Well, moves you want to see made move and moves that realistically you can move. And Tyler's talked about it a bunch, and I think Charles Barkley said too, when you're an older guy that's been injured, the next year you're just a year older and still probably injury prone. Injured guys don't usually get better the older they get. And that bothers me with Aaron Gordon because I think you beat Minnesota with a healthy Aaron Gordon. I think you got a chance to beat San Antonio with a healthy Aaron Gordon. But you had a chance to beat Oklahoma City if you would have had a healthy Aaron Gordon. And none of those happened.
So
2 years in a row.
Aaron Gordon's probably going to be on this basketball team, right?
Yeah, but I would look to move him.
Yeah.
And I hate saying it because he's one of my favorite players on the team.
Well, I'm sure they will look to move him, and I think that it'll be very difficult just based off the money and the injuries and everything else that's going on. So then the question becomes, well, how do you build a team around an extended period that you assume Aaron Gordon will not be available?
Well, what's the minimum games you want to get for him? I think you got 38 last year or something like that, 40. Is 65 okay?
Oh, God.
I mean, would that be pretty good?
Yeah, I mean, I'd take that in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I just worry. I just don't think you get healthier the older you get. He's still not old in relative terms. But, I mean, calf, hamstring, calf, hamstring again. I mean, does it get better? Now I will say this. I also wonder, and there's a biochemical studies that go out and do this stuff. I mean, this guy had a heavy life hit this past year and a half. I mean, as bad as you can get. And how much is the mental energy he's putting to life affects his physical being?
I don't know.
You
It's
know?
a good question.
I don't know.
We'll see. Coming up in 12 days. It'll be interesting. U.S. Open going on right now. Sam Stevens is in at 2 under. Rory's in at 1 under. Wyndham Clark, 2 under after 2. He's playing off the back, as is DeChambeau, who we just saw on 12, hit a 430-yard drive. Wow. And he birdied a very long par 4. And again, they've had some weather issues, so I think they're spreading the course out a little bit. So
Yeah, it looks windy and gray.
it's challenging, ain't no doubt about it. Who are you hoping to see come through here? Who are you kind of rooting for? Who's got your attention at the U.S. Open?
Well, you always like to see guys like DeChambeau, who's won a U.S. Open, right?
Sure, yes.
Wyndham Clark, a local kid.
Won a U.S. Open.
U.S.
Yeah.
Open.
By the way, that was a crazy moment seeing Wyndham Clark with the U.S. Open trophy in the Avalanche locker room.
Mhm.
That was just one of those moments where it's like, whoa, now that's cool.
Well, Scotty's chasing the career Grand Slam. So
Scotty Scheffler.
That's always an easy storyline to root for. if you're into those sort of things, which I think most people are. I mean, that's historic.
And Rory's still dominant Rory.
I'm a big Bryson DeChambeau
Rory,
fan.
for once in his life, does not have pressure on him.
I'm a Rory fan too. I'm a Wyndham. I like all these guys, man. I love this leaderboard so far, man. You want to talk about fun and excitement? Keep these guys right up front, and I'll be interested. That'll hold me.
Keep in mind, by the way, Bryson's already won 2 of these things, so he's no stranger to success at this tournament.
I think Bryson did such a smart thing by going the YouTube route and putting himself out there so you could find out his personality. His videos are great. I really enjoy them. They're tough to like sit there for 50 minutes and watch, but you can kind of skip through them real quick. And he's going to public courses to try to break the course record. And you know what's funny? He fails at most of the things he tries to do. Most of these public courses he tries to break the course record. He does not succeed.
Right.
He does not break 50. And you have these moments with this guy who's an unbelievable golfer, who he struggles, and he admits, what am I doing?
But on the break 50 thing, think how ridiculously hard that is.
Well, it's playing best ball from the Reds. So it's best ball from the Reds with another person. So, yes, but it is driver 3-wood wedge in almost every single hole.
Yeah, and then you got to make putts.
And then you got to make putts. And you know what? You start as you're watching. You start like by the 12th or 13th hole. I kind of get into it. I kind of feel my own nerves going like, are they going to do this? And they make a long putt, and I feel like, like it means something. It doesn't mean anything. But you get kind of wrapped up into the whole thing. I don't know, man. I know the live guys, it's a little weird, but does anybody really care about that crap now? It doesn't, right? Is the Live Tour even still a thing?
It is for now. For this season.
Okay,
Yeah.
But it's on life support, right?
Yeah. They're going to pull funding after this year.
I actually think they're going to get investors.
All right.
We'll see. But
I got to admit, I don't watch live events. I don't watch PGA Tour events except for majors anyway. So I really don't care who wins the John Deere. Even the Memorial, which I know is a really good tournament, doesn't have my interest because you're always just a week away or so from a major that's more interesting. Or the Ryder Cup, or whatever.
I find myself halfway watching golf almost every single weekend. Almost every single weekend, I throw it on and I watch it for 15, 45 minutes.
Like the Canadian Open was on last week, and I've been to the Canadian Open, believe it or not, when I was in Buffalo. But like, I just didn't really care. It wasn't because I knew the U.S. Open was this weekend, and it's like, all right, And sure enough, it wasn't all that interesting, anyways. But the U.S. Open, I'll be watching this. Nonstop, as much as I possibly can over the course of the weekend, for sure.
Yeah, listen, golf. It's the best nap sport in the world, right? You can go in there. Like I used to always play early in the morning on Sunday, then you come back or Saturday, and then you come back, get on the couch, eat a sandwich, fall asleep to about 3:34. Then all of a sudden you can watch the last few holes.
Yeah.
I like golf like this where there's a good chunk of guys under par, but not too far under par. But the worst ones to me is like, I'm going to win shooting 4 over. Like, to me, that's just like, who wants to see that? I like this. 2, 3 under, 1 under. We're right there, that sort of thing.
And a guy going 1 over going the last day still has a shot.
That's fine. I'm fine with that. But when I see some of these U.S. Opens and I won shooting 4 over.
How about when you watch some of these tournaments, a guy wins a tournament minus 24?
I hate those too. That's to me like watching the Cavaliers play basketball and it's 146, 139, and it's all just 3-pointers. I don't like that either. I don't find that interesting. I tell you what is interesting. Altitude Sports Radio inviting you to watch the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra USA Australia, which is tomorrow. The action starts at the Monkey Barrel at 12:30. Michelob Ultra will be on site with a lot of fun and Ultra giveaways. Sanford is your host. He's wearing a U.S. kit today. All the awesome giveaways, Sanford will have them for you. He'll bring the energy too. So come on and cheer the U.S. men's national team. That's happening tomorrow at the Monkey Barrel. Let's football go coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Performance matters in intimate moments. So don't let ED get in the way. The truth is, most men don't have to live with it anymore. And you might be surprised by how the right treatment can improve your love life. Truth is, ED can ruin the moment. And when you're getting intimate with your partner and you aren't able to perform the way that you want to or used to be able to do, it can be frustrating. But at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, there's a wide range of advanced treatment options for every stage of ED that can help you get back to performing again, maybe even better than you have in years. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic delivers advanced medical science and proven therapies to treat erectile dysfunction. Using this science can really help you out. So call today and find out why their advanced medical strategies offer so much more. The initial visit's only $99. You get a consult, a T, and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So call today. That's 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Okay. All right, you gotta admit, Scott, that was at least funny.
No, I think you represented it unfairly. In the most important part of my life, you said if I don't like my most important person in my life.
My God.
Well, we found out what DMac thinks about your choice. That's for sure.
That's right. You think?
Let's Football Goes brought to you by the Mountain High Appliance. That's Brad and Mountain High Appliance. Visit them at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan Buds, Quinn Stanley, Let's Football Go.
Yes, guys, the Broncos offseason, I guess, at least for the OTAs portion, is officially over. Sean Payton said yesterday they canceled the final day of OTAs today. So we've got 5 weeks, fellas, okay? 5 weeks until training camp starts. Here's Sean Payton yesterday on what he wants from his guys over that next 5 weeks.
I think we're all routine driven. Those guys especially, they'll have their workout routines, their conditioning routines. They'll also, depending on the cities they go back to, more importantly, just being smart and appreciating the current team that we have and what the goals are.
Tyler, let me ask you, when you were playing in this portion of the year, we all know this is the danger zone, right, of where guys can get in trouble over these 5 weeks. What were the messages from the coaching staff in the organization to the players on how to handle these 5 weeks? And why does it seem like it's so easy to fall into the pitfalls of getting in trouble during these 5 weeks?
Every single year you break minicamp, and the last thing that the coach says to you is, boys, we're about to break. You got nothing but time to yourselves. You're on your own. You got to make good decisions. No arrests. Nobody do anything stupid. Everybody get back here, and let's not have any distractions when the season begins. It's not every year that somebody would get in trouble, by the way. It's really not. Probably the far majority of the off seasons I had, people did not get in trouble. But it happens. And I don't think there's anything unique to the period, if I'm really being honest. We just saw Jonathan Cooper get in trouble in the middle of OTAs, right? So I don't think there's anything unique to the time that you're off, other than the fact that coaches get nervous when they don't have their hands on you.
Yeah, they're grown-ass men, and it's so hard to be a professional at that level. I don't know. You got to take care of your body. You got to prep. You got to think about it. Somebody's always knocking at your door to take your spot. Is it really that hard?
Well,
take care of yourself first.
I understand how stupid that sounds to be like, is it that hard? And be like, well, sometimes. Yeah. I mean, sometimes people got lives, that crazy things happen, and they do stupid things. And I'm not like implying that it's all, of course it's avoidable. Of course you get to make decisions. And of course people should be held accountable. But yeah, I mean, these guys wouldn't do things like this if they could make a clear-headed decision in the moment.
I just think the football schedule is so weird. No other sport does what football does.
What do
Have
you
a
mean?
significant practice period at some point during the year and then just stop and then pick it up again. Nobody else does that. Everybody just has preseason training.
But it's also one of
camp.
the shortest seasons.
Yeah, no, I get it.
So I mean, all the other sports are playing for a much longer time.
You say you need it. It's the tradition of football, so okay, cool. I just never understood why you just don't sort of do it all and keep on going and just skip all of this or condense it into like a weekend, hey, how you doing? But football is football. I will say this. There has been more changes in the past 5 years with preseason, training camp, OTAs. There have been more and more changes. And boy, oh boy, is the direction at least going toward less things in the spring because we know our seasons are getting longer.
Well, it almost seems like you could skip all this stuff you're doing now, come in right after the 4th of July weekend.
Fine.
And do your training camp right there.
Yeah.
Maybe give them 3 or 4 days, and then camp opens.
Sure.
And let's go, here we are. And then now you got 6 weeks. Now, I will say this. 6 weeks off today is a lot different than 6 weeks off 20 years ago. Because in the NBA, same way. When I was in the league, it was a beer and hot dog league. You play golf all summer. You start, picking up a ball like a month before the season started, playing pickup games. It's a 24-hour job, and if you now want to make it a beer and hot dog league, you're going to be left behind.
I don't think you hear as many stories because I just think it's conditioning and the shape that these guys in is. I don't know, man. I think it's hard. I think these guys kill themselves and work their ass off and spend money on trainers and their body, and they do the right thing. But
most guys.
I mean, some guys just get in trouble. But I think the guys that get in trouble now are just guys that are going to get in trouble no matter what. I mean, they're just kind of, they do dopey things. That just happens no matter what's going on. So I'm not really worried about the Broncos. Have a fun time. Do whatever you got to do. Because I know that these guys, for the mass, whatever they do, they'll be in the gym. They'll be working out. They know what's coming down the pipe. So I'm not nervous about this Broncos team on any of this stuff. But I know what you're saying. That's not the way it used to be. It used to be every year there was a Broncos player in trouble during this time. Every single year. It was,
And then every single year there was also 15 dudes who weren't ready for the start of camp that were doing that extra conditioning stuff.
This period, nobody's worried about guys staying in shape during this period. It's the period before this that right now you're like, oh my gosh, I've got 6 weeks and the season begins.
Yeah.
I don't have time to sit on my butt and do nothing.
Right. All right, next story, Dan.
Guys, last one here from Sean Payton yesterday. Drew Sanders, third-round pick back in 2023, had a hard time getting on the field, staying on the field due to injuries. Here's Sean from yesterday on Drew Sanders stepping up this year.
Look, he's doing well out here playing an edge position. He's instinctive. He's at one of those positions it's hard to evaluate with what we're doing right now. I mean, he can get the alignment, the assignment, all of that. But, there's a young player that, man, knock on wood, that we feel like is really talented and stay healthy and really get a good, this is one of the off seasons he's coming into this portion of training camp healthy. So I'm encouraged with that.
Guys, do you believe this is Drew Sanders' last chance to maintain a roster spot on the Broncos for the foreseeable future? Is this the last go around for Drew?
Is he a free agent after this?
Just in general. Like if he can't get on the field this year, should the Broncos move on?
Yeah, of course.
I can't believe he's still on the team.
No, I mean, you know what I could realistically see is him being on the team for another year on the injured reserve. Something happens in training camp, and if you get hurt during training camp and you've got a season-long injury, they put you on the injury reserve, and he ends up getting paid. So he might stick around. I don't know, and I don't mean to say it like that, like so dismissive. I just mean, guys, these things become repetitive.
By the way, he is a UFA after this season.
But I'll tell you this: the Denver Broncos. Sorry, Scott.
Go.
The Denver Broncos should have zero hope. No, hope's not the right word. The Denver Broncos should have zero plan around Drew Sanders being a part of this team.
Yeah, they want to be surprised. The reason he's still on the team, fighting through all the injuries he's had, is because he's a freaky athlete.
Well, we've always known that, but he could not find a place.
But listen, Tyler will tell you this: dudes will hang on to dudes that are freaky athletes a lot longer, just hoping that something clicks. Either they haven't played because the mentality of the game hasn't caught up with him, or in Drew's case, it's the injury.
Next story, Dan.
All right, guys, last one I got for you. That we're getting a supplemental draft this year in the NFL. Now, it doesn't happen every year, so I just kind of wanted to give you a little refresher on how exactly the supplemental NFL draft works. So teams get grouped by how good or bad they were last year. The worst team, 6 wins or fewer, are in Group 1. Group 2 is other non-playoff teams, and then Group 3 are the playoff teams, the best ones. So teams will bid on players, okay? This is the key difference from the regular draft. Teams go round by round, starting with round 1. If a team really wants a player, they'll submit a bid saying, I will use my blank round pick next year to take said player. The team that bids the highest round, the earliest pick, wins the player. So basically, the team that drafts the player in the supplemental draft will lose that same round pick in the next regular NFL draft. So if you draft a guy in the 3rd round of the supplemental draft, you lose your 3rd round pick next year. Now, the reason I bring this up, Brendan Sorsby, a lot of people said he is a 1st-round quarterback talent. Would you guys be okay if the Broncos took a chance on this kid, giving up a 3rd or 4th round pick in next year's draft to have a first-round talent at the quarterback position on the roster.
I am not okay with that. That would be a unbelievable waste of a valuable draft pick.
That'd be pretty high. I guess I'll say something insane. Yeah, if you could get him a good value, I probably would do it. I actually would. You know, the Broncos they need a better backup quarterback. They need somebody that they can count on that can play football, and we learned that Jarrett Stidham was not good enough. Well, there's not any options out there right now. And if you could get him for a 5th rounder, I'd say it's worth rolling the dice, man.
Yeah, but Dan said third or 4th.
I know, and I answered that part first.
Leggy was on this morning, and Moser, I think, asked him where they had him. You know, how did you see him draft status? He said, I would put him at a mid to low 2nd round.
Okay.
Great. That's what he was graded at.
Look, I know it's complicated, and I know it comes with a million different things that you're like, is it worth it? Where else are you going to find a better backup quarterback right now?
Yeah. I think it's a good point.
Are we all suddenly confident that Bo Nix's ankles are going to make it through the season?
And guess what? You've already dealt with one gambling guy on your team, haven't you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not even concerned about that. I think you get a higher quality player that'll you'll use in the future with a 3rd or 4th round pick. I mean, if it's a 5th rounder, okay, fine. You know, 5th round, whatever. Sure. And I don't think Stidham is good enough as a backup, in all honesty. I think they need a better backup.
Is the idea of investing a 4th rounder in a really quality backup quarterback crazy? I don't think that's crazy. Even if he doesn't see the field. To me, that doesn't feel crazy at all to know that we've got a high-quality backup quarterback.
I always thought the 4th round for backup quarterbacks it's kind of an eye roll, like maybe. Like, I can't say you're wrong about that. It's just that there's been a lot of good players who have been found in the 4th round as well. Yeah. And when you start getting deeper, 5th, 6th, 7th, it's always a bit more of a crapshoot. So
then take a 2nd round gamble at him, and then you have your backup for the next 10 years.
I'm just not that concerned, I guess, about the backup in the world. Who do you want? I mean, if you want to tell me, listen, you can twist my arm, and it's not hard to sell me a pen on this. If you really believe in Sorsby like that, I'm like, all right.
Well, I don't feel great about our backup quarterback, and I think there's a pretty good likelihood we're going to need our backup quarterback.
For how long?
I don't know.
4 weeks.
I don't know. I mean, that could be a game. It could be 12 games.
Well, it's a fair question because only 11 quarterbacks in the NFL actually played in every game last year. I think it's just like when, you know, Stidham's probably fine for middle of the season if it's 2 or 3 games, if we're in high ankle sprain sort of mode. The postseason, I think you're screwed no matter who your backup is. I don't care who your backup is. Once you get in the postseason against high-quality teams, I think you're in big trouble.
Well, that's just Tom Brady.
Is your backup Tom Brady?
Well, I mean, Tom Brady came in as a backup guy, 6th round pick, wasn't he?
I mean, that's a different situation. He came in his 2nd year in the NFL.
But he was the backup quarterback.
Yeah, he was the back. I mean, he had won that job. He got lucky. I mean, that there's always exceptions to every rule.
Right.
It's just that if you're hoping you're going to get lucky is your strategy, that's a terrible strategy.
If you're, no pun intended, gambling on that working out.
Yeah, I mean, this is my strategy. It happened. Tom Brady is my strategy. Well, you're an idiot organization. Nobody does that, by the way. Nobody does that. Look at the NFL. They're not rolling the dice like that anymore. I don't know, man. I mean, hey, Prescott was a 4th round guy. Okay, cool. Who else out there? I got you. What's his face in San Francisco? 7th round guy or 6th round guy, whatever he is. Who am I thinking of? What's his face?
Purdy.
You win that one. Dan Marino went late in the whatever. But look at the rest of the NFL guys, seriously. And look at who the backups are, too. Joe Flacco's still in the league.
Yep.
You want to
Case
sign
Keenum.
I'd rather have a guy like that, you know, the Ryan Fitzpatricks of the world. But you're in big trouble.
Minshew.
You're in big trouble in the playoffs.
The more I think about it, they might do it. Or they might. I'm not saying they will do it. They probably should do it.
For Sorsby?
Yeah. Yep. The more I think about it, they probably should do it.
I'm not going to hate on them for doing but I'd be surprised.
They're in a bad spot right now.
Hey, fine, go for it.
They didn't want to offend Bo Nix by going out and getting some veteran backup quarterback. They didn't want to do that, okay? Because Sean put his foot in his mouth, and now we're playing nice guy with him. This one's like an easy way to go just get an upgrade in the room.
They all go on vacation together.
Am I dismissing the gambling stuff too much? Like, that's the only question.
No,
like,
who even cares about that? Really? What do you think? The guy's going to be a degenerate gambler now in the NFL?
I think addiction comes back a lot. Yeah. So I think it's fair to be concerned with it.
I would have zero concerns about that. That to me is like a non-issue. I mean that all right. Well, whatever. If that's a problem, forget it. So you're kind of talking me into it and talking me out of it.
I know. Well, because
it's
to me it's complicated. It is.
Well,
on the surface, the Broncos need to upgrade their backup quarterback. That's what I know.
Fine, but why do something complicated if you're the Denver Broncos?
He just put in a third round supplemental pick in there, and if it hits, it hits, and if it doesn't, it doesn't.
You know what? You get him for a fourth round or less, do it.
It's going to be a team that has been in trouble and is desperate. It'll be a Browns or a Jets.
Miami.
Well, I don't think Miami, because Miami's kind of doing this whole rebuild sort of thing. So
yeah, but if it only costs you a third or fourth round,
it's going to be like a Steelers team who can never find a quarterback. It's going to be somebody
Steelers ought to too,
who lives in a land of desperation. Somebody will. Somebody's going to pick this kid up.
Oh, for sure they will.
So there you go.
I bet he does not get past the fourth.
Hey, Altitude Sports Radio is inviting you to watch the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra, USA, Australia. That is tomorrow. Australia. The action starts at the Monkey Barrel at 12:30. Michelob Ultra will be on site with a lot of fun and Ultra giveaways. Sanford, your host for awesome giveaways, and he's going to bring that energy. So come on and be ready to cheer the U.S. men's national team tomorrow at the Monkey Barrel. Sleeping Giant update, and Dan has a Know Your Bronco coming up next.
Dan Tanner.
Thank you, Connor McGahee.
I've learned to love this.
You're welcome.
This is one of the funner ones, as we'll present Dallin Bentley, Dan.
Dallin Bentley, guys, get to know your newest Broncos tight end. One of two tight ends that the Broncos took in the past NFL draft. So he had a really odd high school football career, guys.
Okay.
His entire high school receiving career ended in disaster. On his very first and only high school reception, a 40-yard catch in the opening game of his senior year, he broke both his tibia and fibula on the play.
Whoa.
Guys, his high school football experience totaled fewer than 5 snaps.
Wow.
He played fewer than 5 snaps of football in high school.
Wow. That's crazy. But he's 6'5", right?
Isn't it amazing when you hear stories like that and we sit here talking about the youth and the pressure that they feel to specialize in sports at 10 years old and go to Norway, Scott?
Yeah.
You know?
It's different, though.
What's that?
Well, because girls get signed professionally when they're like 15 years old.
So do boys in Europe.
Yeah, but not in football, they don't. But in soccer, they do. Football,
I thought you were talking about football.
Exactly.
I mean, you kick it once in football.
I think it's what makes American football unbelievably unique. Because who knows what somebody's going to be, Tyler, until they mature, right? And who knows? So how did he get there? How did he get to the NFL?
Well, DMac, I've got something for you. He was a late bloomer. He was pretty small, kind of short and chubby, and pretty slow in high school. He barely played. He served a 2-year Latter-day Saints mission in Colorado.
Yeah.
Then walked on at Snow College, which is a junior college, and then he turned into a legit prospect there.
Well, the
in
funniest
JUCO, and then landed at Utah.
The funniest part is, do you guys know specifically in Colorado where he did his mission?
Colorado Springs, wasn't it?
Parker.
Oh, Parker.
Oh, really?
I'm laughing because, like, of all the places in the world to do a mission.
Wait a minute.
Right?
Is he like going door to door in like the neighborhoods of Parker?
Went door to door in Parker, Colorado.
Someone got me at the gas station yesterday in Parker.
Well,
Tabernacle Choir.
4 years ago, that could have been Dallin Bentley. That's Dallin Bentley's replacement. When I found out he did his mission literally 3 miles from the Broncos facility, I thought that was one of the funniest things of all time.
Cool.
There will be Broncos fans that come out to training camp that will remember this guy knocking on their door. It's quirky. By the way, do you know they do missions in Utah? Isn't that kind of preaching to the choir? Do you really need to do a mission in Utah?
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Would you like to hear about the...
You know, they wear a specific brand of underwear.
They do.
Easy.
We know Steve Young did that.
No, they do.
I'm just telling you, I know Steve Young did that.
I just wonder if for football or basketball, they have a special...
I don't know.
...sports brand.
I remember talking to...
Being serious. I don't think so. I think they're the same ones.
Really?
I remember talking to Zane Beatles, who was from Utah, and I'm like, so you're Mormon, right? And he goes, nah, we're Lutheran. I go, you got to be kidding me. He goes, yeah, I know. It's ridiculous. We're like the only Lutherans in the entire state. But Zane Beatles was Lutheran, although he was from Utah.
Pass the plate, and it's like all family members.
By the way, we are the Denver Utes on so many levels. What is us with Utah athletes with the Broncos?
Yeah, they've been a good program for a while now.
One of your top 10 running backs all time was Utah Jazz or Utah Ute.
Who's that?
Mike Anderson.
He was from Utah. He went to Utah?
I believe so. He was in the Army as a Marine, and then I think played at Utah.
I know he loved weed.
That or San Diego. I think Utah, though.
Okay.
Dude, you might tell me Mike Anderson.
Bailey was a Utah guy, right?
Yeah, Bailey's Utah. Garrett Bowles is Utah. There's somebody else that we just drafted another guy from Utah.
We're in a game.
Well, Dallin Bentley.
But I'm calling a game, and Mike is running. Mike's also like balling. And remember, he was like, I think he was a Marine. I think.
He was. He absolutely was, yes.
And he
also enjoyed a heater or two.
Yeah,
he dropped. Well, here you go. He dropped like 160 yards on Cincinnati, and we're waiting to leave. And you know, you get on the buses outside the arena, and you wait, and you all go on the big caravan, 4 or 5 buses, whatever it is. I'm sitting at my window waiting to get back right to the airport. And they're right down beside me, leaning up against the little wall. Mike Anderson, who dropped 160 yards rushing, smoking a heater.
Well, it wasn't just
Isn't
heaters.
that funny, man? I mean, his era, like, that was not acceptable in his era.
No. By the way, one of the craziest radio stunts we ever did, KBPI, when he got in trouble, because do you remember? He claimed it was secondhand smoke, the marijuana thing was secondhand. Me, Stout, and Willie got in a car, rolled all the windows up, and we did not take a puff. But the fourth guy, one of Willie's friends did, and he just smoked for like 2 straight hours while we were in the car.
Were you doing the radio show?
We were doing the radio show. We did the show live as somebody else was smoking weed to see if we could get secondhand smoke the same test score as Mike Anderson. It was one of the most fun shows I've ever done.
What was the result?
We did not, and we were high as a kite. Let me tell you, it was unbelievable. I swear to God, we didn't.
And you didn't fail the test.
We didn't get to where he got. We did not. We tested it. We tested it right away or whatever.
Well, so what did you get to?
There was something, but it wasn't. I mean, we were 2 hours in a car with the windows rolled up with a dude just one joint after another.
Is this the one that Mike Shanahan put him on a lie detector?
Oh,
Mike put somebody on a lie detector about weed. I forget who that was.
I know we another time waiting on the bus, sitting on the thing, and a handful of players, Dale Carter was still playing with Kansas City before we made a mistake in picking him up, has got a limo outside the Arrowhead. You know, they parked there, and what's name's mom used to bring food out right there at the barbecue, but there's a limo right there parking. And they got the little sunroof on, and it's just chimney like that. There's a chimney coming out of that thing. Like that, right there. I'm like, what the heck's going on there? Doors opens up. A couple Broncos walk out. Dale Carter walks out. I'm like, yeah.
That's about right.
And then got on the bus. I'm like, dude, don't you stink? And
Yep.
you know,
Let me give you a quick sleeping giant update.
I got a baseball story for you too.
Oh, really? I want to hear Scott's.
They had one bad inning. A young pitcher in his second start gave up 7 runs. He shut him down more or less the rest of the way. Pete Crow Armstrong hit a home run that nicked off the foul pole on the foul side. And it didn't just hit off that. There's a yellow rope, and it looks like it nicked off the foul side of the yellow rope for a home run. They reviewed it and the whole thing. And I guess if you paint it yellow and you're hanging off a foul pole, it counts. The Rockies did battle back, though. And this, listen, it's a loss, and okay. But if you're looking for moral victories, Cole Carrig threw a ball from center field to third base at 99.8 miles per hour and threw a guy out tagging from second to third. Sterling Thompson hit his first 2 home runs ever, and Hunter Goodman has 21 homers, guys, as a catcher, which is crazy. Kyle Karras had a home run, too. They lost 8-6 to the Cubs, and they lose the series day off today. But this is one, and I know moral victories suck, but this was one where I was like, hey, okay, Rox, you got me on this one. Still, I have no belief that Warren Schaefer is the right manager, but every now and then with this stupid team, there's moments.
Okay.
I just want to bring you a sleeping giant update.
I'm going to give you a feel-good moment from Omaha.
Oh, okay. I love that. Go
Georgia, which won their game, I guess they blew out, Oklahoma won their game, blew out Georgia. Late in the game, in the blowout, a Georgia the shortstop cracks a home run.
Okay.
It's his last at bat and his last game he'll ever play in college baseball. I don't know what his minor thing. Round second base, the second baseman's there to like give him high five, hug, whatever. Second baseman for Oklahoma was his brother.
Oh, is that right?
Nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
Well, I was wondering why he was giving him a high five.
Yeah. So the last kid's very last college at bat, and his brother's there in the field, going to go play in the championship game for Oklahoma. Is the second baseman, daps him up.
Live from El Paltillo, it's Nate and Andy. Congratulations, Nate, to your Cubs for squeezing out a series win over the Rockies.
Why do you keep congratulating me for this as though this is my accomplishment?
Well, you're part of the team, and you wear.
Have you not seen the Cubs payroll? Got kind of higher aspirations than splitting with the Rockies on the season. Your guy,
sure. Pete Crow Armstrong hit a ball on the other side that barely flicked off I think a yellow string, so that counts as a home run. And
National League offensive war leader, Pete Crow Armstrong.
He's quite the talent.
Well, I mean, offensive. It count as defense as well. He's pretty good.
Yeah.
Good ball player. DMac, you mentioned Cole Carrig right there.
Yes.
God, man, San Diego State, those guys they develop players, man. That dude continues to impress. The bat's gone a little quieter the last couple of ball games, but, like, he makes plays defensively. He's an impact guy. He's speedy. He's fun. He's fast. Like, that's – again, like, to your point, and, you kind of make the moral victory joke. Yeah, they got the worst record in baseball. Yeah, they got the worst run differential in baseball. But, like, we know what we watched a year ago.
Yeah.
And it is, like, closer to resembling an actual major league club. And that, I think, has made it a more entertaining product and more fun to watch. There's things to be excited about. Like we said, Carrig is a good young prospect in center. He's really fun to watch play. Goodman, 21 home runs. He's Javi Lopez has that record for home runs by a catcher at the All-Star break.
Oh, I don't know.
He's got quite a bit of time to be able to break that. So Goodman continues to be a good time. They're 87 trades away from having a competitive pitching staff, but there are things on this club right now that it just very much is very different than what we saw a year ago. And I thought Spielborgs did a great job breaking it down on the telecast last night.
The first game of the series was as pathetic as a performance of the bullpen as you can get. I mean, it was horrible.
Yeah.
But then the next two games, the bullpen doesn't give up any runs. They gave up no runs.
It was better.
In the bullpen, the Rockies bullpen in the next two games. I don't know, man. Like, I'm hanging in there with them. They are more competitive. There are moments almost in every single game that something dynamic and exciting happens with young Rockies players. And it doesn't always
there really
result
is
in a win.
Kind of to your point, and like if you want to be a fatalist Rockies fan, and it's really, really hard not to, like, you could just sit there and go, there's nothing to pay attention to until whatever the front office does at the deadline. And I would also say there is an element of truth to that. But at the same time, again, there is promise on this club. I think the front office really, they're so far away talent-wise, but, like, good decisions were made on this club in order to get, Willie Castro is just
something, isn't he?
It's a big league ball player.
Yes,
that's a big league ball player.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean,
there's,
all right.
who
on the team isn't a big league ball player right now that plays on a regular basis, aside from guys in the bullpen, okay? And maybe, like, Kyle Freeland,
sure.
might be done.
I was going to go with, like, basically the entire pitching staff.
Okay, let's stay away from pitching staff.
Right.
Position players. Who's not a big league
player? Yeah, no. Rumfield could be, and when I say big league player, I mean, like, your blank of the future.
Well, Rumfield's really interesting.
TJ Rumfield could be your first baseman of the future.
Agreed.
Like, I'm circling him and I'm saying, okay, you got something right there.
You know who's
Ezekiel,
less? Well, I think Tovar's less important than ever. By the way, it's funny because he was like, you can't move him, but now I'm looking down the line for what they have with oh gosh, help me, draft pick. Just drafted him. What's his face's kid? Holiday. Ethan Holiday.
Yeah.
I don't really care about
I mean, Holiday. I think Holiday's a solid 2 years away from the big league level, especially coming off the injury.
Agreed, but I'm not like, if you can get a deal for Tovar, Nate, see ya. Bye-bye.
Move him now? Okay.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to push back on that.
No big deal.
You can upgrade Karros at third.
It's not bad, though. Not bad.
He's not bad, but, like, he's a utility guy. You need more power at a corner infield spot.
All right.
Again, I like Carrig a lot, man. He's got a future.
Yeah.
I think he is a piece to what you have. And again, there's other spots that are just sort of piecing it together all over the club. Hunter Goodman's legit. I still say, man, if somebody knocks your socks off with a trade offer, you should do it.
That would be a hard one right there. That would suck.
I know, because he looks like an all-star. But this is what I always worry about with power-hitting catchers. Is it like, are you still going to be that when this club is ready to be competitive?
Yeah, but couldn't you move him
and that's what I'm not so sure.
Couldn't you move him to DH or first base?
To DH?
Whatever.
Full-time?
I don't know.
Yeah, part-time catcher role.
Sure, why not? I mean, he was a DH for 2 games in this series.
To your point, DMac, I'm a Cub fan, and they let Kyle Schwarber walk. Like, there's massive risk in letting a guy go that can just consistently hit the ball in the seats. So there's right now with this ball club, like there is something to watch. Like, to your point, there is a reason to turn on a Rockies game right now.
On.
It isn't like last year where you're like, what the hell am I doing with my life right now?
All right, boys, you're at El Patillo. What's happening there? And I'll say hasta la vista to you guys, but take it away.
There he goes. That's DMac. We're live. Actually, we're in the Lodo Beach Bar portion of El Patio.
Yeah, because this place is massive.
As I learned, Andy, there's 4 bars. I was going to say under one roof, but El Patio is on the roof.
There is an El Patio on the roof?
There's an El Patio on the roof. There is the Jaguar Room.
Well.
Jaguar Room.
Hold on. Is that for, is that like the male version of a cougar?
It could be. Good question. What is the male version of a cougar?
There are, in reality, male versions of a cougar, I guess.
I think it's just a creep.
Yeah,
I think
was about to say, it doesn't seem to be celebrated like the cougar is, but
that's a guy that you want to leave you alone.
Yeah.
Is what that guy is. But yes, the Jaguar Room, and we are in the Lodo Beach Bar portion. There is a beach in here. There's sand. We're not allowed on the sand, but there is sand. There's a boat. And
a nice sailboat. It's Tommy Boy's sailboat with a new sail.
Quit playing with your dinghy.
Need a little wind here. Here's that. Here, I'll show everybody. There's the boat.
And Switzerland just polished off Bosnia-Herzegovina, or as the British announcers call them, Herzegovina. But yes, Switzerland convincing
they don't like
victory. They different.
What the governor do?
In different emphases on different syllables, tomatoes, potatoes. What do they call it? Garage, whatever they call it.
A flat is an apartment. You know.
I think that's in England.
Where are we?
I suppose
in Switzerland. You're right.
I was kind of going with pronunciation.
Sure. Oh.
Yes.
There was a good tackle. What is this? The 84th minute?
Yes. It was honestly, this game was like borderline close, and then the Swiss they just found the holes in the Bosnia-Herzegovina defense.
No, yeah, we know what you're doing. I heard what you did there.
Okay.
I heard what you did there.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It was a cheesy joke to go with the holes comment, so we'll just build on. We'll just.
You know what? Andy, I had to wedge that one in there.
All right.
Yeah. Just there was a slice of time during our show.
I'm going comfort. I'm in the old Adirondack. What do you think of that? And we're not talking about that. Isn't that a mountain range?
It is, and a chair.
But I decided I need me a back after yesterday's. By the way, all right here, bothersome.
You okay or?
No, it hurts.
Okay.
Actually, hurts, don't it? Yeah, not the side I thought would, but there it is. So I'm going to go ahead and sit in the Adirondack because nobody's in here right now, and we're not going to let them until 4.
Yeah.
You and I require an hour to ourselves in any bar we go to.
Which
to
I appreciate.
See if anything was left out. To me, look, if you left it out, it's ours.
To get ourselves warmed up.
Sure.
As well.
To play with the dinghy.
7 o'clock tonight, Mexico takes on South Korea. 2 giant screens here in the Lodo Beach Bar. So come watch the match out here tonight. They got VMC Paloma and Mango Nada Bucket specials. Right here, 19th and Market, across the way from Coors Field, where the Rockies will open up a 3-game series against the mighty Pirates.
I wondered, are we dealing? Tomorrow night. Do we have any Rockies game tonight?
No Rocks tonight. Day off after.
What a shame.
After the series there.
Are the Pirates any good? What's going on with them? Andrew McCutcheon's gone, right?
Bobby Bonilla, Barry Bonds, and Andy Van Slyke have all moved on.
None of them are playing there anymore. Name you some Pirates.
Doug Drabeck no longer
is Jim
anchoring
Leland
the rotation.
Still managing that plucky club?
You know, Spanky Lavalier not behind the plate.
Yeah, how far back are we going to go?
For the Buccos.
Spanky Lavalier? He likes to play with the dinghy.
He does. he was well known for that. Mike Lavalier was a great 80s catcher. Just chunky and definitely looked like he down to pack a
like
six
an 80s baseball player.
the moment that he got off the field.
Yeah, you wonder. Here's the thing. In a lot of sports, you wonder, when did you start this hardcore training for this? In baseball, it's very obvious where the body types league-wide changed pretty dramatically in baseball.
Sid Bream.
Good old Sid Bream.
Before he went to the Atlanta Braves, that stash was anchoring the infield over at first base.
Sidney Bream.
Who the hell else on that team? Rick Russell was a Pirate back in the pillbox hat era. Rick Russell.
Oh, the pillbox hat looked good.
It was
with their 3 stripes and their P.
Good uniform. Just in general. To this day, I think a Pirates uniform's a good-looking uniform.
Do you like when a town, I don't know how many places have done this, but Pittsburgh is one of those towns where everyone wears the same color scheme.
The black and yellow,
which I kind of don't mind. You got the Steelers, the Penguins, and the Pirates all basically doing the same thing.
Yeah, it does work for them. Yeah.
Is there another town that does? The Yankees and Giants are completely opposite. The Jets are going to be buried in New Jersey at some point, so they don't count.
Is there another town that does it?
I'm not sure. Help us out, 303-504-925. You know, it's funny that you would bring up great uniforms. Because The Athletic went ahead and sent me an email today. And there is a Colorado uniform that made the best list of the top 5 in history.
Top 5 in history.
Now, this is NFL history.
Broncos orange.
The classic D.
Yeah, the classic D.
But it only comes in at 5.
Comes in at number 5. What were the 4 above it?
Let me go look. By the way, Kent Tekulve.
Kent Tekulve.
There we go.
Yeah, Kent Tekulve.
Scotty just sent that in. Kent Tekulve.
Kent Tekulve, great submarine baller, and also wore transition lenses on the mound.
Really?
Prescription sunglasses, Kent Tekulve.
Looking like a psycho accountant that you're not sure what he's up to. I had a teacher that did that, Mr. Garradini. Hey, bro, I don't like the transition lenses. All right, here's what's ahead of the Broncos this is the Athletics all-time greatest NFL uniforms, and they also listed the worst we can get into. In greatest,
top 5.
At number 4, you want to take a guess?
No, just give it to me.
The Los Angeles Rams classic from their actual John Robinson L.A. Coliseum days. That throwback.
The yellow,
the Eric Dickerson, yes.
Popping
it's
on
a
the
very
blue.
solid yellow.
Fantastic uniform, absolutely.
I mean, the marketing department there now, chef's kiss, but
best front office
But
in
it is
sports.
tough to mess with history.
It is. That's a great uniform.
How about this? The Bengals all white.
At number 3?
Coming in at number 3.
I really like that uniform. I do not want it to be top 5, only because it's an alternate.
Well, and it's only been around like 2 years, right? No test of time to go, yeah, that was good.
There's not an era.
Right.
It's just like, hey, it's a Thursday night, we're wearing all white.
If you get to 2050 and they throw that back, are people going to be clamoring for it? That's the question, because that's what those other 2 uniforms we mentioned
do you remember when the Nuggets wore all white and black?
Oh, yeah.
And it was the T-shirt
uniform.
It always, to me, it always kind of smacked of
laziness.
How do I say this nicely? It looked like if, your dad is angry that some raccoons are getting in the trash, and he woke up at 2 a.m. because he heard the trash can get tipped over.
Just threw something on to be decent in public.
So he's sleeping in his tighty whities, and then he throws on the T-shirt and goes outside. Damn it. Darn raccoons.
Get out of my trash.
For whatever reason, that uniform always evoked that image in my head.
I can see that.
Okay. I'm not alone. Thank you.
Okay, number 2, Chargers powder blue.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
That inspired the song.
It's terrific.
Okay, number 1 is a throwback.
Okay.
Take a guess.
Number 1.
I'm not sure I would have listed this there, but I think it does speak to our desire for, nostalgia.
A simpler time.
A simpler time.
Seahawks?
Yes.
Is it really?
How about this?
It's a great uniform.
3 of the 5 original AFC West uniform combos.
It's hard to argue with it. It's a good looking. I mean, if you think about it, that division, You added classic Raiders, classic Chiefs. It's a good looking division. I'll put it up there against any in football. Classic 80s AFC West.
Do the Chiefs and Raiders get punished for not really changing their uniform?
No, I don't think so.
Because that's what I think is funny. They don't make the list, and you're right. Both teams' uniforms are absolutely classic, and yet 3 of the 5, as we mentioned in the AFC West, 4 of the 5 are all throwbacks.
I am also a firm believer in if it works, just keep going with it. Andy, you know my perspective on this. I understand why you differ because the Broncos changed uniforms and then won the Super Bowl. The D logo and that color scheme is so massively superior to what they do now.
It is, but I do feel like they've massaged the color. Man, I'm telling you, that thing in the original day was like a burnt orange hunting uniform. And all the gear that came in that color was not something you were like, yeah, give me that. But when that sharp blue came in for the Broncos.
I thought it worked with that blue.
All right.
That kind of lighter blue hue.
I feel like I need to take you back to the actual day where it was not such a poppin' color. How about, let's quickly go through
color.
Let's go through the 5 worst. They call them the Baltimore Musketeers.
Ah, yes.
That thing, I don't even know how to describe it, but it looks more like a soccer jersey, if you will, but with bad sleeves.
Anytime they go to those, like this is what we wore in the 40s, it's like, well, leave it in the 40s.
Yeah, that's why it wasn't a great time. We didn't have cars then.
That weird, yellow and blue Packers uniform.
That's on there. So this thing, it's like a stripe combo for those that don't know. There it is. The all blue Packer uniform with the yellow circle uniform in the middle and the numbers. Terrible. And the Miami mistakes, how about this? This is one of those color rush things that I think set everybody off on a Thursday night game. Clearly Miami thought it sucked because it played into their orange. I don't even remember how many times they wore this sucker. I think that's Tannehill trying to belt some plays out using the usual Dolphin uniform, but it is basically that crazy South Beach all orange.
There's like a teensy bit of orange.
They're playing the Bengals in that one.
In the Dolphins' color scheme.
Yeah, but they decided that was the color.
And
then there it is. I don't disagree. These are maybe the most ridiculous. Although, you know what? I think the Eagles with their weird Wolverine one could have been up there too. The Pittsburgh Bumblebees.
Yeah, terrible. Terrible uniform. And also impossible to see numbers on it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you're calling a game, good night, Irene.
Live at the Lodo Beach Bar / El Patio / the Jaguar Room. It is Kreckman and Lindahl, 19th and Market, Mexico and South Korea coming up tonight. But, Andy, after the break, are you ready for Nuggets rumors?
Oh, I love me a rumor.
We are ready. Make room for rumors because the internet has them, and we shall discuss. That's coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Hey guys, Nate Kreckman here for my friends over at Roller Auction. Their website is roller.bid. Go check it out right now. Factory return home goods, electronics, and general merchandise auction is open and available for bidding right now and for the next 6 days. Guys, this is new open box, overstock, scratch and dent, and refurbished merchandise. Just go peruse through this thing. You can find some really, really fun stuff. Electronics, speakers, karaoke machines, and so much more. But let me tell you the item that I am currently keeping an eye on. That is the Stern Star Wars Home Edition Plus pinball machine. This is a great pinball machine, by the way. I like to play this one over at Green Mountain Brewery there in Lakewood. Immersive original Star Wars trilogy speech and video footage. Plus it has like an interactive little TIE Fighter game that goes on inside. It's a Star Wars pinball machine. My kids and I, we're going through the dollars when we're out there at the brewery. You can have this right there in the basement, in the man cave. Heck, put it as the centerpiece of your living room, maybe right there in your foyer, and let people know when they're coming over to your house, they're coming over for a good time. Current bid on this thing is a little over $2,000. I mean, this thing's $6,000 retail, so you can get a great deal on this Star Wars pinball machine available for bid right now with the factory return home goods, electronics, and general merchandise auction, which is available to bid right now at roller.bid. And make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Kreckman and Lindahl. We're live at the Lodo Beach Bar today. El Patio, 19th and Market. Mangonada and VMC Paloma specials out here tonight for the Mexico-South Korea match, which is coming up at 7 o'clock. Great place to watch the match right here. Switzerland did finish off Bosnia-Herzegovina earlier in a 4-1 decision. Czechia and South Africa tied 1-1 earlier today. Canada and Qatar. Qatar is not good, by the way. Canada and Qatar get going at 4 o'clock. Mexico, South Korea tonight at 7. We're here until 6 o'clock right here at El Patio, Patio and Patio. And, of course, don't forget tomorrow, U.S. and Australia at 1 o'clock at Lumen Field in Seattle, or as we call it for World Cup parlance, Seattle Stadium.
Sure.
Uh-huh. Yes. I've never heard of this Lumen. What do you speak of, sir? All right, Andy. We got Nuggets rumors.
Rumor me. I like one of them. I know that.
Okay, you like one. Okay. Is it this one? Nuggets reportedly hunt free agent Bogdan Bogdanović to join Nikola Jokic.
That's the one.
Yeah.
That guy feels like he is destroying us at all times.
I like
so
him.
Why not? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like that Nikola Jokic likes him. You know what I mean?
Right.
So if he likes him and we like him, then let's just do this.
Yes. Serbian national teammate of Nikola Jokic. Cue up the Serbian national anthem, everybody. But Bogdan Bogdanović is going to be an unrestricted free agent. The Clippers are expected to decline their option on him at the age of 33. I think Bogdanović can be available at a very reasonable price. Veteran sniper has proven that he can win while playing with Nikola Jokic. Excellent player, good culture guy. Yeah, that's the kind of guy you need coming off your bench if you want to be competitive when you get to the playoffs. I love it.
Does he slot in as the new Tim Hardaway Jr., or do you go and keep him as well? This team adding more shooting is never going to upset me.
No.
So I wouldn't mind if both guys maybe were back. But, I mean, you do want some youth off that bench, too. But what do you think happens? Is it one or the other? Could it be both?
Here's what I think Hardaway made himself money.
Right, I was going to say,
year.
Is he too expensive now for the Nuggets' liking?
I think Tim Hardaway's a starter, too. I think
he's a really good
starter.
player.
I think he started 77 games in Detroit the year before he got to the Nuggets, and I think he was happy here. I never got the sense that Hardaway was a malcontent or unhappy with his role or anything else, but also like, reserve role. He could look at it and say, how many more years do I have to be an NBA starter? He's going into his age 34 season. For Hardaway, I think it could be really easy to say, okay, I only got however many more years before I become purely just a bench sniper.
Yeah, the other thing, here's what's hard for me to say, but I'm going to say it anyway. I think that's the kind of guy that does take a discount deal if he believes you're super close to the championship, and I don't know if that anybody feels that way with what we've seen out of San Antonio and Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Again, I think they're contenders. Don't get me wrong. When you've got Nikola Jokic on your team, I think you've got all the time. I think you always will have a chance. But you've got some very stiff competition to get through.
I would say
if I'm
so.
a guy like Hardaway thinking the way you just described, I may get out of the West altogether unless and look, I don't think OKC or San Antonio necessarily needs him, so then maybe I go to the East.
Could be, yeah. It's hard to say what his thinking could be right now.
And maybe he had a good enough time he just comes on back. I mean, the crowd loved him.
You'd love to have him back.
Yeah, I'd love to have him back. But again, look, dude, you're going to come here. You're going to have to play for the right price. It's just the situation they're in.
Played 80 games, 13.5 points a game last year. He made 41% of his threes. He was knocking down almost 3 triples a game. Yeah, get that guy back if you possibly can.
It is interesting, though. I don't disagree that he could see himself as a starter, and yet I think he almost played maybe a couple too many minutes looking at him in the playoffs. It felt like too many guys were, for lack of a better term, tired.
There was a lot of starting in the year for him.
Right.
And
I don't think they planned that much.
Right, exactly.
Because guys got hurt.
Right, exactly.
So we'll see.
Bogdan Bogdanović is an idea that is out there. Here is the other Nuggets rumor that is out there as of today, and it is a rumor that the Denver Nuggets could be looking to move up in the first round of the NBA draft from number 26.
Yeah, I'd buy that.
Jake Fisher, in the latest edition of the Stein line, said the Nuggets, along with the Celtics, are increasingly interested in trying to move up the draft board. All right, what could the thinking be there for the Nuggets?
Young athletic wing, man. Young athletic wing.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know the names. You were going to have to tell me who would maybe fit the profile, but look, it's funny. I don't think it's a coincidence that both the Nuggets and the Celtics of similar cap situations are talking about trying to go get maybe someone young and cheap and move up in the draft versus trying to sign something like that in free agency.
Yeah.
Or work a 3-team deal or whatever it is they got to do.
I think athleticism is something. Like, if you can get yourself into, like, Dylan Swain territory, who, could be going anywhere from, like, kind of 15 to 20, that could be something the Nuggets could go and get. That's 6'7" wing, 20 years of age, insane athleticism, great positional size. I mean, offensively work in progress, but he would make you a better defensive team right away. That's the kind of piece that I could see fitting in here with the Nuggets immediately. One of the other names, and it's getting mocked at Denver quite a bit, is Jaden Quaintance, the 6'9" rim protector out of Kentucky. If you drafted him, it is completely to be a backup rim protector to Nikola Jokic and a Victor Wembanyama stopper. Offensively, I think his game is a ways away. His career at Kentucky was really limited because he was coming off of ACL surgery. So that would be a guy that, again, you're drafting him to play a specific role, but he could be there for the Nuggets at number 26. And if they don't move up, that's a guy that they can get. That's just a couple of names as, my mock draft reading is starting to get going right now. But I will also tell you this. The reason why the Nuggets would be looking to move up would be to dump salary.
Sure.
It would be, okay, we'll give you 26 and...
But you're taking a contract you're taking Zeke
Christian
Nnaji.
Brown.
Yeah.
Or hell, it could be Zeke Nnaji. But it could be a chance to get out from under some money and then move up, I don't know, 5, 8 spots, whatever it could be.
Sure.
The other thing that is kind of happening right now, and the more you kind of read the rumor stuff that is out there, is there is more than zero interest in Christian Brown right now. And that's a really good sign. And, Andy, I got to be honest with you, I'm not terribly surprised by that because as the offseason goes along, tell me if you view it this way, because I kind of do, and maybe I look at it differently. I don't know. This is the part of the offseason where I start looking over the Nuggets roster, and instead of thinking about what was that guy in the Minnesota series, I start thinking about what is this guy. And I think generally NBA front offices view it like that, of, all right, this guy, the player X was banged up and did underperform, but if I put him on my roster, this is the fit, this is the role, this is what we'll do to get this guy healthy, this is what we can do with him, this is the plan we can lay out for this player to hopefully get him deep into the season healthy. And a player's value is not just the cratered version of what we just saw. And I guess I'm subtweeting as I'm saying all this. I'm talking about Christian Brown.
Right, and I think it's, I give you a hard time about your what sometimes feel like a Pollyanna point of view of some things. But you're right here because, he's not going to play the exact same role on any other team. They don't have Nikola Jokic. They're not looking for the same things.
Right.
What's his role on our team? What are we going to ask him? It could be a bigger role. In some cases, it could be a smaller role, but Yeah,
CB's an NBA starter.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they're going to look how it fits with their chemistry, and can we get more out of them? And, again, to your point, general managers, I know they do it in football. I got to imagine they do it in basketball. You go back, you look at your scouting reports on the guy. You look at what your grade was on the guy. You look at what you thought the top end of the scouting report told you that he would be.
Yeah.
And can I still coach this out of him? Is he on a path to what we thought the best version of him was?
Right.
And if he isn't quite there, can we coach him into that path still? So I'm not surprised. Look, the guy's been a winner everywhere he's gone. There's it really, this is where the NBA cap changing stuff, it really sucks because he's a good player. Again, Jamal Murray's a good player. Aaron Gordon's a good player. Both those guys are in the great category. You're just stuck going, is the money worth that player?
Yeah.
That's the problem. To your point earlier in the week when he had the conversation, there's every team in the league that should want Jamal Murray. It's can you afford him?
Yeah.
That's the problem with all this.
Yeah, it's if this is my most high-priced centerpiece, what does that do to my basketball team? You know, Jamal Murray, his value is of a certain rate, like it is for every basketball player when you play next to Nikola Jokic. And so you are paid commensurate with, this is the player that I know you are in this system. That's why I think I don't know we have no idea what the Jamal Murray trade market, how the league views him as a trade piece. We know how the league views him as a player.
Right.
But how do you view him as a trade piece? Because that encapsulates everything that you just said right there, which is player plus money plus all the restrictions.
Yeah, what do I have left
that are placed upon us? And any team that would be looking to make a trade for that player, and you would say this about Jamal Murray, you would say this about Christian Brown, you would say this about Aaron Gordon, you'd basically say this about any player on Denver's roster. Yeah, but what is that guy when he doesn't play with Jokic? And that's a fair question.
It's the Peyton Manning thing all over again. Receivers got asked that all the time. How good is he going to be? Heck, offensive lineman. What are you when you don't have Peyton Manning throwing the ball quick? You don't have to block. Reliever in baseball. Remember when those guys left-handed specialists, but you're making $15 million?
Yeah.
Because you were really good at getting left-handers out, and I didn't have to make you face. Yeah, you didn't have to face three batters or whatever and all that stuff.
Yeah.
That's what, like, Christian Brown's a really good basketball player.
Good stopper.
Fortunately, now you're going, well, is he a $25 million every year basketball player? Well, I mean, in the world that used to exist in the NBA where you didn't care about that kind of stuff, yeah, fine, whatever. But now, like you said, unfortunately, the guy that left the office decided to. Well, who gave him that contract? Was that a Calvin Booth extension?
No, that was the Tenzer Wallace. Yeah, that was.
You a little surprised maybe they may be thinking about, or is it just you don't have a choice right now? They got to move money from somewhere. Somehow.
I mean, that's just it. Like, they're staring at the apron situation, and they don't want to let Peyton Watson walk. I don't think they want to trade Christian Brown. I just, like, and again, guys, before we get all the texts that say, they could pay all these guys if they wanted to, my response to you is, I know that, but I have to talk about this team under the financial realities that they're dealing with.
Then there's not a.
Catch Dolan today saying, I'm not going to the second apron.
Oh, yeah. I was about to say, there isn't a team in basketball that wants to do this.
Right.
Basketball found a way to create a hard cap without calling it a hard cap, so the Players Association would swallow it.
Yep.
And that's what's happened. Because technically there isn't a hard cap. But now what you've learned is the owners don't want to pay triple your value in taxes just to pay you. Or the whole team, or whatever it is.
And again, we could scream about this, and again, I could tell you the man that owns the Denver Nuggets, who also happens to, own our radio station, he's doing quite well for himself. I can assure you he could pay it if he so desired, but businesses get run a particular way.
And that's you just said it. It's all a business.
Yes.
And none of the guys, and they're all great businessmen for the most part that own these teams. They don't want to pay that kind of money.
The man owns the equivalent of 2 Delawares. I'd say he's doing okay for himself.
Yeah, he's got it figured out, and it's telling him it's a bad business decision. By the way, did you see Steve Ballmer was on a podcast admitting he probably paid $200 million more for the Clippers than he needed to?
See, but that's just the thing, though, is what did he pay for the Clippers? Like
$2 billion.
$2 billion.
That's how I knew. He said, I think I paid about 10% more than I needed to because I just wanted the team.
So he's like, so what that means is, think about that. He wanted to pay 1.8. So when you hear 1.8 and $2 billion, you go, it's 0.2.
Right.
But then when you hear $200 million. Yeah.
That's why I said he goes, 10%. I go, wait a minute. You paid $2 billion, dude. That's $200 million more that you said, yeah, I'll spend that.
I can tell you this, though. Here's something that I saw. I think it was like a Spot Track tweet or something like that the other day. Ballmer, when he gets his quarterly bonus from Microsoft, quarterly, 4 times a year.
Sure. Covers the $200 million?
$303 million.
Yeah, he's good.
He's fine.
Yeah. He just needed to wait 3 more months to get his next one. Hey, give me 3 months. I'll give you that extra $200 million. What do you say?
Yeah. There's people out here that are just like, yeah, wait till my paycheck and I can pay that water bill.
You know what else is interesting? He said he wanted to buy a team and move it to Seattle. And apparently, because he said he went to both Goodell and I think it was David Stern at the time, and said, I want a team, and they both said, yeah, we don't want to. I don't know if it was Silver or Stern, but whoever was the commissioner said, we don't want the teams moving anymore.
Oh, interesting.
And now they're about to put one back in
put
Seattle.
an expansion team up in Seattle. So. Which they should. It's a great basketball market. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Again, talking Nuggets off-season realities right now. Moving up in the draft, dumping dollars, adding Bogdanovich. One more note on all of this, okay? As these things are being reported, and, Jake Fisher of the Stein line saying, well, Denver could be looking to move up. This report coming out of Serbia, Denver could be looking to add Bogdanovich. Everybody just stop for a second and remember, they're looking at literally everything.
Yeah, because it keeps popping up. Everybody but Jokic is available.
Right.
Which means they are literally looking
They
at
are
everything.
looking at everything.
One other quick note before we get out of here for the break. Because someone just wrote in and said it'd be stupid to sell Brown low. You know what I think about? Remember last year, we weren't upset about the $25 million. Remember a year ago, it felt like a good deal.
Right.
That's how much things can change in a year.
Well, and this is also the point to the texter is we don't know what they're doing with the freed up dollars if that is the case.
Sure.
So
it may make more sense when you see the full picture.
Yes, I would argue Christian Brown is coming off a down season, but it only takes one NBA team to want the guy, to value the guy, and boom, you can make a good deal. We don't have a trade to evaluate yet. When and if a trade goes down, we will then evaluate the return and determine did they sell low or did they get value commensurate with what we think Christian Brown could be.
To your point, I mean, last year you don't just judge a Cam Johnson for Michael Porter Jr. You judged it that you built a bench.
Yeah.
That we thought at the time was a really good move with the rest of the money you saved.
Andy, it was a good move.
It was a good
move. Everybody got hurt.
Kind of crapped out.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show.
All right. Guys, it's Andy Lindahl for Wahoo's Fish Tacos, and I can tell you this. I know it's Thursday today. I'm positive of it this time, which means it's Kids Eat Free night. You got to get on over there and Kids Eat Free, and you can enjoy yourselves. Maybe get in there during the happy hour. Take advantage of happy hour while your kids eat for free. It is at Wahoo's Fish Tacos. They've got 4 metro area locations. Go to wahoos.com to find the ones near you. Now, I don't know where all 4 are. I think there's one up in Broomfield. By the way, I know there's a great location in Park Meadows because I go there pretty much weekly. I know there's a great location in Pinelands Ranch. I know they both have great patios, and today is not as hot as it was yesterday. Great time to sit out on the patio, enjoy a blackened chicken or a blackened fish or any of their great proteins. You can put it in a bowl. You can put it in a taco. You can put it in a burrito. Just any way that you want. And I always recommend the queso. And again, tonight, Thursday, Wahoo's Fish Tacos. Kids eat free, so go find the location nearest you at wahoos.com.
Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio, live out here at El Patio. Hey, Windad, the perfect Father's Day steak. Listen at 5:20. We have your chance at the last $50 Southern Steer Butcher gift card for the week. Plus, that enters you for the $300 grand prize. Visit southernsteer.com or stop by the shop at the northwest corner of Arapahoe and Dayton. We'll give you that keyword coming up at 5:20, and you are entered for a $50 gift card. Hook Dad up, or, hey, simply take yourself out for some quality meat shopping.
You got to do it. You know what? Me and the boy,
yeah?
a couple steak tips for lunch. I'm telling you, the Argentine hits right, so does the teriyaki.
Steak tips for lunch.
For lunch, baby.
Luxurious, man.
It is. It's good to be Andy Lindahl.
Can I
at lunch? Only lunch.
Can I get a Lindahl invite for one of these steak tip lunches?
Unlikely.
I would stop by.
You can have a hot dog.
I'm available.
I mean, I'll make you some. Ain't gonna be a steak tip. You know what? I will bring you one.
Beanies and weenies.
I'll bring you one day. He showed me how to air fry it. Well, I bought too big an air fryer, frankly. It's an oven style. And Ben at the shop has one of just those quick ninja ones that I could literally take anywhere, but this oven was...
So you basically put another oven on your counter?
Basically.
Okay.
But you know what's funny about it is I was like, ooh, that one's twice the size. Why is this one? It was on sale at Walmart.
Yeah.
At Walmart. And so I was like, well, I'll get the bigger one. Why wouldn't I get the bigger one? Now it's on my counter. I'm like, this is why people don't buy the bigger one. It's gigantic.
Takes up at my kitchen.
Holy cow, it's like a microwave. But anyway, yeah, I'll bring you some of that. Can I just tell you, I just sent it to you.
Okay.
I don't know if it's worth playing. It probably isn't, but because there's two things to highlight here. I love the Chargers social media team, man.
Yeah, they're very good.
They were shooting some fun stuff for the start of the season, I'm assuming, as they wrapped up their mini camp and everybody, because everyone's on pretty much summer break by today in the NFL, right? And this is the day they have to mandatory break it. They figured out every guy's college, and they wanted him to give a go. So the Miami guys, they said, go Knowles, or give me a Gator Chomp.
Okay.
The LSU guy, they said, how about a Roll Tide?
Okay.
And I don't know which safety. He started looking around and goes, who are you talking to? And, I mean, the guys' reactions are priceless. And, first off, it was funny because Joe Alt's on there, and they go, how about what's your Illini? They tried to get him with the Illini. What you're saying? Is it Fight on Illinois or something?
Osceola, Illinois, ILL,
yeah, something like that. And he was just like, he goes, all right, thank you, guys. He got up and he left. I mean, but do you think in the NIL era, I've asked you this before, like,
yeah, they still do.
You think
it's still a
do you think they're going to love their schools? Like, every one of these guys gave a look to the camera like, don't you dare ask me to shout out my rival.
Yeah, it's like...
You don't think NIL is going to kill some of the rivalries in college the way it's kind of killed, like a free agency's kind of killed things in the NFL?
No. And let me tell you why.
Because of the students?
No, simply because of the fan bases.
Yeah.
Like the rivalries will always exist, and they are so passionate in college athletics because it matters so much to the fan bases. For the players themselves, and we've talked about this, the thing I always kind of wonder about is for the guys that play, 4 schools in 4 years or whatever it is, it's like, which one's the alma mater? Is it just the last one you played for? Like that? What is, again, like that part of it gets lost a little bit, but also we're in the era. Like, how many guys in the NBA draft right now, and I know a lot of them are one and dones, but like for guys that played multiple college years, like how many of them played at one school only?
No, I get you. But I just think it's like, again, I just thought it was so it was fun to watch these guys have genuine, passionate reactions of like, don't you ask me about that.
Yeah.
The guy at the end, I don't know which player it was, but the guy at the end is like, oh, we having fun now? We having fun with this? You know what I mean? He got up and started yelling into the mic, the little puffy mic, the boom mic. He's like, I am whatever all day, last week, next week, the week before that, the month later. I mean, he just was just so don't you dare.
Yeah.
And again, we just don't see
identity, man.
Much of that allegiance. I will say this, and I'm going to preface this by saying he will not be back here, but a guy that shows that kind of college allegiance is a Von Miller. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's one of the guys that still always seems to want to come back, and he's a Denver Bronco. He's a Bronco for life. He says it all the time. And
I don't know many NFL players. Like, there's like the weird ones where you may have had like a strange divorce from the school or whatever. Like I always think of, for example, Rashard Mendenhall.
Yeah.
And so Rashard Mendenhall is a running back at Illinois. His older brother was on the roster. And after Richard, because Richard declared early, I think it was after his junior year, declared for the draft and left, Ron Zook promptly pulled his brother's scholarship. And I think his brother had to go play like at Illinois State or whatever, like play at the FCS level. And so anytime Mendenhall was ever, on TV, given whatever school he did, it was always his high school.
Right,
right. Those situations happen all the time. But for the most part, no. These guys are so passionate about this stuff. And college identity, money or not, is very different from the NFL. Unless you're one of those guys like a Steve Atwater that we see out there yesterday, like a John Elway, like a Terrell Davis, where it's one team, the entire, like Rod Smith is out there at practice yesterday. That guy's he's a Bronco through and through. Those guys are so rare anymore.
No, I get it, but I just didn't think we'd see it infiltrate the college level. I mean, again, Jake Plummer, I know, always
ride or die for
Arizona State guy. Like, again, what do you think? If we were to ask Tyler what team, I mean, whenever we ask Tyler for a story, and he gave us one yesterday before he got out after crosstalk, it's always about his time in Washington.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think he sees himself as a Washington guy. Now, I know he enjoyed his time with Pete Carroll.
As a football teamer?
Yeah. I mean, look, I don't think he wasn't a football teamer, but I don't think he was. No,
I think he was there before that.
Yeah, because he was with RG3.
Yeah.
But, look, it's just interesting to me because I think, like you would think, I think Tyler loves the Broncos because of the childhood attachment. And I'm speaking for him. I don't know this. I guess it'd be a good question when we get together with him on Monday.
He also started here.
I know he started here. But, again, it was a weird ride, man. He had to deal with Josh McDaniels screaming in his face. He had coaches, on his rear end all the time. He got brought in as an emergency kind of plan, and then they needed the emergency plan. I don't think Tyler thought he was going to play as much as he did when he got to. I know Ryan Harris didn't.
I understand his attachment to Washington, though. It's like Mike really wanted him.
Sure.
He initially made the team in Denver with Mike, and he was, a 3-year starter there in Washington? So I get that, yeah. There's a powerful draw to the team that wanted me.
He's a Mike Shanahan guy.
Yeah.
He's attached to that family.
Yes.
More than he is to any football team.
You could do a hell of a lot worse than that.
Oh,
but also, and like you said right there, though, isn't that a lot of NFL players? They
got a guy.
You're more of a coaching staff guy than you are an organization guy.
I've told the story before. I'll tell it again quickly. One of my favorite Crush players of all time, and I think you might have covered him, was Saul Patu. He was a pass rush linebacker. And he had a body type at the time a little bit like Jerome Kearse. And I asked him, who, for those that don't know, was a defensive rookie of the year for the Philadelphia Eagles. He was more of an undersized defensive end. And I asked him one time, I go, what happened with you in the NFL journey? I would always ask these guys this because people don't understand. Those arena players were like cusp of the NFL guys.
Yep.
They were really freaking good.
Yep.
They weren't some schmoes out here playing in your Arvada pickup league or whatever, right? Damian Harrell, another great. Florida State. Anyway. He told me. He said, I had a guy in one place who tried to fight for me. The coach didn't want to listen. I had another guy that kind of liked me, and he goes, everywhere I went, they wanted me to go up and down, and just whoever their guy was, they have a powerful enough voice in the room to keep him around.
Yeah.
So you're right. Most guys, unless you're a top, maybe third-round pick is about where it drops off, have a guy. Need a guy to fight their cause.
Yeah, there's NFL starters. You're an NFL starter, and then there's everybody else.
Right. And then you just got to have a guy that kind of keeps your – again, what was Nate Jackson? Nate Jackson had his attachment to Bill Walsh.
Yep.
And Bill Walsh said something to Shanahan, and Shanahan kept – because of Shanahan's affinity for Walsh, that was a connection there.
All right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to stay with the NFL for just a moment. We're going to do a little exercise. Who's going to make the playoffs out of the AFC this season? That's coming up next. Hey, Altitude Sports Radio is inviting you to watch the FIFA World Cup 26 with Michelob Ultra, USA, Australia tomorrow. The action starts at the Monkey Barrel at 12:30. Andy, Michelob Ultra is going to be on site with a lot of fun and Ultra giveaways. Mike Sanford, your host for all the awesome giveaways, and, he will bring the energy.
Yeah, the Monkey Barrel. Did you ever play Barrel of Monkeys?
No.
Do you think Mike Sanford would bring the energy to Barrel of Monkeys? Did you not ever... Like, they all hooked arms and they...
Oh, I remember this
game. You know
game.
what I mean?
Yes.
A kid's game.
Mike Sanford will bring the energy to everything.
He'd be like too overzealous at Barrel of Monkeys, wouldn't he?
He'd be really fired up to play Barrel of Monkeys. Yeah. You get a game of Chutes and Ladders going. That guy's hungry hippos. That guy's going to break that thing in seconds. Yeah.
What about Simon?
Yeah, Simon, he's locked in on Simon all day long.
Do you think he just, would he Frisbee slam the operation board? Just sling that thing?
Dude, operation, by the way, still tough. I've never been good at operation.
The old shock thing, it bothers you.
It does.
I know.
Yeah, it catches you a little bit.
Kid's game.
Yeah.
And it's shocking us.
No, we have
paid the price to stink.
We have an operation at our house, and I suck at that game. I sucked at it when I was a little kid. I suck at it now. Andy, that's clearly why I'm not a brain surgeon, and I'm here doing this with you.
Scared the crap out of all of us.
Yes. Don't go to medical school. You're going to kill somebody. Anyway, Mike Sanford's going to be the host. He'll bring the energy, as the copy says. So come ready to cheer on the U.S. men's national team. We'll see you at the Monkey Barrel tomorrow. All right, Andy. I give you 7 teams: the Broncos, the Patriots, the Jaguars. Stop by the Jaguar room. That's where we are live today. El Patio, the Lodo Beach Bar.
Dude, we got a sweet soccer ball to give away.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know where it went.
Okay, but
we already gave it away.
But we have one.
Nobody's in here.
Okay.
Should we just open it up and play with it?
We might as
Put
well.
It back.
It's honestly like
pull a target move.
You could get a full game going on in here.
Yeah, there's a ton of room here.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it being too crowded. It won't be.
Broncos, Patriots, Jags, Pittsburgh, Houston, Buffalo, and the Chargers. Do you know what those 7 teams are?
No.
AFC playoff teams from a year ago.
Oh. Yes.
Yep. That's your playoff field, 1 through 7. Broncos, Pats, Jags, Steelers, Texans, Bills.
Were Jags one and done?
They were. They were. Yes. They were shocked and stunned last season in the postseason.
By who? Chargers?
It was the Chargers, wasn't it?
Okay.
Yeah.
Man, I barely remember anything that wasn't Denver related. Why is that?
It's because these things leave. Honestly,
because the Chargers were so beat up, right? No, the Chargers.
Oh no, they lost to.
Because the Chargers were too beat up to give anybody
to New
a game.
England. The Jags lost to Buffalo.
Buffalo.
Duh.
Yeah, there we
go. Yeah,
All right.
That's what it was. The Jags lost to Buffalo. I'm an idiot. Okay. Broncos. Yeah, Patriots beat the Chargers. Remember, it was like 16-3, whatever it was.
And they couldn't block. They couldn't block anybody for Justin Herbert. He must have been slammed to the ground 15 times.
Oh, dude, he was absolutely mauled in that game. Yeah, that Patriots pass rush was absolutely legit. Okay, so the reason why I bring up those 7 teams, this is the point of this exercise. Okay, history will tell us, Andy, at least 3, and very well could be 4 different teams will be in the playoffs this year. All right. Who are those teams going to be?
Well,
I mean, I can give you 3 teams immediately.
Okay, give them to me. Because I'm not ready to count Jacksonville out of there. I think that team's on the ascension.
The Baltimore Ravens.
Okay. A little bit of a
the Cincinnati
transition.
Bengals.
All right.
And the Kansas City Chiefs.
Will all be in?
I mean, are you going to count out Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, and Patrick Mahomes from the postseason 2 years in a row?
No, on the main part of your point, who the heck is taking over in Baltimore? See, I think, is there a hiccup in transition? Is it the old, how sometimes we think it'll be easy without the Hall of Famer at quarterback because we've got some young hotshot that we all love?
Yeah.
Do you have a little of that effect with John Harbaugh moving on?
Could be. Or
is Lamar not the same Lamar?
Or Jesse Minter just brings in a brand new energy.
Yeah.
I mean that guy's really friggin' good.
The Mike McDonald kind of deal for Seattle.
Yeah, former Chargers defensive coordinator Jesse Minter, who, man, that guy can make life a nightmare on the Broncos.
Here's the problem. You know me. I love Burrow. I love Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
That team, when are you going to quit sucking all of September and into October? When are you going to quit chasing the season?
Right.
Is this finally the year?
Could be. I mean, it's also a team that's played in the Super Bowl.
No, I get it. And again, he's the one that he was the only one for a while that stared down Patrick Mahomes in the playoffs.
He's already competent his team to his LSU national championship.
I'm
team.
glad he's doing that, but guess what? You folks all have to stay healthy. You don't seem to be great at that.
Yeah.
Mike Brown doesn't seem to invest in the utmost of training facilities and nutrition tables for you guys to seem to stay healthy.
Sure, that's fair.
But yeah, look, I mean, no, to your general point, no, I would not bet against those three quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And I think the league probably needs to maybe look out for Kansas City. But look, I don't want to be the downer. Do I believe the Broncos will make the playoffs? Yes, I do. Yeah. Sean Payton just knows how to find his way to 10 wins, and with this team should at least get to 12. I'm not expecting 14 again. I think you'd be crazy to 14 is just a different level of football.
Yes.
And I was talking to Steve Atwater about this yesterday during the practice, man. You did have a lot of good fortune in late games to get to those 14 wins. But that doesn't mean this team, even if with some injuries are going to come, should not be 10 to 12 win team and in the race for the division. Look, I don't know how this whole Diana Rossini weird offseason Mike Vrabel thing could affect the Patriots.
They got A.J. Brown now.
Now they got A.J. Brown and maybe they stay stable. But again, I think Mike Vrabel, he might get badgered out of his coaching job. This is not going to go away. He gets a quiet period here because he's not in front of the media every day. But I promise you, everybody's going to be sending their news people to try to remember. I just saw a tweet today. The Diana Rossini investigation's not even wrapped up 2 months after this thing is done. That story is going to fire right back up in the fall, whether they want it to or not.
The one thing that gives me pause on counting out New England, and it has nothing to do with Vrabel,
sure,
is that the Jets and the Dolphins are in their division.
Yeah, you're right.
And
the Dolphins are actively trying to get a high draft.
I think that just puts a playoff spot on a platter for the Patriots and the Bills.
I agree with you. And look, Josh Allen, it doesn't have his guy. See, anybody that has a coach, so I'll make that point for the Bills.
Joe Brady taking over
If you're
Buffalo.
switching over a coach,
yeah,
it may go gangbusters, and you'll wonder why didn't we do this sooner. It also could go completely the other way, where you got to figure this thing out. Remember, for as good as Sean Payton has made this team, not only did he not get there with Seattle in the first, or with Russ in his first year, it took a minute for Bo and Sean to kind of get together and figure that thing out and make the charge late in the season, get that playoff run.
I mean, Bo was also a rookie.
He was, fair enough.
Josh Allen's an MVP.
No, I get it, but do you believe Buffalo has enough defensively? I'm not questioning Josh Allen.
Sure.
I know what Josh Allen can do, but Josh Allen hasn't been the problem, and you haven't gotten there. Although he was kind of in the playoff game. Isn't that kind of crazy? For as much scoring as they did, Josh Allen's turnovers is the reason really why they didn't move past Denver.
Yeah, Jaquan McMillan made an all-timer of a play, and there were mistakes that were made along the way.
Well, and Nick Bonito right before the half, remember that?
Oof. Yeah, Josh Allen, that guy must have
Allen
kicking himself this entire offseason. Yeah, Spring.
Can you really make a case for literally every team that made it to not make it?
Spring, I know we're training up Alberto on the board right now. Gonna need
he's gonna need the selections.
Just a quick primer on the Josh Allen drop, if you don't mind.
All of them.
Allen.
There's numerous ones.
There we go.
Josh Allen.
Yep.
Josh Allen.
Yep.
One more. There it is.
Yep.
Oh, he's got another one.
Okay. Is that
Josh
the extent of
Allen?
all of them?
I think it is.
Okay.
No.
There's 4 or 5.
Still well done.
No.
Okay. All right. Alberto,
hey, did we get Vance in there? Didn't Vance say it?
Alberto, you have been christened now as an official fill-in producer for the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
I think
Nice
Spring's
job.
coming back. Do we have a Vance, Josh? Did he say Josh Allen? Did Vance not do Josh Allen?
He was
the
original.
Vance Jackson.
Yeah, he's the original.
Did we start with that one? I can't even keep track of it anymore.
Vance Jackson.
Vance Jackson.
All right.
Look at all the toys he's got there, Alberta.
Baltimore, KC, and Cincinnati. I'm saying all three of them are making the playoffs.
Okay.
Okay. You're not buying all three?
No, I.
Who are you out on?
Oh, if you're going to make me bet money today,
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead with Baltimore just because I want to see what that looks like.
Okay, so you're not buying Baltimore.
Well, because you're making me bet today.
Okay.
And I told you, I
tied
love
with the Rams for highest win total on the board, according to Vegas at 11.5.
I know, but again, I listen. Lamar Jackson's a unique quarterback, okay?
Yes.
And again, you know what? I'll just take it close to home. I love our guy, Big Honey. I've got the Nikola Jokic jersey. I nearly went tarps off and no sleeves for you today with the Nikola Jokic jersey, but decided I probably shouldn't because I've never met the people here. You know, and if we go to 38, maybe I'll do it. You know, Spencer will get a big laugh out of it, whatever. But listen, dude. You and I talked about it. At points, Nikola probably could have used a good old Michael Malone, quit yelling at the refs thing last year, right? I think Lamar has a little bit of that too. I think every now and again, Lamar needs the tough love of run a little bit. You know what I mean? Yeah, okay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So the team with the second highest Super Bowl odds on the board, you're saying is not a playoff team?
I'm not sure yet.
I love it.
It's
great.
Hey, I'm not afraid to be out on a limb.
Hey.
If I think I'm going to be right, Tyler likes to says if he thinks he's going to, when he knows he's right.
Yeah.
Listen, my man crush for the quarterback play of Joe Burrow is what keeps me on there. But Nate, how many times have we watched that team just get in its own way?
Okay.
I can make a strong case for, yes, I love Joe Burrow. He should be in the playoffs every year.
Okay, so
you always are chasing September. You always lose a couple stupid ones in September you shouldn't.
So you're telling me Baltimore not a playoff team, Cincinnati not a playoff team.
I'm going to say they're in, but see, that I know. Now I got to subtract some people.
I know, well, because if you're going to put Baltimore and Cincinnati out, then who's winning the AFC North?
That's a good point.
Is Aaron Rodgers directing the Steelers
you're absolutely right.
to that
I
thing?
kind of forgot about that. Who the hell's the other? Cleveland? I'm not picking Cleveland.
Is Dylan Gabriel leading the
Shedeur
Browns?
Sanders is coming back to haunt you.
Deshaun Watson redemption
That ain't
season.
happening. I'm very confident in that.
Okay.
You know what? I'll give Cincinnati the division.
Okay.
Because of the continuity, I'll give it to Cincinnati.
And you got Baltimore out of the playoffs.
Right now, yeah.
Okay.
But again, if we put Cincinnati, so the Steelers won the division, so that subtracts them, right?
Are you gonna put the Chiefs in?
Yeah.
Okay, you're gonna put Kansas City in the playoffs. All right. So who is your third AFC team then? That
I'll tell
did
you
not
this:
make the playoffs last year that makes it this year.
I'm gonna go Homer.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep the Broncos in and take the Chargers out.
Okay.
But I'm not sure I love it.
But no. Give me the third AFC team that didn't make the playoffs a year ago that makes the playoffs this year.
God, I like Jacksonville to win the division.
Yeah, I mean, Jacksonville, I still think the Jags are a playoff team this year.
God, Nate, that's tough.
That's tough. You buying Indy?
Did Indy make it? That's right, because Philip Rivers. No, they didn't. No, I'm not buying Indy. No, I'm not buying Indy.
You're not going to put Indy in.
I'm not putting it.
Miami.
Here's the problem: that if I put the Chiefs in, Chiefs in to take the Chargers out, but I don't want to. Jacksonville wins the division.
Are you going to put the Browns in?
No.
Are you going to put the Raiders in?
No.
Are you going to put the Jets
No.
in? Are you going to put the Titans in? Then you have to put Baltimore in. You've officially run out of teams.
Well, no, because because basically if I put if Jacksonville wins the division, I'm trying to think the wild card again.
Andy, just very simply, you have to give me a third AFC team that did not make the playoffs a year ago that will make it this year.
I know, but
Don't
see,
even
if I'm
going to
put Baltimore in, I feel like I got to take Buffalo out. Because I think the Patriots win the division again.
You can take Buffalo out all you want. You're because
but I don't want to take Buffalo out. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why I'm leaving Baltimore out.
So you're telling me
the division winners are going to be Cincinnati, Jacksonville, Denver, and the Patriots.
Okay.
So then I've got Buffalo still in there. I got Jacksonville still in there.
So you're telling me Cincinnati and Kansas City will be the only non-playoff teams from a year ago that make the playoffs in the AFC. You're going to buck every historical trend and tell me only two new teams are getting in this year.
I also like to live dangerously.
This feels to me like you're wussing out and committing to a third playoff team.
What do you mean?
You won't give me a third one.
No, I'm not taking it. I don't think three are getting. I think Jacksonville's staying in there and winning the division. I think I think Cincy's winning the division.
Okay, so you got Cincinnati in, you got Kansas City in.
Kansas City's the wild card team.
Okay.
Buffalo's the wild card team because I'm not kicking them out of there.
Okay.
You want me to kick them out of there, but the only way I kick them out of there is if I take the Patriots out of there. You know what? Rossini game blows up. Buffalo wins the division. Patriots are out.
Okay.
And put in whoever you want.
No, the point is for you to put in whoever you want. That's why I asked you this question. I gave you Ravens.
You're not
Chiefs,
talking me into putting Buffalo in yet. Now, by the time we get to
Buffalo
September,
made the playoffs
and I've
last
watched
year.
a couple of preseason games on NFL Network that I should have spent my time doing something better, I'll probably have Baltimore in. But right here, the day before Juneteenth, you ain't talking me into Baltimore. It ain't happening.
Canada and Qatar going head-to-head. Lindahl.
You want me to put one of them in?
Lindahl is planted on the fence.
I don't care
here at
about
the Lodo
Vegas and their
Beach Bar.
stupid their win totals. I'm not buying it.
Therefore, Andy Lindahl said, by the way, also history would say 4 new teams get in every
No,
single
you're right.
year.
Hey, look,
and you're
I've
only
got
taking
major.
2.
I'm not. We're having fun in this segment.
Yeah.
I could literally make a case for half the league to make it over the whole field that made it last year.
I could make a case for every team that's in the playoffs from a year ago to not make it this
I'm with
year.
you.
Yeah.
It's the NFL.
Yeah.
It's what they wanted.
It can be done. Absolutely.
But right now, you're not talking to me. Baltimore's out. Buffalo stays in.
Andy Lindahl fears bold June football takes that nobody will remember.
Because no. If I've learned anything in our 7 years,
I will
you're going
remember
to pull this tape. Remember when Andy Lindahl loved the Baltimore Ravens in June?
Oh, no. Today's take is Andy Lindahl says Baltimore top 5 draft pick next year.
Yeah, that's what you've turned it into.
Baltimore's drafting Arch Manning and Dante Moore.
and trading Lamar Jackson.
Yes. We'll talk to Jeff Legwold coming up right after this. All right, time to check in with Jeff Legwold here on a Thursday afternoon. We're live at El Patio. Mexico, South Korea coming up at 7 o'clock. Canada, an early 1-0 lead on Qatar right now in Vancouver. Hell of a scene right now in Vancouver. But let's talk not football, but football with Jeff Legwold. He is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job and you end with a career. Jeff, you did not have a mandatory mini-camp practice to cover today. And as I said to Andy yesterday, and I want to bounce this off of you, if there ever was a team that did not require the third day of mandatory minicamp here in June, I think it's the 2026 Denver Broncos. What say you?
Yeah, I'm not sure they had much new things to go over with everybody. And I think, honestly, with the offseason structured the way they are now, that more guys are in the building with more teams than ever before. I can't express that enough to people. I know sometimes there's this whole, why aren't they working more than everybody else type thing. But, I mean, I covered this league when head coaches used to offer bonuses to come to the off-season workouts because they were so fearful. They had the team offer bonuses to show up for off-season workouts because they were so fearful they wouldn't have enough players to do things. So, yeah, I think today was going to be a short practice anyway, so this wasn't like a huge benevolent thing. But I think they've seen enough. Jalen Waddle looks perfectly acclimated. Let's move on to training camp, I think is really what it was.
Jeff, talking to a few people, and just seeing some of the stuff yesterday, Jared Stidham not exactly sharp. What do you make the situation there? You think are they cool with Stidham as the backup? Do you think there's going to be a real competition once we get there, or where do you think we are at with all of this? Or is it just going to be a 3-quarterback team and no changes?
Well, I mean, Andy, as far as the pecking order, they went out of their way to keep Sam Ehlinger. I mean, they've kept him off an active roster. They didn't keep him off an active. They told him enough to stay when he could have gone to an active roster last season. So I think that's a competition that exists no matter what. It is a weird dynamic because when you do look at their salary cap table, Jared Stidham is actually really high on the list of their salary cap charges for next year. So, I mean, they've committed a lot of money to these two guys, but I think certainly that competition's always open to me. And I think in discussing that with Sean about how the depth chart looks, I think he believes they should all think it's underway. But they like Sam Ehlinger, and they certainly wouldn't be bothered if he was the number 2, if he earned that, in training camp moving along.
What he was talking about right there with Sam Ehlinger,
okay.
There we go.
There he is. There's our guy, Jeff Legwold. Okay.
We're not sure whether you heard us or if nobody heard us.
Yes.
So let's just try this again.
Hey, let's keep it rolling. Hey, but no, Jeff, kind of along those lines and talking about guys that are still here. Jonah Ellis. Just the guy looks locked and loaded and ready to go. He was with the ones at left outside linebacker yesterday with Nick Benito on the opposite side. We know what the Jonathan Cooper situation is, and there's still a lot of question about his future with the franchise. But, Jeff, I think it's safe to say right now, like, Jonah Ellis is not moving to inside linebacker. Like, this guy is going to be heavily counted on by this team.
I think so, Nate. And also, I said on one of the earlier shows, too, that if you ask me when I see progress in players from the end of last season to what I saw, granted, I always issue the no pads caveat. I get it. So you can't always say a guy looks great running around and he'll be great in games. But Q Robinson is also one of the most improved players on the team from training camp last year until now. And I think that gives them a little more comfort too, because he flashed in every practice. We were out there in the things that are difficult, setting edges, getting the corner. I mean, he really did, things you need the other side from your Benito type rusher to do. So I think between those two, because Ellis has been fabulous this offseason. The other quirk in all of this, and it was kind of quiet, but in Cooper's case, he no longer has a trial date before training camp. That no longer exists. They've consolidated all of the charges into one prosecution, and he has a disposition hearing July 24th, which is just before camp, but the trial date that existed before no longer exists. So no matter where, the specifics of the incidents notwithstanding, he no longer has a trial date before training camp. I don't.
All right, Jeff, we are having internet issues down at El Patio. So we are going to let you go on this Thursday afternoon. Leggy, you're the man. We will talk to you next week.
Tell everybody I was great when they didn't hear me, though, okay?
I will. Your points were astute as always. All right, everybody. That is Jeff Legel. We're going to try to reconnect with Andy Lindahl and Nate Kreckman at El Patio. We'll take a break right now. This is Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, it's Kreckman and Lindahl. We are live at El Patio today, and we're white-knuckling this thing to the finish. We're live in the Lodo Beach Bar right now. Hey, you can win Dad the perfect Father's Day steak. Make sure you listen in at 5:20 as we have your chance at the last $50 Southern Steer Butcher gift card for the week, plus the $300 grand prize. Visit southernsteer.com or stop by the shop at the northwest corner of Arapahoe and Dayton. Andy, we have got Canada and Qatar in action right now. 2-0 first half in Vancouver. I have to say, feels like a road game for Qatar.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yes.
A little bit. They feel like they are at a disadvantage in the crowd as far as everything goes.
I would certainly say
so. A lot of red.
Yes.
A lot of red in that stadium.
I did notice, by the way, in the DR Congo-Portugal match, like the 11 Congo fans that were there, those guys were loud.
Good for them.
They were having a great time.
They repped.
Tied Portugal 1-1. Cristiano Ronaldo, the issue right now for the Portuguese side. So yeah, Cup's been great so far, man. There's been very few just total snooze fest matches so far, and it's been good energy. And, of course, Mexico takes on South Korea tonight. You can come down here and watch the game at El Patio. They have dual giant screens right next to each other, so you can make up your mind, do I want to look at the left screen or do I want to look at the right screen at any moment to be able to watch this thing? All right, Andy, obviously a bit of a rocky one there with Jeff Legwold connection issues persisting, but diving into the OTAs that were, and, we just got done talking about the Jonah Ellis, Q Robinson thing. The Jonathan Cooper situation only gets more and more unsightly, it seems, with every news update that comes out, whether that is either from the charges or from the attorney. It doesn't matter. It's not a good situation. It's a bad look for the Broncos. Right now, what the Broncos have in pass rush depth at outside linebacker with Ellis and Q Robinson and DeAndre Tillman. DeAndre Tillman, by the way, was another UFL guy.
Yep.
They liked him an awful lot and got him out of the UFL. But between what they have with those guys and then Benito, in addition to the fact of Zach Allen is a really good pass rusher on the interior, Malcolm Roach got home a few times last year, do the Broncos need to go shopping around outside the organization at all for another pass rusher?
Not only no, hell no.
Yeah.
And a guy I was going to ask Jeff Legwold about, because he's been touting him to us at that outside position for a number of years, is Drew Sanders.
Right.
And that's a guy that's healthy. That's a guy that Sean Payton talked about at the very back end of his press conference yesterday. And that's a guy that I want to see get a shot. Here's the thing. If you need a veteran guy, you and I both know how this goes, whether you want to talk about Dwight Freeney back in the day or who was the other Mathis back in the day. I don't know how long it's going to take Von Miller to get signed. Now, again, I am firmly convinced that there's just a different era that Von Miller belongs to that the Broncos aren't looking to revisit, that I don't think he ultimately comes back. But listen, if they were to get really thin, maybe they give him a call. But I think for whatever reason, he's kind of in the Justin Simmons category of thank you, but not here anymore. But anyway, I don't think you need it early in the season at all. I think you've got too many interesting young guys to take a look at. That Von Miller, I know this. Let's just keep it in the Von Miller vein or somebody that's like that. They don't need the reps. They know what they can do. If you were to go get a guy of that kind of pass rushing ability, they don't need to be in camp all year. Remember, Von Miller missed all of the offseason one time, came in and was awesome. Remember that?
Yep.
He doesn't need a workup. He doesn't need a build-up.
So you don't want, honestly, you don't want that guy to go to training camp.
No, and you don't want to take the reps away from Q Robinson, from Jonah Ellis, and from Drew Sanders.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you. This team's in a good spot, man. I love what they got in terms of the pass rush depth right now. And if anything, I also think there's whatever the emotional bump that you get out of, well, we don't need to just go find somebody. We believe we have the dudes, and we believe in the guys in this room, and we can go get it done. There's some intangible value to that, but more than anything, I just think they have good players. Okay, so that's what's going on at outside linebacker. Let's talk about corner for a moment. Johnny Barron worked as an outside corner with the twos through most of the OTAs. It looks like the Broncos are viewing his future as an outside cornerback. And it makes sense because they've got a Riley Moss decision to make. The question becomes, can Jahdae Barron earn a starting outside cornerback spot right now and turn Riley Moss into a backup depth guy, and then you move on with him after this?
All right. First off, I'll tell you where I stand before I tell you where I sit. How about that? Or what's the other is I'll say where I sit before I tell you where I stand, however it goes.
You're sitting at the moment.
I am sitting. It's a very lovely Adirondack plastic chair.
Right
It's
here
very
in El
comfortable.
Patio.
Matter of fact, I want to kind of take it back to the studio with me, to be honest with you. I do believe Jahdae Barron was drafted to be, as I call it, a chess piece, kind of that do anything, the defensive joker, whatever term you want to throw on it. I think they drafted him to be able to move him around, to play him at nickel, to play him at the safety spot, to play him at outside, to be able to play him at dime linebacker if they need to because of his tackling ability.
Sure.
So I'm not so sure they're as concerned that he take the number 2 corner spot as we do. Who's got the double last name? That the kid that came in late last year that played really good ball for them. The other one down the depth chart at corner.
Chris Abrams.
Drain. Thank you. Look, man.
The double name.
The double last name is all I could remember.
Isaiah Kiner Falefa.
I think Chris Abrams-Drain could be an answer.
Carl Anthony Towns.
Thank you. But he ain't playing corner. That's a tall corner. Guys are going to get underneath him and push off. Although I do think he could reject passes, but I don't know how the makeup speed is if he buys the double move.
Shea Gilgeous-Alexander.
He'll flop. He'll fall down, expect a call. And
fantastic receiver.
Right.
He's getting those interference.
They're not
flags
calling
left
a lot
and
of
right.
offensive PIs against the guy he's covering. Chris Abrams-Drain could be that guy.
Yeah.
Here's my question to you. And again, between Marvin Mims and Riley Moss, and again, I'll also preface this. If they're in the Super Bowl conversation, if the season goes as many of us expect, you're riding it out, and you may not get anything for these quality players as they go on to the offseason next year, right? Riley Moss, suppose you could tag and trade if you felt like doing that. Regardless, if this is a weird season, I think both Mims and Moss could be traded for draft capital in a draft that a lot of general managers are looking forward to. Because I think you could prove to have the depth if you're not having the season you expected to be able to move on without him.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
No,
now, again, if
I
you're
agree with that.
battling for the number 1 seed, you're not touching anything, and you'll just live with how the chips fall in the offseason.
And if they walk, you get compensatory picks, and it's not the end of the
That's a
world.
great call, too.
Yeah, you'll be just fine. Yeah, if it's a nightmare season and everybody's injured, and by all means move those guys.
Or the first 6 games suck and everyone's injured.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
All that.
Yeah, but we're
not anticipating.
I don't foresee that for the Broncos. What I view is this team trying to obviously be the very best they can be in 2026. And maybe that is with Jahdae Barron starting over Riley Moss. Like maybe right now, I'll tell you this, man. I watched Riley Moss get beat a few times in OTAs. Again, I know it's OTAs. But I did see Riley Moss get beat a few times. Now, Jalen Waddle's pretty good, and Cortland Sutton's pretty good. But still, just something to keep an eye on. Sean Payton did point out, yes, Barron is competing for an outside corner spot. I think he could win it. And what it does is it sets you up and you say, okay, Riley Moss, we know you can start in this league. You're a depth guy, and your payday will not happen here in Denver. And so
I think we all know that, right? The only way his payday happens in Denver is if they decide Bo isn't the guy and draft somebody else. And again, I don't think that's happening either.
Because like right now, and here's where I'll give Riley Moss the benefit of the doubt. And my guess is Jaquan McMillan gets the payday before they would consider giving it to Riley Moss. But if Moss had a really good year and wins the starting job in camp and goes out and has a good season and doesn't have as many DPIs, then the Broncos got a decision to make. Then do they break up a championship level cornerback duo?
All right.
Because guys have been known to play their way into forcing a team to change their plans.
Happens all the time.
Yeah. Peyton Watson did it last year.
Thank you. Here's what's interesting. We had the weird answer from Sean that we talked about the other day after Tuesday's OTAs.
Yeah.
And this is one that caught your radar where Sean had said, he was asked about Bo being a top 5 quarterback, and Sean was like, well, that was before the season. And that weird kind of
hemming and hawing answer.
Yeah, again, for the guy that he's championed more than anybody, and as we said, could have done the biggest victory parade on all of us if Bo ends up being a top 5 guy.
It was almost as though Sean Payton was like, hey, don't hold me to that.
Yeah, but I wonder if some of that is, I don't want to pay Bo top 5 money for these decisions we're talking about right now. Not against Bo Nix, but you cannot craft the same team once you have a top 5 paid quarterback.
As soon as he said he's predisposed to ankle injuries, it's one of the first things I thought of, dude, you're already negotiating this thing. And I also believe a part of Bo's heavy pushback, Bo's obsession with social media, Bo's insistence on being on the field for OTAs even though he wasn't moving well, is a clapback at that of, no, I'll be fine, and you're going to have to pay me $60 million a year.
Start putting the money in the bank account. Put it in escrow because you're going to owe it to me.
Remember that whole, last year, Bo Nix asking Sean Payton, hey, how much longer are you going to do this?
Yeah.
You know, and, people just assume, oh, well, just Bo loves playing for Sean. Okay. It could also be the other thing, too, of how long are you going to do this for?
How long are we going to,
Yeah, how long do I have to put up with you?
How long are you going to be in my kitchen?
Exactly. But now, Sean Payton just got a new 5-year contract extension, so the answer is for a really long time, Bo. And, dude, I'm telling you, that dynamic, the Bo Nix, Sean Payton interpersonal working that looked rocky at best last year, it's a thing. It is very much a thing with that team. And to your point, Andy, it isn't just about how they feel about each other. It's also, as everything is in pro football, about money.
Yeah, and that dynamic make it even more interesting. There are a lot of people that don't seem to think, especially now that Sean's got the 5-year deal, that Davis Webb is long for the Broncos world. He's going to look to be, I think, a true OC, and by that I mean here's what my offense would look like. And I'm not saying he hates Sean's offense, but even Sean was like, well, it's organic, and we're changing what we're calling
it's the Broncos offense.
Yeah, but it's still the Sean Payton. Sean Payton loves drawing up plays. I think Sean Payton still loves calling plays. Now, to his credit, Sean Payton knows I don't spit them out as quick as I need to in the modern NFL. With the way these younger quarterbacks work, they're used to being at the line. They're used to quick checks. They're used to quicker play calls. So he is adapting and modernizing himself as we all have to do at times.
Yeah.
But what is that?
Or he was told to do it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
But what does this world that we're talking about looks like when Davis Webb is pulled out of the middle of it?
Right.
And I think it happens in a year, if not 2.
Yeah.
I don't think he's
if it
here
goes
much
great,
longer.
Yeah, if it goes great and Bo
he'll be just like Riley Moss. He's out-earned his potential here.
Andy, with what they have on their offensive line and what they have in their receiver room, they're going to put up numbers.
Yeah.
It's going to be a better offense this year.
And again, Sean called good plays that got guys open.
Yeah.
He just didn't call them quick enough.
Yeah. And then he called 17 screens in a row.
Yeah.
Which he did some of yesterday as well.
Saw a whole lot of that. Unfortunately, Jared Stidham is not as adept at the screen game as Bo Nix is.
Live at El Patio, great VMC Paloma and Mangonada specials coming up here tonight. The doors are open. The crowd's starting to move in for Mexico and South Korea coming up tonight here at 7 o'clock. So get in and get a table. We're live at El Patio at 19th and Market. This is Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for my friends over at Southern Steer Butcher. Again, I've been telling you about it all week. Make sure if you want some good tomahawk steaks for Dad, you got to get into Southern Steer Butcher. You need to head on in there and get some Wagyu beef. You want the Wagyu steaks, Wagyu sirloins. I got that as well. I had some great T-bones in there the other day. Maybe you want to get yourself a nice brisket for Dad to be able to smoke. I know I'm going to plan on doing those a little bit later on in the summer. Tomahawks are huge. You want to get an eyeball at those? Go ahead to my Instagram page. Andy Lindahl is where I am at on Instagram. You can go follow it and get a look. I got a video up. You can see the tomahawks for yourself. Our buddy Ben, who runs that shop, says they're going to be about 2 pounds. I can cut them for you right there. Great chicken, great marinated chicken, great marinated steak tips that I'm always talking about. Nate wants one. We'll have to hook him up, I guess, next week before we all start to head off for the summer. You got great wings. You got great fresh sausage, great broth. Today is a great butcher shop for quality protein for your summer barbecue or get-together like Father's Day. So get on in there. Treat Dad right. It's Southern Steer Butcher. They're 2 streets east of I-25 on Dayton. Off Arapahoe Road, right across from the Shane Company and Fay Myers in the strip mall there. Go in and see them at Southern Steer and find them on the web at southernsteer.com, the Greenwood Village location.
We're on the road today. We are live at El Patio, 19th and Market. Actually, we are technically, as I have been told, we are in the Lodo Beach Bar. There is a beach in front of the giant screen that is projecting the Canada-Qatar match at us right now, and coming up at 7 o'clock, we'll be projecting the Mexico-South Korea match.
Yeah, and I've got, there's sand, as you said. There's
Yes.
now, the beach closes sometimes, so that part of the beach is closed.
There is several signs that remind you, do not enter the sand pit.
But I've got one of the Adirondack beach chairs. I'm sitting in it now. There's another one over there. We've got our little boat over there. There's a palm tree. It's very tropical in here.
It's lovely.
You've got the grass hut sort of roof over you.
Andy, we are.
There's a vibe, baby.
We are right now smack in the midst of a landlocked city in a landlocked state, and yet I'm right here at the beach. It's lovely. At the Lodo Beach Bar.
I'd like to go to the beach.
People should come down here. They can hang out at the Lodo Beach Bar with us.
You ever go to the Dillon Beach?
I have been. It's
yeah.
growing quite a bit too.
Is it? Well, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Less water and a whole lot more beach. Let me tell you, my friend. But yes, enjoy VMC Paloma and Mango Nata Bucket specials out here at El Patio. Plus, enter to win great prizes from VMC and Altitude Sports Radio. Mexico and South Korea coming up at 7 o'clock. Great place to be able to watch this thing. Andy, a couple of other storylines, if you will, coming out of the OTAs and the mandatory minicamp, which wrapped up this week, is the Broncos have too many good players.
Yeah.
Like, mock him all you want, and we all have our jokes. Lil Jordan Humphrey, I don't know how he makes this team. Unless the Broncos decide somebody of the Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant, Marvin Mims trio isn't going to make this team, but Mims is going to make it because he's the best returner in football. So does that mean somebody of Troy Franklin and Pat Bryant wouldn't make the team? Or does Lil Jordan does he get like that weird two-way life where he gets called up on game day and then Sean can put him in for blocking purposes on any number of screen passes? But even after that, like Hakeem Butler, the dude they signed from the St. Louis Battlehawks who had that great back shoulder catch yesterday, that dude looks like an NFL player, man. That's the UFL Offensive Player of the Year, and the Broncos snatched him up, and he looks pretty good. Dane Key, the brother of Devin Key, the receiver out of Nebraska who's been wearing number 32, another guy that you're just like, well, that guy looks like an NFL player. They got good. Michael Bandy has a touchdown to his name from last season. I don't see any planet in which he makes this team.
No, look, man, I'm with you. I just think now I will warn you. Who is our Battlehawk again? I cannot remember
Hakeem
his
Butler.
name. Hakeem Butler. I don't know why I can't keep that name because I can't keep a lot of names in my head. Let's be honest about it. But yeah, Hakeem Butler. Great interview on PhD with Brock Hewart, who's seen a bunch of Hakeem Butler.
Yeah,
in his experience. And he said the problem is exactly what we saw yesterday.
The drop.
You are right.
Yeah.
You look at that dude and you go, you've got to be on. There's no way you're not waiting to get a uniform minimum on game day from some NFL roster, right? But apparently he's had a few cracks at the NFL, and Brock Hewart told PhD the drops are the problem.
Yeah.
And you and I saw it on full display. He had a catch that had us all go, who is that? Who the heck's wearing TD's number?
Right.
And then all of a sudden it's tunnel screen time that 3 plays earlier, the same play Jalen Waddle took to the house in a blink of an eye.
Yep.
And he literally, guys, when you talk about watching a guy look, he turned his head half a second before the ball got there, and the ball's on the ground, and the blocking was set up, and I'm sure Sean Payton was not psyched. As for little Jordan Humphrey, I don't know what to make of the guy. You're right. He's the roach in this Broncos house. He just doesn't go away, no matter what. He just doesn't. Now there's a Malcolm Roach too, but
he's a good player.
Well, he is a good player.
He does all the right things.
But he's also the guy that every year we're like, well, this won't be the year. This will be the year he's finally gone.
Yeah.
Heck, he signed with the Giants and ended up back here somehow last year.
He's a good yak guy.
No, I don't disagree.
Good yak guy, good blocker.
He's good for a couple highlight plays a year.
You trust him?
But again, I find it. I almost wished I would have stayed around to ask Sean, but I was like, it just isn't that big a deal, and I don't know what kind of answer you'd have given me anyway. But this team looks at receivers and corners, it feels like, more than any other position.
Yeah.
The two that just feel so
locked
dictated.
in.
Yeah. Who the heck is breaking those rooms?
Yeah, that five-man group, man, like it's locked in.
Like, to me, I'd rather you bring in 10 tight ends.
Right.
So you find somebody
one.
that is different than what you have.
And yet,
and Jolie may be the guy this year.
But also, like, Sean Payton is the kind of guy that he's just like, well, somebody's going to get hurt. So
Well, and he's also like, if you can't block, you can't help me.
Yeah.
He really expects his tight ends to block.
I'll say this, and here's another thing that I think is going to help Hakeem Butler, and I think it's going to help Fresh as well, the corner that they brought in, who also had a good pass breakup, is Sean Payton has deemed you worthy of bringing into his camp. I think that helps those guys, those UFL dudes, and the Broncos keep close tabs on that kind of thing. It's almost like the other teams in the NFL that don't necessarily do all that due diligence, now they can just piggyback off of, wow, well, he got the Sean Payton endorsement, so he must be a good football player.
Yeah, and I like they keep tabs on the UFL, quite honestly.
Yeah.
I mean, I do
Again,
think
you got
it's
Dondre
closer.
Tillman out of there.
Well, it's a closer brand of what NFL football is, and I know if you watched on the weekends, it's a tough watch, and I know college football is much more exciting when you watch it. But again, the college game is not played like the NFL game. Now, the NFL's starting to slide a little more closer to college than we've seen, I think, in a long, long time. That said, it's still a very different game. You're not getting one-on-one matchups all the time. You know, I don't know, man. Lil Jordan will be around here. Like you said, maybe he was the Burton life. He lives that Burton life where he's just practice squad and gets called up the maximum number of times, and then they decide whether to cut him or not.
Yeah.
Or they usually kept him. And like you said, by the time it's time to make that decision, someone's hurt, so the decision's made. It's real easily. Although where'd Michael Burton go? Is Michael Burton going to be the Lil Jordan Humphrey? Did he go to Cleveland? Is he going to be the Lil Jordan Humphrey this year where he gets cut and then ends up back in Denver even though we thought he was gone?
Michael Burton is, according to the internet, still on the Browns.
Oh, he just signed with them. We released him and he got signed.
Well,
you didn't know. You aren't following your Michael Burton machinations there, Nate?
I mean, Andy, I am going to stay with he's still on the Browns.
For now.
Fullbacks can.
But remember, Modkins is there that came from Baltimore. I think he likes a fullback.
Yes.
He had that like 400-pound dude, remember?
Well, there's Prentice, too. Don't forget Adam Prentice, number 46.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying Todd Munkins is the Browns coach who likes a fullback, which is where Burton is.
So when you said Modkins, you were referring to Todd
Munkins, yeah.
Munkin, I believe it's singular.
Is Modkins our guy that took over here? Who's the guy that took over the go-go offense?
That's.
But you want me to remember the name Hakeem Butler. I don't even know who the hell these established guys are half the
time. The go-go offense.
The CU new offensive coordinator.
That's Brennan Marion.
Well, that'll be in our lives soon. Why did you made a face? Why did you make a face?
Here's the thing: is
you just had enough of my. There's a scoreagami and then there's a nameagami.
This is just it, Andy. Is after 7 years.
Are you mad that you could translate what I'm saying?
No. Sort of. Like, my frustration is not that I can. It's that I messed up on that one. You said Modkins.
Who's Modkins? And where did I get Modkins
Who
from?
I was supposed to connect to Browns head coach Todd Munkin.
Munkins, yeah.
No, Munkin singular.
Munkin. We'll make him a plural. Munkins.
Munkin, because tomorrow Mike Sanford is at the Munkin Barrel.
That's right.
Yes.
And we're going to play games, and he's going to bring the energy, and
Yes.
you're going to watch the U.S. and Australia, which I've heard could get spicy.
Right.
Did you see this?
Yeah, it's
what's going on? There's some real bad blood there. Fill me in there, Jack. I don't know the history.
Australia.
Hey, tell me the lore.
It was I believe what it was wasn't it one of the TV analysts? I think it was when they named Australia to the group said layup.
Oh.
And that has followed this rivalry. So Australia's got a chip on their shoulder.
Interesting.
Yes. If I'm remembering this whole thing correctly. Or was it the Australian guy said it about Team USA?
Okay. Well, one way or the other, we're big mad about media talk.
No. It was that Australia. It was yes. CBS Sports Golazzo commentator Mike Grella called the Australian team a layup during the live coverage of the draw. So apparently the Socceroos, as they are called, are pretty pissed about this.
Okay.
Yes. So they got a chip on their shoulder.
Well, I mean, you can kind of get that, though, can't you, with this U.S. team wasn't thought to be the king of the hill, shall we say.
Favored in their group to be certain
right.
and 16th ranked in the world, but nobody looked at Team USA and was like, oh, they can make the Final Four or anything else like that.
I'm just saying, I think some of the world's probably saying you're not in a position to talk trash.
Yes, I believe so.
Maybe lay low and surprise a few
Even though this came from some commentator dude and not some guy on the team.
Have you not been? I've told you, I've been in the middle of that now twice. One thing I did say, the other thing I was on the show.
Yeah. By the way, Curtis Modkins.
Thank you. Who is that?
Former Buffalo Bills offensive coordinator.
Oh, that's right. When did he get fired?
He was the
mid-last
Broncos
season?
running backs coach from 2018 to 2021. Curtis Modkins.
Why can't I remember him being on the staff? Oh, I know why. We didn't have any good backs. Now, remember when we all knew Bobby Turner because every guy Bobby Turner got to coach
They're all
turned into
1,000-yard
someone
guys.
awesome?
Yeah.
Who did Modkins unleash on the world?
For the 2018 Denver Broncos.
Hold on. Let me take a think. Take a think.
Take a think for a moment, and then I will tell you.
Yeah.
It was
no, Philip Lindsay.
Who?
Philip Lindsay.
Who?
That guy.
Huh? Royce Freeman.
What?
Devontae Booker.
Sure.
Uh-huh. And Jano.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
God, Royce Freeman was a guy. Remember, were you in the camp that thought he was going to be really good because he had those carries in Oregon? He was going to be a perfect Gary Kubiak offense back.
Andy, I was not on Orange and Blue Radio. I didn't.
You didn't care about Royce Freeman?
I wasn't contractually obligated to think that every 7th-round pick that was taken by the Broncos.
Freeman was like the 3rd.
That's one of those, and you'll sometimes say that, and it always kind of cracks me up a little bit, is you'll be like, J.L. Skinner, we all thought that guy was going to be awesome, and I'm like,
you go,
who is we all?
You were like, I've never thought about J.L. Skinner.
I mean, I thought about him. Like
when he was at Boise State.
I covered him at Boise.
Yeah.
He was a nice guy.
Sure.
Yeah.
He's still out there.
Yeah.
He's got a number. He's doing the thing.
And then when the Broncos drafted him, I was like, hey, they got J.L. Skinner.
Hey, that's a guy.
Yeah. I know that guy. Let's see. He also coached Melvin Gordon and Javonte Williams. Did Curtis Modkins.
Does he claim Williams? Because he would have coached him rookie year, right?
Yeah, put it on the resume for sure.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Ain't no Mike Anderson.
No, certainly not.
Ain't no Orlandis Gary.
Also, Curtis Modkins was not able to coach Melvin Gordon out of his fumbling issues.
Where is Melvin Gordon? Do we know?
I don't. Let's see.
He's not bouncing around the UFL or something?
Played for the Ravens in 2023.
Kind of.
Last I can tell you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Why not?
He was born in Kenosha.
Good. Really? Kenosha?
Before going to Wisconsin.
I never would have thought of that he was born in Kenosha.
I didn't know it either.
Does he like polka? Polka?
Great question.
Football polka?
I don't know if he's
Kiss me polka?
Sheboygan. I don't know what his favorite brand of cheese curds
Have you ever polka'd?
Have I ever polka? I've listened to polka. I don't know if I've ever done the dance.
I think I'm more offended you've listened. How much have you gotten through in a polka song?
Oh, man.
Have you ever, got through the whole
Andy,
polka album?
Let me tell you, okay?
Big Polka's going to be mad at us?
Actually, I've been listening to this album quite a bit recently because I found a copy of it on Discogs. There was a great ska band from the Midwest called Johnny Sacco.
Okay.
And they've got some polka ska tunes, and they're awesome. I don't know whatever came of this band. They were, from Indiana. So I saw them in college a few times, and randomly my high school group chat started talking about Johnny Sacco a couple of weeks ago, and then I Googled it, and I found a copy of their album on Discogs, and I was like, I'm ordering that thing, and I got a used copy of Full Trucker Effect for $12.
We talking vinyl or CD?
CD.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know if it was ever printed on vinyl.
Probably not.
No, I wouldn't.
I'm going to go that far to say probably not.
Yeah, exactly. But again, I found a copy of it. Awesome album, by the way. I can't recommend it enough.
You know, once I had the rad soundtrack on vinyl.
That does not
Found it in a
me.
Boulder music shop after my tape broke.
Hell yeah.
No, this is as a kid. That thing's long gone. I don't know
Okay.
where it is. It's making somebody else money like most of my toys from childhood.
All right, I'm gonna look at Discogs in the break and see if I can find a copy of the rad soundtrack.
I don't need it on CD. It's got to be on vinyl.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I'm gonna look for it on
okay.
vinyl.
Very good.
Yes.
Hey,
yes.
I'll trade you a steak tip for that.
I'll see if I can find it. That sounds like a great deal.
2.
Yes.
You know what? We'll make it 2.
Yes. Go ahead and you can cook it up for me in your refrigerator-sized air fryer.
Yeah. You come over and we can both see if our brains work when it turns off.
And if not, we'll blame it on Modkins. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show live at El Patio, Canada and Qatar in action right now. By the way, these Canadians and Qataris big mad at each other.
It's been a spicy match.
This has been a good one. Absolutely. Ironically, the Canadians don't like any spice in their cuisine. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is time for you to text in the keyword to win Dad the perfect Father's Day steak. This is your chance to win a $50 Southern Steer Butcher gift card. But not just that, guys. Make sure you enter, because even if you don't win the $50 gift card today, you could win the $300 gift card to Southern Steer. That is the grand prize this week. So, right now, you want to text in the keyword Butcher. Butcher to 303-504-0925 right now. Butcher to 303-504-0925, and you are entered to win both today's $50 gift card and the grand prize $300 gift card for the week. Fire up Father's Day with premium cuts like ribeyes, New York strips, fillets, sirloins, tomahawks, and T-bones. Treat Dad to top quality favorites including Wagyu sirloin and Southern Steer's famous marinated steak tips that I've heard so much about. For more information, visit southernsteer.com or stop by the shop at the northwest corner of Arapahoe and Dayton. Again, your keyword, Butcher. Butcher to 303-504-0925, and do that right now.
Right now.
Right
Butcher.
This instant.
Mailman Fonz is mad that we're making fun of Polka with our Ska Fridays.
Okay. I wasn't making fun of polka.
I firmly was.
Yes,
it's fine.
I am very pro polka.
Fonz, you need some more ska in your life. You'll be a happier person. You'll deliver the mail with a pep in your step.
Well, that as well.
Yeah.
I always do insist upon.
By the way,
that.
Real Big Fish coming back together, reuniting, baby.
Didn't that happen like a month ago?
Well, I mean, technically it hadn't happened yet.
Okay.
The show.
Okay.
Hadn't happened until you've made it out there.
Okay.
Remember when Van Halen reunited with David Lee Roth and lasted 2 shows?
Right. Yeah, no, I'm not here to besmirch the fine name of Gus Polinski and the Kenosha Kickers. Okay, I will not be doing that today. Gus Polinski, polka king of the Midwest.
Yeah, well, I remember because I said "Kiss Me Polka" was one of his hits. You may not have caught that. And she goes, "Oh, these are songs?" He goes, "Yeah, they were hits for us." Did you tell me you can help me? Or how about the time they're driving in the van? We're talking about Home Alone people. They're driving in the van, and he's talking about all the horrible things that happens with their kids. She goes, "I don't think I want to talk anymore." Well, you brought it up.
All right, Andy, a lot to get into, and we've been covering all of it here today. Bronco OTAs are wrapped up. They are into the offseason. Andy, I got to tell you, man, Stiddy looked terrible. He really did.
He did.
Now, I say that. There were plenty of throws that he made that were pretty good. But there was also a rep yesterday where he ran in the wrong direction.
Ran in the wrong direction. He had one that was like a go route where we couldn't even figure out what receiver he thought was going to be there because he hit the fence in the middle of the field, or call it maybe it would have been just to the right of the goalpost of the upright. And whoever he thought was running the end, they did not go in.
Yeah, no, look, man, maybe Stiddy gets away and comes back clear-headed for training camp and is just fine, and he's the backup quarterback. But when Sam Ehlinger runs the offense, it runs. It's nothing special. It just runs.
But here's the thing,
which is what you want out of a backup quarterback.
I always wonder about that. Look, we've talked about it, and ultimately the media talking heads, who cares? Stiddy's heard it all before.
Yeah.
How do you go back?
I know.
How do you look at the guys, and how do they look at you?
Right.
You know what I mean? Here's the thing. The reason why, and you and I have had this discussion a couple of times in our little 7-year run. The reason why I always thought Brock Osweiler should have stayed here, in part, was that locker room believed in him.
Yeah.
He came in, he got his shot, he won 5 of the 7 games that he got to play in.
Yeah.
Stiddy got his shot. All they needed was 1 game out of him to get to the biggest.
To not completely screw it up. Yeah.
Just manage the game.
Right.
And he threw a backwards chest pass that a rookie in college would get benched for.
Yep. It was an awful play.
How again, because so people know what we're talking about. He looked like he did in that game, which I guess I shouldn't be surprised. But Nate, he was so sharp last year in camp.
Yeah.
He was hitting everybody in stride. There was a lot of times where we were like, man, he had the best He had the best practice of the day. He actually got the offense moving. We had to wait for Jared Stidham and the twos to come in to see something. None of that was on display this spring.
He also looked great in the preseason last year.
Yes.
The thing that you have to wonder with Jared Stidham is he just not a gamer. You know, the old is he not a gamer?
Well, again, when he's in fairness, to try to offer some fairness to him, the starting unit has kind of changed since he got his crack at trying to hold off Bo, which we all knew wasn't really going to happen anyway. The timing is a real thing.
Yeah.
They've never had a guy as fast as Jalen Waddle, so I'm sure everybody's got – that's, again, a little bit of the reason why I wish Bo had not missed the spring, even though it is what it is. But he just did not look the way he did a year ago, and I really got to wonder mentally where he's at.
Your keyword to text in right now, Butcher, to 303-504-0925. Butcher. That enters you to win a $50 gift card for today or the $300 grand prize from our friends at Southern Steer Butcher. Go to southernsteer.com. All right, so there is a backup quarterback situation. There is concerns about Bo Nix's health, which, Andy, like in all seriousness, time between now and the end of OTAs and the start of training camp to be recovered and ready to go, absolutely I do. But also 5 ankle surgeries, man, and the predisposed versus not predisposed thing, it's okay. Is this guy going to be able to get through 17? And is there a world where Bo Nix could miss time, where Bo Nix could suffer injury? Also, here's the other thing. That could happen and have nothing to do with Bo Nix's ankle.
Get his shoulders separated.
It could just happen because football's a nasty business, right?
Guys get hurt, and very few QBs make it through the whole season.
Exactly. So the other decision that Sean Payton has to be able to make is, can I still win games with Sam Ehlinger or Jared Stidham as my quarterback? Because I firmly believe this is not this team. This isn't Buffalo. This isn't Cincinnati. You know, this isn't one of those teams. This isn't Baltimore that can only remain competitive as long as their quarterback is in there. Bo isn't one of those guys. This roster is loaded, man, across the board. This team should be able to still win with a backup quarterback in there. Yes, it's tougher. Yes, it's tighter. Yes, you got to win more along the edge, the margins and the edges. But this team can do it, man.
Well, yeah, we saw it because it was there.
Yeah.
It was happening.
AFC Championship was there for the taking.
It was happening.
It was there for the taking, and they weren't able to do it. So I really believe this QB2 battle is one where the Broncos have to be able to feel 100% confident whoever we put on the field can legitimately, to use that term again, manage the game.
Which is all they need.
Yeah.
So
it's all they need.
Yeah, I wish they had some other options. I really do.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying – it was interesting because driving down here, I heard Tyler Polumbus just saying full, wouldn't bother me in the least if Storesby was a draft pick of the Broncos. Now, he said he doesn't want – you bid your picks, and he said make it a 4th or 5th rounder, but if you're going to use that for a backup quarterback, he's okay with it. He said the gambling thing wouldn't even be a thought in his mind, which I found a little bit interesting. I don't know how the fan base would – I think it'd be like everything. There'd probably be some that it didn't bother and some that it did.
I wouldn't do it.
Well, no, I'm with you.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it either. Because, look, on top of it, how do we know how good the kid is?
There's that part of it, and then there's also the Broncos are fine.
Yeah, you don't need it.
No.
I do. I think you need an upgraded backup QB. You don't need that one. And at this point, aren't you kind of wanting a veteran guy? Where would you go? Is Ehlinger is Ehlinger work as the veteran guy? See, this is the thing. You know what I would do, and it's your favorite guy. You know what? I'd go grab it. Your favorite guy. If it does not work out in New Orleans for Zach Wilson, go grab him again. He and Bo were pals.
Oh, Zach Wilson?
Well,
yeah.
He's in New Orleans. I mean, I don't know if they give – or remember, that was the rumor that they would somehow go – not the rumor. The ESPN guy was saying they'd trade for Spencer Rattler.
Yes.
So, and there's a part of me that's like, if you're New Orleans, is that what you're doing?
I could see Sean liking him, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I guess, but if I'm New Orleans, I'm just saying we're just going to keep the 2 young guys, aren't you?
Well, Tyler Shuck's their quarterback.
No, I get it,
Yeah.
but,
Yeah. I think they've seen enough Spencer Rattler, quite frankly. By the way, apropos of nothing, speaking of backup quarterbacks, the other day I don't want to throw one of them under the bus, so I will not name them. But one of my children, happened to very loudly and noticeably pass gas.
Really?
Well, one of Nate's kids farted. That's what happened. That's what we know. Well, that's a cliffhanger right there. Which kid was it? I need the end of that story. I'm Mark Springer. I'm back in the studios here. Trying to reconnect with Nate and Andy.
Are we on, Springer?
Now we're back.
Wait,
I
Nate,
yelled really.
Farted?
He shocked me so much.
Farted?
No. When I yelled
Who
really,
farted?
When I yell really, it killed our. I'm not kidding you. It literally turned off the machine.
That was when it
I
happened,
overjuiced
yes.
the machine with the power of Lindahl.
Yes, you killed the electricity.
I mean,
That's maybe, Spring, you got to find the audio of that. That might have been the funniest remote drop of all time. If I'm replaying it in my head, and I believe I've got this correct, I said one of my children passed.
I killed it.
Yes, and talk about a cliffhanger. Spring, get the audio. We gotta hear it before we get out of here. Anyway, the point of the anecdote was, Andy, let's see if we can do it again. One of my children passed gas rather loudly, and my wife went with, "Okay, Brett Rippin." Out of nowhere, she just pulled a rando backup quarterback joke on a kid's fart. I lost it.
Yeah.
I was crying laughing.
You should have went and bought her flowers. Brought home a bouquet of roses.
Said it stinks in here. We gotta get a better odor. Here's some flowers. Yes, Brett Rippin. I thought that was pretty good.
No, that was a real hearty laugh for Heidi. Oh my God, what is going on? Abby.
Her too.
It's time for me to go home.
Yes.
I need to. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and have a VMC Paloma, and you just enjoy the rest of the show.
Andy,
I'm crushing the unit.
My wife, Curtis Modkins. We're gonna go to break.
What a day!
I will remind everybody, by the way, to text in the keyword butcher.
Butcher. I have butchered the last 3 hours.
Butcher.
Trying to make this work. Not sure if we're on, if we're off. We'll see.
In all seriousness, okay, we're 7 years in. We're number one in the market. We can have this conversation. In all seriousness, and this is nobody's fault. But is this the worst radio show we've ever done?
No. I would remind you.
I would
remind you to go back to year one.
And I
in the last 5, probably.
I'm loving the Lodo Beach Bar.
Well, that's the problem. I might be too comfy in this chair.
Thank you
and now
so
Lori's
much.
handed me a VMC Paloma, so who knows what's going to happen.
This VMC Paloma.
Come back for the last segment.
Is about to get downed, but we can't stay connected to the damn thing. Spring's got to jump in and try and interview Legwald.
Legwald can't hear anybody.
We're talking about Curtis Modkins.
Curtis Modkins has nothing to do with Todd Munkins.
Talking about my kid farting and the unit drops.
You're mad I won't put the Baltimore Ravens guaranteed in the playoffs on June 18th? You got big issues with me over that?
Huge issues.
I yelled really, and the unit just decided it heard enough of this crap and died?
Extensive Bogdanovich conversation? No, this one's a stinker.
He's found it funny. He thinks it's funny. At least we have one person that finds it funny.
We have absolutely bombed today.
Well, keep yelling. See if you can do it. Is that the bar? Nobody at the station's ever had so much thrust in the voice that the actual thing keeping us on the air was gone.
Butcher. To 303-504-0925. Butcher.
Text
it in right now. And you can win a $50 gift card to Southern Steer.
And someone's getting $300.
The grand prize, man.
The big butcher.
It's coming up. We'll announce that. Brett Rippon in just a little while on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We still hope to be here Monday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. By the way, apropos of nothing, speaking of backup quarterbacks, the other day, I don't want to throw one of them under the bus, so I will not name them. But one of my children, happened to very loudly and noticeably pass gas.
Yes. That's
as poorly as everything has gone today, greatest remote drop in the history of sports talk radio right there.
And to be clear, we were having good fun at El Patio.
We love this place. Yes.
It's us, not them.
We are the problem today.
We are the problem. So it's we apologize that we're the problem, but it is what it is.
It's now we're the problem a lot of other days and for a lot of other reasons and a lot of other things. But usually the radio show is good.
Yeah, we usually are happy with things.
Yeah,
but yeah, sure.
No, today we're the problem, and we're the problem. I can assure you of that. But yes, we are winding things down here on a Thursday afternoon, live at the Lodo Beach Bar, 19th and Market. Mexico plays South Korea after this absolute drubbing by Canada against Qatar. 5-0 right now in the 86th minute. The Qataris, 2 red cards. They're down to 9 players right now.
Yeah, they're big mad.
9 is what you like to have on a baseball field. It's suboptimal on the soccer pitch.
Did you like the Qataris remake of Boys of Summer?
That was well done. Nice job. Mm-hmm. Not really, actually.
You don't like the joke or the song.
I got to be honest with you. Hate the original. Didn't even know there was a remake.
Yeah, come on. It was a big radio hit.
I wouldn't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'll take your word for it. Okay. So Andy, I got to share this last really crazy thing that I read about today. There is a controversy revolving around Indianapolis Colts cornerback Sauce Gardner.
Yeah, I saw this. Please give a good explanation. I read what you sent us, and I still don't get what the issue.
Sauce Gardner is 24.
Right. However,
the internet thinks he's 25. Now, we joke about all the time, like when you go from Beatty to Bidet or trying to figure out how to say Yolis Jacin's name for all those years, all those sorts of things. With Sauce Gardner, the controversy exists with his age. Sauce Gardner was born August 31st, 2001, which would make him 24 years of age today. He says that is what's listed on every official document since he played at Cincinnati, since he was drafted by the Jets, and traded to the Colts. His driver's license, his passport, his birth certificate, everything says he was born August 31st, 2001. However, ESPN.com lists his birthday as August 31st, 2000, which would make him a year older. Pro Football Reference also has the birthday in 2000. The Athletics NFL Draft Guide did in 2022. Even Madden NFL video game from EA Sports has his birthday August 31st, 2000, which would make him 25. Again, he says, I'm 24. So I guess the way that this goes is the Athletic figured out that this was a controversy, and they asked him about it. Wikipedia listed him at 25 rather than 24. Therefore, since people usually go to Wikipedia as their first source of information, that said he was born in 2000. Now, the Wikipedia page has since been corrected. However, in the personal information section, it lists his birthday as 2001, but in the early life section of Wikipedia, it lists his birthday as 2000. So on his same Wikipedia page, he has 2 different birthdays. For the draft guide, The Athletic says their writer typically verifies birth dates with the school the prospect attended via their roster, player page, or media guide. If it's not listed, as seems to be the case with the University of Cincinnati, he asks the player's agent, or an NFL team what they have on file. So somewhere along the way, somebody got it in their head that his birthday was August 31st, 2000. Okay, now I know a lot of people are probably listening to this and going, What's the big deal? But, Andy, think about that. He's a cornerback, okay? When do corners fall off the cliff?
30.
Age 30.
Yep.
You don't want to be 30 a year earlier.
No, because you could probably, for him, he could get one more big contract before then.
Right.
Or at least extended past there a little bit.
Yes.
Now, I do want to know what he said in, 2021 when it was time to get into the bar.
Great point.
Right?
Yes.
Were you still claiming you were born in 01 then, my guy?
Yeah,
or?
no, he's at that point, Sauce wanted to get Sauce.
Right, sure.
Yeah, he needed to get in there. Yes. I guess this same thing happened with Buddy Hield.
Okay.
Remember Buddy Hield?
Oh, yeah.
So Buddy Hield, apparently, like, everybody thought that he was a year older than he was supposed to be, and then he had to clear the air on the whole thing. And again, like, this is pro sports where anything that can get held against you in any contract negotiation is going to get held against you. You do not want to be a year older.
No, in no way. He's also like, who was the pitcher that we found out was older than
Danny Almonte?
Danny Almonte.
Well, Danny Almonte was...
That's a whole different thing.
What was
he
he,
was pitching
19?
playing in the Little League World Series in the 13 division.
Yeah, he had a full mustache. He had to go pick up his
when
kids
you've got
after
the
the
Captain
game.
Morgan beard thing going on, you probably need to really look a little harder into that birth
He was
certificate.
so good, too. And then you're like, well, yeah, he's 14.
Right.
He's pitching against 12-year-olds.
Yeah, come on now.
No wonder.
You look like Randy Johnson out there for good reason.
That's, I tell you what, man, because you got to think about that. Like, how many different places on the internet have information about an NFL player, and now you suddenly have to, like, go contact somebody from every place and get it corrected and convince them. Like, at ESPN, are they going to be like, show me your birth certificate? Otherwise, I'm not going to change it.
Yeah.
Like, this is the information that we have on file. Like, you've got to be able to provide. I would assume, like, right now, Sauce Gardner's agent is probably going to every major media outlet and being like, you got to fix this.
Is he having a Zoom call?
Is it eating up too much internet? Is that the problem with that Zoom call?
No, I'm also saying, I mean, the old conference call, the old dueling. You should not be commenting on my age. You don't know exactly how old I am.
Yes, exactly. All right. Is everybody ready for some winners?
Please.
Okay.
Because you are about to enjoy your weekend.
That's right. So we have got 2 winners today of gift cards to Southern Steer Butcher. You fire up Father's Day with premium cuts like ribeyes, New York strips, fillets, sirloins, tomahawks, and T-bones. Treat Dad to top-quality favorites, including Wagyu sirloin and Southern Steer's famous marinated steak tips. SouthernSteer.com or stop by the shop at the northwest corner of Arapahoe and Dayton. You have been texting in, and it's time to announce some winners. First, we will announce today's winner of a $50 gift card before announcing the winner of our $300 gift card. The winner of the $50 gift card to Southern Steer Butcher for today, Chris Ridierot.
Sure, Chris
Ridierot.
You know who you are.
Yes. Chris, ready or not, you're getting a $50 gift card to Southern Steer Butcher. Congratulations, Chris.
Get some steak tips. Don't share them with me.
In fact, they write that right there. They tell you like what farm they're from, what star, what cut of beef it is, and then it says at the very small at the bottom, don't share with Nate.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
If you do,
and I don't
we
appreciate
will come back and
quite frankly. Okay? That's I tell you what, Southern Steer, a lot of bones going on at Southern Steer, that's my bone to pick. All right. The winner of our $300 gift card. You've been texting in all week long. This is for a $300 gift card. This is going to get your Father's Day weekend started right. The winner of the $300 gift card